perfection, I was the mess. I lacked emotion, you did your best. I was behind you through every step. You lost your way and you fell instead. Fell instead. Fell instead. Fell instead.
We can try this again. If you're in, I'm in, darling. I finally see what I need to be free. Far from what I was led to, but no holding back, I've made up my mind. Seeing what's next, I'm not sure what I'll find. Holding the key firmly in my hands. I'm looking forward, I know where I stand. And this is it, I've nothing to lose. Now is the right time, I'm making my move. I wanna hide now. You can't bring me down. I wanna hide now. You can't bring me down. Holding the key firmly in my hands. I'm looking forward, I know where I stand. And this is it, I've nothing to lose. Now is the right time, I'm making my move. I wanna hide now. You can't bring me down. I wanna hide now. You can't bring me down. I'm seeing what's next. What is ahead? I'm seeing what's next. I'm seeing what's next. What is ahead? I'm seeing what's next. I wanna hide now. You can't bring me down. I wanna hide now. You can't bring me down.
Have you missed us? Because we sure have missed you. It's time for Rocket Royale. After a short break, or not so short break, we are back to bring you top-level Rocket League competition from across all continents. Or at least two of them. My name is Slapash. Joining me tonight are Gregan and Shogun.
Oh god, that's a lot of casters.
Yeah, I know, right?
How are you guys doing? But let's stop with that. You know, people are people. How are you two doing?
Yeah, we're good. I've been pretty exhausted recently because all of this casting going on, but no Rocket Royale. I wanted to see the best of the best. It's been tough with Gfinity, and now we get to see them all compete against each other. But I can tell you now, the teams we have got today are second to none. We have got some great up-and-coming teams as well, which we'll be seeing in a moment. But everything is going to be amazing today.
Yeah, good thing is we're not going to ever have that lull. There is no lull when it comes to Rocket League. We get off our LCS and we go straight into it. Rocket Royale today, we have EU and NA. I mean, we're sorted, really. The depth of the tournaments keep getting better, and we're going to see more and more of that. Some of these teams that haven't been able to shine as brightly recently because it's all been focused on those 8 teams in the RLCS. Now we've got 12 teams here for the EU side that are all going to battle it out.
Absolutely. It's going to be an absolute blast tonight as we have top-level Rocket League competition. I'm not sure if that was a stealth Gfinity burn there, Gregan.
Well, we can't really take away from what happened on Friday. We saw Weedham Girls versus Mocket in the final, where Mocket had to beat Flipside and Flying Dutchman. So it's not like they've been missing out on the quality, but it's nice to have a definitive tournament that all of them will be trying to compete in and trying to win to prove that they are best.
Yep, $600 prize pool is up for grabs as per usual, and our format has changed a little bit as per usual as well. I mean, that's a common occurrence with Rocket Royale as well ever since the RLCS started. Why don't you talk a little bit about what has changed tonight and take us through the schedule for tonight, Shogun?
Great. All right, well, I'll take the first round. Gregan, you mind preparing the group stage for me? So, round 1. We should have 4 teams for every single one of these, but we do not. So what is happening is we are splitting these teams up into 4 groups where they will play double elimination brackets. You can go through on the winner side or you can go through on the loser side. Doesn't matter. As long as you get through, it will not affect you for the rest of the tournament. There are 4 teams, or there should be 4 teams in every group, 4 groups. 2 teams move on through, and then they go through to the group stage, which is held by Gregan.
So the group stage will have the 2 teams from each of the groups split either way, so they won't be playing against the same people they played in the first round, and there'll be a 1 group and a second group, and they'll do a huge round robin, best of 5, everyone plays everyone, and it will be like in the RLCS with the point system. The teams with the most points will move on, and it will be the top 2 teams from both groups who will be moving on to the final round.
Yeah, the final round is going to be a straightforward single elimination bracket. All 4 teams will fight against each other, seeded into that bracket. And then we'll move on to the grand final to decide who will be this week's top Rocket League team and Rocket Royale champions.
I think we did that pretty well. Are you guys impressed?
Yeah,
absolutely.
We're good at this.
It
For absolutely no rehearsal, that went well.
Yeah, there we. So what's our first game today? We've got Miracle Workers versus this is a new name to
Archon.
me.
New
Archon
versus Miracle Workers. Yes.
See,
Right.
So it's a new team, but we did actually get to see them in Gfinity against Flipside, where they were under a different name there. But this team is looking very nice, considering they're fairly new to the scene. The players aren't necessarily, but we've got a new roster of 3. They were able to take Flipside to overtimes, take a game off of them. Unfortunately, they did finally lose out to them, but they definitely looked like they were able to compete with the top level team. So it'll be interesting to see whether that was a one-off or whether that is a trend they will be setting.
Well, if it is a trend, then tonight is their night to prove it. Now go ahead.
Go ahead, Shogun.
Yeah, go ahead, Shogun.
I'm just trying to get in
mess
contact
here.
with these guys. It is. We are certainly not used to the 3-man format. We are going to be rotating casters quite a bit here because we all love Rocket League and we're all going to get the equal share on this one, which should certainly be interesting. I'm just trying to make sure these guys know exactly what they're doing, and they do. So, shall we get ourselves into this?
Yeah, I think everyone is ready. You just need to give them a go sign. So, Gregan, thanks for joining us for the beginning. We'll see you later on. But for the first round, it is going to be me and Shogun taking you through the proceedings tonight. And we have the players actually joining the game here. Best of 3 is going to be the format here in these first few matches of the game. And as we get ready, it is time to throw in some predictions. Do you think you are confident enough to make a prediction here, whether New Archon or Miracle Workers will be the ones to take it?
I'm scared of this Miracle Workers squad. Look at this. Stocky, Ryuk, and Killer all on the same team. These are players that have been on the big teams before. With Shirio, he's played very well at the high level, but I think experience, you can't argue against that. These are 3 well-established players. I can see Miracle Workers going a long way here.
We'll certainly see how they will do as Game 1 is underway between those two teams. New Archons on the blue side, Miracle Workers on the orange side, and Killer number 7 will score right away 26 seconds in.
Yeah, I mean, the experience is one thing, but sometimes you just got to be able to defend that backboard. And we see Sneed with the huge mistake that he goes up, doesn't get a hold of the ball, and that is going to hurt you every single time. We've seen the evolution of how the backboard is used in recent months. You have to defend against it, and you have to defend against it much better than they did there.
Certainly the case. I'll still try to get the scoreboard here on screen. Seems to be like there's some resolution issues. Never had that happen before, but we see the equalizer coming very quickly for New Archons here. Cheerio scoring.
Yeah, Stocky tried to get the clearance out. Unfortunately, he put it right into the middle. Cheerio. I mean, it's not a great hit. A lot of this is down to the Miracle Workers having very poor defense. Both these teams looking kind of shaky so far, but I mean, that's the thing. This is a best of 3. You know, these guys will not have the time that they usually have to try and settle into this. They have to be in it. They have to be in it fast because this first game, they can't afford to try and figure out the other team. They have to be in there straight away.
They absolutely do. Not many chances to redeem themselves. Just Cheerio here with an attack onto the orange goal. There we go. That should sort things out. Now you got the scoreboard on screen as well. You can follow the progression of the game. Sorry about that. But yeah, back to the game. Zidrox with a desperation push forward. Nobody was really there to follow up on that one, and Ryuk's going to be able to carry that on straight through to the blue side of the field. Killer number 7 keeps it up in the air. Stocking Machine's going to go for a shot onto target. Ryuk there to foil the goalkeepers, 2 of them, and they got it past.
Yeah, once again, weird defense coming out. We see Cheerio and Zidrox both there. I can only assume they're both low on boost because it doesn't really seem like either team is really that willing to commit to a block right now, and that is destroying both of them in defense. They cannot afford for these sort of plays to happening because a lot of players out there, they're getting used to these redirects. If they just sit in front of you, they will ruin what you've got.
Yep, you're certainly going to watch out against trickery like that, especially against high-caliber players. Zidrox with a bit of a mistake. Gets the ball straight over to Killer number 7. He retains control of the ball by passing it over to the other side, then jumps straight past it. But Stocky will take initiative, put the ball onto target. Zidrox with a good save there. Going to keep the score deficit at 1 for the time being. But so far, Miracle Workers certainly have shown a higher dominance, a higher game control, although this is a good shot coming in from Detonator. Hits the crossbar. Going to see a follow-up shot as well. Ryuk, not enough time to really reposition himself after falling down from that save attempt.
Yeah, we see shots like that come in. They are known as baits, and because they are entirely designed to bait the defender to go up. Ryuk took the bait, flew his car up to the top, and meant that he had no one left to help him out defend against the rebound shot off the back wall. And it's 2-2, 2 minutes into this game. These guys, you know, we said it was going to be a quick best of 3. We usually see teams go a little bit more defensive in that sort of thing because they don't want to be making mistakes. These guys are just throwing at each other.
Yeah, absolutely. High-pressure game, high-paced game from both teams. Your Stocking Machine with an angled shot going to follow up by Killer number 7, and there we go. They're in the lead again.
Yeah, here's the thing, though, is every time we get into this, it just seems like when Miracle Workers can get the ball down and get possession of it, they are always the first team to the ball. They just need to calm down a little bit in defense, and honestly, I feel like Miracle Workers outpace this team all across the map. They're just conceding very silly goals right now.
You really have to watch out on the defense. The best offense in the world is of no use if you have a defense that leaves holes open. This time, not as big of a hole as the previous ones. Killer number 7 is able to take control of the ball. Is going to wait very patiently, bait in an offense member coming in from New Archons. Here comes Zidrox with a good clear, but Ryuk already waiting for the follow-up shot. Puts it against the backboard, with Zidrox was already waiting for the wall hit. Killer number 7 and Needinator clashing for the ball there, and Cheer is going to try to outplay Stocky. Won't be able to, though, but ball control does fall back into New Archon's hands. Another push forward here. Coming in, and Stocky Machine, that was actually an own goal.
I mean, do I really have to say it here? We can quite clearly see what the problem was, and it's called scoring in your own net. Yeah, don't do that. Please, don't do that. Either way, that's going to be 4-2 now to the Miracle Workers. And that is certainly going to be a comfortable lead going 2 minutes left into this match. They can just sort of slow the pace down now and control the match.
Yeah. You might want to avoid what just happened in your own games if you're watching these streams to look at the pro strategies. I mean, I know many people are. Don't do that. That's definitely something that has to be avoided. But yeah, not that fortunate of a shot coming in for the New Archons, and the Miracle Workers aren't going to waste any more time. They want to seal this deal.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate bounce there. Just went straight into a passing position for Stocky, who gets it right to Ryuk. Ryuk's happy to do this here. He's been doing it throughout the majority of the match now, just sitting in front of the two-man defense that is just sat on the line and just going, right, well, I'm just going to move it. As soon as you try and defend against this, I'm just going to move this out of the way. You don't get to see any of it. And honestly, I think 3 goals, yes, they can come back from this, but that's a huge ask. For this team, the New Archon team, I really want them to start upping the paces, start playing with a bit of confidence, and start focusing on getting the ball away for clearances rather than hitting it directly at a new Miracle Workers player.
Yeah, whenever they gain ball control, it doesn't usually take long before Miracle Workers gain it straight back, and they usually make the most of their ball control, whereas New Archon kind of struggle really being able to put on a solid offense. Here we see it again, killer number 7 just effortlessly snatching that ball away. We see good blocks coming in here. Stocky Machine going to prevent Shiryu from following up on that block. Spawns right in the ball's corner. Missed timing here from Stocky Machine. That was another prime goal opportunity for Miracle Workers. Here comes Shiryu. Will he be able to take control of the ball? No, Ryu coming in from behind and passing it off into the corner. And killer number 7 going to try to carry it on through, flies above it. Kind of misjudging the ball's position. Zidrox just barreling inside the ball and gets smashed away from the field by killer number 7. And so Miracle Workers retain control of the ball. Every push forward from New Archons is immediately countered. I do not see a 3-goal comeback happening in 30 seconds. So this might be the moment for New Archons to start focusing on the next game.
I think that they really need to regroup here because there is no real aim to this offense right now. This is actually quite good.
Oh.
Decent shot going in, but I mean, that's the first time in a long time I've seen them go forward with some sort of strategy to get past this Miracle Workers defense. And yes, it didn't work, but it was finally something, some sort of spark, and they really need to try and turn that into a fire this coming game up.
Well, if there's any time to start bringing up those sparks, it is right before the potentially deciding game in the series happens. Game number 1, pretty convincingly won here by the Miracle Workers, but you have mentioned it, New Archon. Momentarily, periodically, they have shown promise. They just have to really sort out their strategy. They can't just push the ball forward and hope that something will happen. They have to actively take initiative. It's going to be a tough order to really switch around, especially with all that momentum that Miracle Workers have now built up.
It's an incredibly curious thing when you get to these sort of things, because honestly, I feel like this is a team, New Archon need to realize that they are mechanically less skilled than the Miracle Workers. In that sort of situation, you cannot play them in a straight-up game. They have to bring in some sort of chaos here. And they can't do that when they're being as predictable as they're currently being. Launch some balls at them, go for a couple of dribbles. But what they're doing right now is highly predictable. And as you said last game, every single ball is getting taken away from them. Introduce some chaos to this match.
Yeah, really have to watch out not to let that happen too often. This is a very good offense. What an amazing play. This is more what they need of. What they need more of.
Look at that perfectly placed pass. Zidrox gets himself up there, and none of this could have been played any better than it actually was. Perfectly weighted passes, perfectly positioned passes, and the car control in midair was phenomenal from Zidrox.
What a fantastic start into game number 2 for New Archon. Let's see if they can keep that up. Certainly looks like it. They are certainly pressuring more. They are going into this with a plan. Stocky Machine going to try to foil that plan, and Needinator with an unfortunate touch there almost allowed Stocky Machine to score straight away here. Going to try to carry it all the way down through to the orange side of the field. Needinator knocking it up into the air for Zidrox, who's going to lose out the aerial battle against Rio. Cheerio, though, with a cheeky shot attempt. Needinator is going to try to score again, but killer number 7 sweeps it off. two great attempts coming in from New Archons, but by the end, they were already back to just pepper the ball against the net and see what happens mode.
Yeah, but this has been a much better game so far. Zero shots even coming in from the Miracle Workers. They just haven't managed to find any sort of way through because they haven't really had that much time in the New Archon side, but we're seeing a little bit more of it here. And they can't afford for New Archon to get momentum here because momentum in a best of 3 can end you almost immediately.
And right now, it's looking much better than it has in game number 1. Looking solid on defense here as well. Miracle Workers are trying to find a hole here, but so far have found no success. Ball's up in the air. Needinator not going to win out the aerial battles, and that's something that has been a running theme all throughout the series. You've mentioned it. Miracle Workers are the mechanically superior team, and we are seeing it again and again as 50-50s and aerial battles are lost out by New Archon, but this is all about positioning. This is all about the game plan. Zitrox puts it against the backboard, and a miss coming in from Cheerio, and now they've let their net completely empty.
Was there any need? They were 1-0 up. They have no reason to be sending everyone up there unless they are absolutely certain of the goal. And to be honest, if contact was made, it almost certainly was a goal. So I can kind of... tactically, I almost can't blame them for doing that, but what a huge mistake to go for. You can't really say much, and that is going to hurt that momentum so much.
Yep, absolutely. I think they were banking on carrying that 1 goal advantage through for as long as possible so they can attempt to build it up even further, but just like that, things are back to even. And now Miracle Workers have all the tools that they need to go back into the lead and potentially take the series 2-0, but it's not quite done yet. Still got lots of time left for both teams. Number 7 here on the offense. Gonna catch off Cheerio, and Stocking Machine already waiting in position. Gonna try to dribble it above the defenders coming in from New Archon. They get a good clear. Cheerio, backflips just below the ball. Misjudged that a little bit. May have run out of boost there as well. Not quite sure. But this is going to be another prime opportunity for Miracle Workers to attack. They have the ball in their possession right now. Stocking Machine has it in the corner. Killer number 7 already moving into the center. Here comes Ryuk in from behind, trying to slam dunk the ball into the net. Not quite happening just yet, but New Archon kind of struggling to get out of their own half of the field right now.
Yeah, it's going to get to that nervous part as well, where 1 goal could just be the deciding factor in this. 2 minutes remaining, we'll start to see these teams starting to turtle up just a little bit, especially if they have slightly less experience than usual. So it'll be interesting to see how exactly New Archon will go about the remainder of this game, because honestly, they've played well throughout the majority of this match, but it would be terrible to see that other goal being the momentum killer. Ryuk had the opportunity of the game.
Yep, couldn't quite get the angle that he was looking for. Miss coming in from Needinator. Defensive miss, but it was quickly fixed by Cheerio, who gets a nice clear all across the field. Needinator putting it against the corner. Rebounds straight towards the center. Killer number 7 with a less than ideal clear. And Zitrox takes opportunity.
Yeah, we can see it here. The ball comes in. Killer feels like he has to get a touch onto it. That is all he can get a hold of. But in that situation, he either has to get the block or Ryuk has to come out and challenge, because that is still directly in front of the goal. It wasn't, and that has given New Archon an opportunity to take away this match, considering for a second there, they were starting to look like they were out of ideas.
Minute and 30 still remaining. There's a long shot coming in from Needinator. Killer number 7 is the one to save that one. But you've mentioned it. Time isn't too plentiful anymore. And while Miracle Workers are probably certainly able to put on a strong and quickly paced offense in what little time they have left, it's all up to New Archon to defend it properly and perhaps even go for a counter. Right now, they're in a wonderful position. If they can keep that going for another minute or so, Ryuk going to try to pass the ball over to Stocking Machine, but he completely overshoots. And that's going to be another offense coming in from Cheerio. And a goal as well.
Cheerio just sat there waiting and biding his time. He sees Zidrop going back, knows that it's his turn to rotate over, and there was no one there to try and counter him. There was no one there to try and block him. There was no one even goal. Cheerio, great shot from him, but it didn't even have to be as good as that for him to get the goal.
50 seconds now remaining. 2-goal advantage on the side of New Archon. Going to have to defend against this offense here. Off of the backward, it comes. Stocking Machine takes opportunity, and we saw Cheerio desperately trying to save that, but to no avail.
Yeah, Cheerio could have actually got that there, but there was a slight hesitation. He just stopped himself. He had the boost to get there. Just didn't quite take the opportunity whilst he had the... Well, whilst he could. Could have got there earlier. Could have put that one over the crossbar and forced him a little bit more. But at the same point, Cheerio shouldn't have to been in that situation where he had to try and clear that.
40 seconds remaining for Miracle Workers to get the equalizer going here. Failed offense coming in from New Archon. Cheerier just puts the ball up front. Rio have an easy time saving that one. Zneet was nowhere near the right position for that one. That's a good pass over to Stocking Machine, but Zneet coming in from behind and stopping that dead in its tracks. Now Cherry with another shot onto target. Really challenging Miracle Workers defense here. Something that hasn't happened too often from New Archon in game number 1, looking already much better. Stocking Machine going to try to carry this on through all by himself. 8 seconds left. We got a player in the middle of the field, killer number 7, waiting for the pass, but time is running out. Ball is running the wrong direction. This is going to touch the ground. This is going to be the 1-1.
I mean, that was a game that was certainly needed. I mean, there's no doubt about that. New Archon obviously had to get that, otherwise they were going to be going down into the losers bracket. But we've seen 2 sloppy games now from both these teams. I think this next one, we're either going to see both these teams just lash out at each other and just keep throwing until the other one falls down, or we're going to see one of these teams turtle up. Maybe even both teams. I'm hoping, as a viewer, it's the first situation. I just want to see these teams throw now.
Yep, absolutely. Both teams have had their moment, and now it's time to shine and bring all they have to the table. 1-1 in a best of 3. This is the deciding game. Here we go. First kickoff of the game. No quick offense, or scratch that. Zneed just puts one onto target straight off the kickoff. Look at the barrage that New Archon is trying to put onto the orange net right now, but Ryuk wisely carries the ball over. Stocking Machine in the meanwhile with the bump takes out Zneed out of this defensive play, but not for long enough, as he respawns right where he needs to be. Stocky with a good save, just jumping upwards nicely, predicting that, but look at that shot from Zneed.
Zneed. What a hit that was. Stocky obviously has to get that one up high, but he needs someone up there challenging it almost immediately. Zneed has almost no right to be hitting it that well from that angle, yet he has done it, and that is so crucial. 27 seconds into this game, gets the first punch in, and that is going to be 1-0 to New Archon. A team that looked out of ideas in the first game suddenly seem revitalized.
Oh, here comes Cheerio with a follow-up attack. Zneed puts it against the backboard, and here we see the 2-0.
Yeah, just a complete rotational nightmare. Ryuk's gone up for that ball, completely missed it. And it's a complete, it's an open goal afterwards. The rotation actually seemed fine, but rotation is worth nothing if you're not hitting the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the matter of the mix. You gotta mix all your gameplay parts, mechanics, rotations, tactics, Stocking Machine with the shots.
Well, I was saying in between the mid game, which one are we gonna get? Option 1 of throwing bombs at each other, or option 2, where they just turtle up? It seems like we get option 1. That was really poor defense, as we can see. Didn't clear the ball to the side or down the pitch. Just sat there, really, ready for Stocky. But that is going to be the goal that keeps this match interesting as this fast pace continues. And here might be number 2.
Ryuk put that one in position quite nicely. Unfortunately, nobody from Miracle Workers able to follow up on that. And the counter is quick and vengeful from New Archon.
Yeah, this has been a complete change around from that first game. Miracle Workers right now, they just seem confused. It doesn't seem like they really know what balls they should be going for. They are falling for a lot of just New Archon just throwing a player around, not even really aiming to hit it. But they'll react to that anyway, and that might be number 4. God. A minute hasn't even gone by now. 3-goal advantage, 5 goals scored between these two.
What a misplay off the kickoff. Nobody covered the goal. It's the old story, the decades-old story, even though the game is just barely a year old. Keep your goal covered on kickoffs, or stuff like this will happen eventually. And in the game where you're already down by 2 goals, you definitely don't want it to happen. Still plenty of time left, of course, but 4-1, as you've mentioned, for New Archons after just a minute. What a strong game number 3 for them, and Ryuk gets his shot blocked. Will we see a quick counter? Oh, killer number 7 fails to stop it, but Stocking Machine coming in from behind. And that puts the ball back up forward, but man, oh man, this New Archon team.
They've just kept calm. That's literally all they've had to do in this. They've kept themselves calm, they've kept themselves playing their game. And it has worked out beautifully for them. They just... they haven't done anything special so far, but they haven't needed to. They've just defended solidly. They've put in decent offense. And I really do feel like it all stemmed from that fantastic team play that happened in Game 2. That revitalized them entirely.
Absolutely. Certainly looks like it. They are carrying the momentum through all the way right now. And Now the tables have turned from game number 1. Miracle Workers are the one who get the ball snatched away from them every opportunity that New Archon can get. And they are the ones who don't seem to be able to put up a solid offensive plan here. Killer number 7 puts against the crossbar. Such a close one.
Oh,
Ryu
no, it's not.
won't follow up this, but Killer number 7 in his 3rd attempt finally scores.
They needed that so much. Ryuk, I mean, not in the obvious way, they needed goals to come back into that, but that miss from Ryuk could honestly have completely killed off any sort of confidence they had. So thankfully Killer came in and saved that one, put that one into the net. They've got plenty of time to bring themselves back into this match, but man, that was close.
Certainly was. 3rd time's the charm, though. You've asked for a game in which both teams just pepper each other, and, well, see what we've got. So everyone's got what they asked for. Sneed with a prime opportunity, can't quite put it in. Killer number 7 with a very, very dangerous clear. Hits the inside, the underside of the crossbar, but luckily for them, bounces straight back out. Zidrox with a push-up forward to put the ball in position for further offensive opportunity, but nobody's there to keep Ryu from clearing it all the way across the field. Sneed gets a save here. Easy save, but ball is in the hands of New Archon right now. His knee just took it straight off. And that's the 5-2.
That was ridiculously impressive, but Killer telegraphed that so much. Need is not going for the block on Killer here. He's going exactly when he knows Killer is going to play it. So, yes, it was a good read from Sneed, but Killer, he needed to play that one closer to him, not in a position that he could be read, and just have that ball taken away from him so easily, and that can't be another one.
Killer number 7 this time around, just barely there to save it, but that would almost have been another kickoff goal. Here he comes with an offensive attempt, but Cheerio saves that like nothing, and Stocking Machine actually bumping Ryuk out of the way. We are seeing cracks in the facade of Miracle Workers here as far as communication and coordination goes. Time slowly running out. Ryuk with another attempt, can't quite get the angle, went for that vertical adjustment a little too early, and that's a wide clear once more coming in from New Archon. It's counter-cleared by Miracle Workers, but 2 of their members barreling past that ball. Vidrox with the attempt to re-angle that one, can't quite make it happen just yet. Minute and 20 seconds still remaining, 3 goals still to catch up on for the Miracle Workers and a New Archon team that is looking like they are out for even more blood.
Yeah, it certainly seems so. I mean, their defense has been really well coordinated so far. They haven't overcommitted, and they've got themselves back properly. There's no players starting to turn back towards the goal and then going, oh, wait, ball, I think I can still get this. In this situation, however, all 3 of them can launch themselves at it because someone's getting that goal. No way they can miss it.
Yep. What a coordinated offensive attempt here. Coming in, Cheerios. Mead was already in position as well, and they just got the ball past the defensive line from Miracle Workers just as they passed the center line of the field, so there was no chance for Miracle Workers to save that. And it's not looking good for them. They may be facing a loser's bracket entry here, and winner's bracket exit.
Decide at this point that they're going to the loser's bracket. They're not bringing it back here. They've got no inspiration really in the way they're attacking. They're just surviving right now, and they can't survive 4 goals down.
In case in point, New Archon are all up their faces, looking to get that ball past the goal line just once more for that 7-3. What a dominating victory here from a team that, you've mentioned it, looked so uninspired, so helpless in game number 1, and then they came back in game number 2 big time. And that is the result of a team that didn't lose their cool, the team that carried the momentum that they gained in game number 2 and worked perfectly with it. 5 seconds still remaining in this match, and this is going to be a victory for New Archon. They're going to move on here to the next round, dropping Miracle Workers down to the loser's bracket.
Yep, certainly seemed very impressive on their front. I mean, apart from that goal in game number 2, nothing overly special. It was a very good read in game 3 on Killer number 7, but for the most part, it was just solid gameplay, letting Miracle Workers make their own mistakes and taking advantage of that. And sometimes that's all you need. And Absolutely. They did very well. And tell you what, for the team that I put down as less experienced, they put a much more veteran performance in there than we saw from Miracle Workers.
Yeah, I was going to bring up a few things that I noticed that were really interesting to see is the kickoffs. Everyone saw their kickoffs every single time they went for boost. I think there was 1 or 2 occasions that Miracle Workers didn't. And when they started going for boost, they eventually got scored on. And you'll notice with New Archon, they'll have one cheating, one going for the kickoff, and then one going to a back corner boost, which limits you so much because you haven't got anything on the right side to cover, unless it's in front of the cheat. You haven't got anything behind the ball if they get an early shot, and it eventually happened that they got scored. There was a goal in the kickoff. There was almost 2 or 3 there. The other thing was the passing. I'm going to name it Pikachu tail passing plays because when I drew it on a bit of paper, it looked just like a Pikachu tail. It's
why you're not allowed to name things, Gregan.
It went out to the side, back into the middle, and then straight up forward, just like a lightning bolt kind of shape. And that was the passing play that most of them would look for. And early on, it was Miracle Workers that were doing it a lot, and then later on, New Archon started to do it. And last thing I'd like to say is that in a Gfinity, you get those early games, or any of those other kind of open bracket tournaments, you get those early games to warm up. And I think it showed in New Archon's playstyle today. Their first game, they didn't look like they were ready to play against a strong team. As it went on, they warmed up and got into it, and they started committing only one player to each play and rotating around a lot more, and that allowed them to cover a lot more area, and it put Miracle Workers in a backseat position. Because we talk about speed of play, and it's not just about how you move as a player, it's about how you move as a team. Because if there's always someone getting to the ball next, because you've got a better coverage of the pitch, then it makes a huge difference. And so just taking one player away from the double commit allows them to play faster, and that is where they took the edge in those second 2 games. So as I said beforehand, New Archon are a team to watch out for because they are looking strong ever since I cast them in Gfinity, and I think they just proved it there in those last 2 games.
Yeah, you've mentioned it. Adaptability is so important as a Rocket League team, and it looks like New Archon has exactly that, and are able to handle it quite well. So congratulations on their awesome win over Miracle Workers. I do have to admit, I did not expect this after seeing game number 1. I thought Miracle Workers were going to take it with not much effort, but hey, Rocket League, anything can happen on Rocket League, and it sure did tonight. So, first match over and done for tonight, but I believe we have a next match lined up already. Crown and Jewels versus Rapid Shot is going to be the name of the game, and it's going to happen in just a few more moments as we get ready. Do not go anywhere. Also, be sure to tweet at Rocket League Central or using the hashtag Rocket Royale, because we will be keeping an eye on that all throughout the day. So if you want to have your tweet brought up and read on stream, then do go ahead and tweet at us. We love every single bit of audience interaction. And now we will disappear into a very short break. It'll be very short, I promise. When we're back, it's going to be Crown and Jewels versus Rapid Shot, so do not go anywhere.
Give me angels wings in the clouds.
And welcome back. It is July 17th, 2016. It is Sunday. It is game day. It is Rocket Royale Day. My name is still the Patch, still joined here by Gregan and Shogun. And our next match is going to be Crown and Jewels versus Rapid Shot.
Yep, should certainly be interesting. I don't think I've seen much of Scrub on this new Crown and Jewels squad, so I'm very curious the way that this one should be going. So, has anyone really got much information on this Rapid Shot? Sorry, Pokemon Go is really been a fun lately.
Rapid Shot aren't particularly known in the community yet as a team. They haven't really been pushing for the top 10 that much. They have come into this as Seed 12, and they have every right to start taking games off these top players. So they have, as far as I know, Royce and Pondex. I've seen them before, but not necessarily later stages of any kind of tournament. But as we saw there with NA, let me just Archon, New Archon. Sorry, I've not got used to these new names. There's loads of them around. You can bring in players who not necessarily winning tournaments together, put them in a 3, and suddenly something clicks and they start playing really well. So hopefully that is the case with Rapid Shot, as they've had a year of Rocket League now to finally find people who they get on well with and play well with.
Yeah, we've certainly seen a lot of things go on. Sorry, we had a couple of issues just for a second there where we couldn't quite find Rapid Shot's third, but we have found them now. We have managed to get away from such tragic possibilities as subbing Shogun in, which was easy second place every time. But yeah, we've got players starting to join in quite quickly, actually. It's been quite good. So we have Rapid Shot, and now I've actually had it. Oh, okay, yep, I know these guys are. It's always nice when you actually see the players in, because there's a lot of teams that go around. I'm seeing Royce, I'm seeing Pondex 10, who is certainly a very, very good player. And I am waiting for their third.
I mean, there's a lot of great players out there, and you'll see them in ranked, and you'll come across them and you go, why on earth are you not playing for a team and doing very well? Because you're incredible. And it could just be they have an amazing game, and so perhaps that's why they're not there, because of consistency. But sometimes they just can't fit in to a team, or they just can't find 2 other really good players. And that could be the case for Rapid Shot, that they've all come together and it's really clicked. And so that's how they'll hopefully be going. But then Crown and Jewels have got another player who we can talk very long about, how they are great as an individual but aren't necessarily the best in teams, and that's Scrub Killer. He's an incredible 1v1 player, beating the best players in the world. Watching him play 1v1s is mesmerizing, because he just does stuff that no one has ever seen before. Mechanically, he does incredible things, and he's just learnt to dribble properly now, so that is another skill set that he's added to his arsenal. But in 3s, it's a completely different playing field, because all those individual mechanical skills normally get held down, and you can't do them because your opposition are able to block and defend you, and if they don't, there's another player waiting to react to whatever they forced you to do. So there won't be any dribbles from Scrub likely, and there won't be any of these fancy aerials that he can take past 2 people very frequently, but we might see some of those. And it's all about using your teammates in 3s, getting those passes, holding good position so that those passes are more viable, and making sure you don't get scored on whilst committing as much as you can, because with 3 people you can put constant pressure on as long as you do the rotations correctly. And right now I'm not sure the Crown and Jewels team have played enough together. They've not been busting the top of Gfinity too frequently. They did have a little bit of a honeymoon phase, as Gibbs would call it, where they did very well, but then it's kind of petered out a bit, and they're now not necessarily reaching that same level. So Spoonie has been confirmed to be the 3rd player in this lineup for Rapid Shot.
Absolutely. A lot of potential on both sides. Of course, Crown and Jewels already a well-established team, and we are actually ready to jump straight into the game. So take it away, Gregan and Shogun, for Crown and Jewels versus
Thank you.
Rapid Shot. There you go.
Shot.
Thank you, European Golden Boy. I miss him already. So yes, we do have Crown and Jewels against Rapid Shot. So this is going to be an interesting one. Gregan, what do you expect to see here? Because obviously these are teams we've seen Crown and Jewels around for a long, long time, but what are you expecting to see from them here as a team that, as you said just previously, is under development?
I would like to see using Scrub effectively because he has just been introduced back into the team, and you can see he does amazing stuff like that, which Spoonie was forced to the absolute maximum there to save it off of the post. So using him, playing around him, so setting him up for great passes, and with that, they should do very well.
Yeah, we're seeing right now already a very quick pace to this match, actually, as these teams try to find each other. Ball played over to the middle. Scrub Killer puts that pressure on, gets it to bounce off the backboard, but the ball is going to be cleared over into the middle by Spoonie. As Sebadam gets off the sideboard, tries to follow it up, gets the shot on, but that should be an easy save for Pwned. It's actually not that convincing, though, so Royce has to get himself up there. He's going to go for a second touch, but immediately gets cleared over. Flaky, though, unconvincing over into the middle. Ball played off the backboard, but there's going to be no one there onto that. Scrub Killer's missed it. And the shot comes in after Pwned was unable to get an extra contact onto it, as both of these teams trying to find a way through right now. Do you think this is going to be the sort of pace we see throughout the entire thing, or is this just the opening flurry?
It's the opening minute, as we always tend to see between strong teams, finding out what their opposition are like and forcing them to make reasonably tough saves like that by Flarkey, as if they make those early mistakes, it sets a precedent for the whole game. Whereas if they start saving them, it proves to you have to be a little bit more creative. And right now, I think both teams have shown they are defensively capable.
Over into the corner. Royce is going to try and set it up, but he's got a teammate right next to him, so a bit unwise for Pwned to go forward as well, so he chose to go for defense. Just a complete rotational meltdown there. As two players from C&J, both good for that ball. So we see Scrub Killer. He's starting to very much prefer that Esper as the ball played over to the middle. Royce doesn't get a shot onto target, but Spoonie not only gets it into target, but hits the crossbar and bounces it in.
Yeah, the pass from Pwned was amazing onto Royce. This is the kind of play that you've got to be super careful with, as if it doesn't go well, there could be a counter opportunity. But you saw the original passer who made that initial wall hit was already on the rotation back, and that is key to those kind of shots, because you can make those if you're a good enough player, but if you can have them covered as well, it makes them 100% opportunities.
So Flarky's going to play that one up high. Seems like there was no second play to that one, so the ball's going to get cleared over onto the C&J half. As Sebadam gets that one over. Flarky tried to be a bit too smart with that one, going off the side walls. The pace is slowed down very slightly. Scrub Killer shot his play. He's actually done it for baiting. I should take two players out of that, but Flarky wasn't onto that one quick enough. But Scrub comes in, second chance, but hits the ball almost directly into Royce. As the ball goes straight back into the C&J half. Sebadam gets it past Royce quite easily. Spoonie not as convincing either. Sebadam gets the block. He's almost taken on three players here in a row, and then we see a miss from Spoonie. Can't afford for stuff like that. Thankfully, the pace here from C&J hasn't been that quick, because they haven't really managed to capitalize on any sort of mistakes. And why is that? I mean, Gregan, you've got a better view of the field. Why are they so late to these mistakes so far?
It's the positioning at the moment from Crown and Jewels. They're in the wrong places. They're pushing up too far when there's 50-50s, and you do not want to rely on a teammate winning in a 50-50. In that point, you have someone back a little bit further and someone to the side for it to spray out. You don't really want to have people pushing in front of the ball at that point, and they've done that up to now. And the other thing is, when you see a player on the goal line, go up and give them a little bit of pressure. You've got three players. It's not an issue to commit if they do manage to get the touch.
Ball over into the middle. Royce, I mean, we're seeing again here a huge amount of time. There are three players on the pitch, so they wouldn't really have been hurt by at least sending one player to pressure that. Ball now over into the corner. Scrub's going to try and look for the pass. Great pass as it was, as two players from Rapid Shot go to block that. Scrub Killer, though, first player to that, so two players are out. Flaky tries to get it past Royce, but, I mean, it was Pondex, actually, that came in. And Royce has now got the ball on top of his guy. He's put the shot onto target. Scrub Killer looks to go for the backflip to try and force it over the top, but it's an easy goal for Royce.
You just see here Sebadam pushing up a little bit too early when his opposition had better control, and that forced Scrub Killer into a ghosting situation where he was far too close to the player with the ball, and that allowed him to chip it over him without any kind of touch. So good speed from Rapid Shot. The clue is in the name. They get in there quick and make their plays fast, and that should put C&J in a lot of pressure situations. That ball bobbles dangerously into the middle.
That should been it. Honestly, if that goal went in, that would have been the end of this match, but 2 goals in a minute. Still possible for C&J. I'd like to see their pace go up just a tiny amount, because so far they've looked very much like the team that's in reaction to what Rapid Shot are doing, not the other way around. Royce gets that one off to the side, going to look for Pwned. Pwned, actually, if he got a shot onto target, he would only have to beat Scrub. As the ball played over into the corner. C&J so far still with nothing overly convincing onto net. Ball played over to the middle. Scrub Killer going to look for a second touch onto that one, but so does Flucky. Ball now over to the middle, and for there's no reason not to at this point. 2 goals down. 7M doesn't even think twice about breaking the rotation.
Yeah, it was a great touch from Scrub Killer to set up his teammate to go for that off the corner cross, and you see there all of Rapid Shot up on that ball in front of net. One of them should have been pressuring the corner, one of them should have been covering back post to come in and dive through. You can't sit everyone under your goal, as it just allows too easy for your opposition to play around you.
So the long shot comes in. It's going to force a save from Flucky, who actually realizes that it's going to hit the crossbar, so no need to take the base. Scrub Killer gets himself up high. Seems like he's just started to wake up a little bit. Going to look for a second touch.
Oh, Scrub Killer!
Got it! What a shot from Scrub. I was too busy looking at Flag.
Scrub Killer, so much control in the air, just gets a light touch, continues hovering, has to have such an incredible downward angle, but he manages to find it and guide it straight in. It barely needed to bounce, as that ball was pretty much dissolved on the original hit. So much mechanical brilliance there by him, and suddenly Crown and Jewels have woken up and are back into this.
Nothing about that wasn't played perfectly. Scrub Killer hit it with his wheel as well to make sure he got as little power on it as possible. Realized as long as it was on target, he would get the goal. Nothing there was left to chance. Shot comes in. Scrub Killer with the second goal of his game. 7 shots from him, and he has stolen this match for C&J. This is why you get him onto your team.
Yeah, an incredible aggression by him at the end here. Pacing up into that ball and finishing it off high with a good strike. But what happened there was Rapid Shot chipped it up in their own half, which is fine because there wasn't any pressure from the opposition, but no one was there from their team to get the second touch and get a good clear. And they gave away that win to Crown and Jewels at the end there. They got scored on 3 times in 32 seconds. Incredible stuff from Crown and Jewels.
That was absolutely ridiculous, and at times you really don't like as a caster, I don't like to turn around and say this player carried the team. But that last 30 seconds, what else can you call that from Scrub Killer? That was a double touch aerial using the backboard from a ridiculous angle. Had no help really for that one to put it in, and then the final shot to finish off that match. You can't call it anything else. Scrub Killer with the carry.
Exactly, and up to that point, Crown and Jewels were committing 2 people to the same balls. They were sitting in awkward positions where they're easily getting outplayed by their opposition. But suddenly at the end there, they were paced it up. As in particular, Scrub Killer was pacing it up. But they were just going and trusting their mechanical skills and just going for things that they could get. Because when you're 2-0 down, there's nothing to lose. And if they do that all the way through the game, they should be good. But Spoony trying to do a little dribble around the final player, not quite able to get over it enough at the end there.
Yeah, there's almost a case to be made that maybe he should have left that for his teammate, but he thought he could just hook it in. Wasn't quite able to make the contact that he needed. Now Sebadam tries to go for the dribble. Scrub Killer's getting bullied by Poland in the background. He's got to make a save. Shot was almost directly at him, though. Scrub just had to turn his car sideways and get rid of it. Sebadam now going to try and chase this one down. As the ball played over to the corner. No play going to happen for Royce for the time being, as he is out of the match, and Scrub Killer has managed to hit Spoony in the background. But they managed to get away with it. Spoony, you're going to leave that one as it goes over to the side. He's actually going to get bumped away by Sebadam, but the ball's going to be played by Royce over into the middle. Royce gets it off the backboard. No one there for the time being, but the fact that it's bounced upwards is going to turn the time and just make it seem that it just went a little bit longer. Because it rolled upwards, it took longer for a shot to come in. Sebadam gets that one away. Ball's going to get played off the backboard. And honestly, coming off that last game, Rapid Shot looked like they were in control so much, but they ended up losing. If you're in that team right now, Gregan, what do? Do you play it the same way, or do you try and change something up?
They need to just play like they did for the rest of the other game. Obviously, Crown and Jewels played a lot stronger in the last moment, so it made it tough. But it was a bad decision by them to continue playing very defensively. As like I said, there were 3 people sitting on the line. Defense isn't just about protecting the goal. It's about covering the corners, covering the back walls, all these kind of things that if you're sitting on your goal line, you cannot get to them as fast as your opposition. And Crown and Jewels picked up on that. And that is where their experience will be better than Rapid Shot. They know how to find gaps in bad positioning.
Ball played over to the corner. Still no goals in this match. As the ball going to get played over to the side, it would be a ridiculous angle from Spoony to get that one in, especially when Sebadam had goal covered. Scrub Killer now in the 1v1, but Poland has none of that. Just charges the ball down, but it still doesn't mean that they're out of defense. Ball played over to the corner, but Scrub Killer is just sat there ready and waiting, trying to steal boost. As he's still got hold of the ball, plays that one over to the middle. Oh, Scrub Killer with the unintentional clear. It was a great pass. Ball played off the backboard. Sebadam is going to leave that one. Realized that he was in a bad position. Scrub Killer should be the one to play this. Pass over into the middle. Flaky over to Scrub. Yet again, the 1-2 play wasn't quite finished off. Scrub Killer, after playing that first ball, would have been running out of boost. He did have to do a wee jump to going for it. Didn't get anything for it, but Flaky shot comes in. He's going to capitalize off the mistake. Great angle from Flaky, but he should never have been allowed the shot.
Yeah, you can just see here, rapid shot, one off the post and the other one just hovering, not ever going to make a convincing touch in that, and that left Spoonie in an awkward position because he assumed his teammate was going to get it, and he was ready to cover that from different angles, but in the end, Flarkey was left the ball from that close range, and he does get a nice little angled chip. Very important to get a little bit of height on that as well to make it even tougher for Spoonie. But it is unfortunate right now for rapid shot as they are getting the ball left in their own half far too easy, like that. Pond has just chipped that up in the middle for Sebadam, and that is a great opportunity for their opposition to take over control and put a shot in.
Yeah, it just seems like now that Rapid Dash is... I've done it again, Rapid Shot! Their defense and their offense just seems very panicked at this moment in time. Not really any coordination to it, just sort of launching themselves towards the ball and hoping something will happen for them. But they do have an opportunity now. C&J get rid of the ball as the long shot comes in. Pondex. Oh, I was not overly convinced by that save for just a second or so. As the ball back over into the middle. Pwned. Going to try and play that one off the backboard, but no real power on it. Means it's an easy clear away for Scrub Killer. Flarkey, bit of an awkward touch from him, and that's going to allow the ball bounce off the backboard. No one in goal, but the save comes in from Flark. Realizes he just has to cover the angle and takes the shot away. Great defense from Flark.
Yeah,
and we saw the long shots coming in.
Flarkey and Sebadam have been doing really well to play around their opposition now. After the beginning where they were out of position a lot, they're now really getting there and challenging. Like Flarkey there, he's not necessarily going for the ball directly, he's going for the block, which he did so well on that save, and almost saved there. But Sebadam finding the angle for the block, and it's all about reading your opposition. And right now, Rapid Shot aren't doing enough to make themselves harder to read.
Yep, Scrub Killer, he's going to take his time before taking it. He realizes that no one's there, and his flex is going to go to Flarkey. As the clearance comes in from Royce. Two players from C&J go for that, so it's going to rely on Sebadam. And you can see here, he's just going to slow the pace down a little bit, take the ball into a position that allows his team to get themselves back into rotation. Flarkey comes out second best on that one. Now Scrub Killer beat as well. The shot was just a little bit too hard for Royce to come in and finish it off. A Scrub Killer, first one to that one, should be down to Sebadam. Sebadam gets it over to the side, chooses against the long shot, and great passing play comes in. Unfortunately, the finish wasn't quite there. Shot from Scrub Killer gets played away from the block. 1-0 is actually all it is. Poland has got his team's last shot here. Ball played off the side. Great defensive awareness just to get that ball away, play it over to the side, and just say no more, no mas.
Yeah, they just didn't look like getting scored on their crown jewels. There's a couple of moments where Rapid Shot had passing opportunities or shot opportunities, but the angle was always covered by crown jewels. They just covered a lot more of the pitch towards the end and the angle. So well played to them to wake up in the first game to make it a little bit easier for them. And they do only need to score one goal in the second one to push forward. But you see there the shots, only 4 shots from Rapid in that last game compared to the 8 of their opposition. So over double the amount of goal scoring opportunities for Blue Team.
Right, well, let's bring the Pash back in. Hello, Pash.
Hello! Great job!
How was that to watch?
Yeah, it was great to watch. I think it kind of went the same way that the first match went, in that Crown and Jewels had kind of starting difficulties in the first half of the match, especially when it came to chemistry between specifically Flark and Sebadam. We know that Scrub Killer and Flark were having a training session just before the game, and it really showed because their coordination was generally much better and more coordinated, as coordination tends to be. Than the other way around, and they kind of still were finding their way into the game. They weren't really warmed up, though, as a team. Until at the end, you've mentioned it, Scrub Killer came in and basically carried the game, stole it away, 3 goals in 1 minute or 2 minutes. And then mechanically, Crown and Jewels was the better team from the get-go, no matter how much coordination or rotations were concerned. But in game number 2, they just kind of found each other. I think that Scrub Killer flurry of goals towards the end of game number 1 certainly did a lot to wake them up, and then we saw team plays, we saw the rotations, we saw coordination and teamwork much better than we did in game number 1, so it was just a matter of getting warmed up. And that's the tale of the story. As we continue to see early games, I think we're going to see this more and more with more teams playing the exact same way. or more matches playing out the exact same way, I should say. But as we move towards the later stages of the tournament, we should hopefully see more well-oiled machines and more played-in players who are ready to bring their best to the table.
And that is very important in stage 2 of the tournament. Every team there will be playing in a best of 5, not a best of 5, sorry, a series of 5 where every game does matter. So had Crown and Jewels lost that first game, it wouldn't have been a huge problem, as they probably would have won the next 2 afterwards. But later on, it could be the difference. So they do need to get that consistency going now during this kind of warm-up Group 1 stages. There will be quite a few teams going through. It's 8 teams of today's, I think it's 12 in the European scene. So only the small little batch at the bottom will be cut out. So it is definitely a warm-up for a lot of teams.
And as you just said, that we're going to get to that stage. It is just going to get more and more difficult for C&J. And honestly... by the way, it's best of 5 apparently for the next round, according to Mr. Cloudy. That's going to become difficult for C&J. Yes, they came through with the win here, but that first game was difficult, and they only ever seemed to be working well whenever they had space to, work around with, get the ball under control, and then go for what they wanted. Saw a couple of good touches from Sevenam just to take the ball to the side, but it's going to be interesting to see what can they come up with when they don't have that space, when the pressure is on, and they are getting squeezed into their half like we know some of these top teams can do.
Definitely.
Remains to be seen as we continue further onwards in this Rocket Royale for Sunday, July 17th, 2016. And in the meanwhile, we are still waiting for tweets from the community. If you are watching right now and would like to comment or make a remark or basically just say hi to everyone, then do not hesitate. Tweet at RocketLG Central or use the hashtag Rocket Royale. Doing both may help in getting you on the stream, though you'll get on stream anyway. And we will be presenting your tweets on stream all day long. We'll be keeping an eye on that hashtag, and just to demonstrate how exactly it works, our very own Gregan has made this first step. We got a tweet on screen from him saying, glad that hashtag Rocket Royale, that's the important part right there, hashtag Rocket Royale, is back. Looking forward to seeing the best EU and NA Rocket League players compete today. So just do that, and we will do that. Read your tweet on stream and then talk about it. So would you like to elaborate on that tweet? Is there anything you would like to add, Gregan?
I'm so glad Rocket Royale's back, and I'm glad to be casting it as well. And as the tournament goes on, it's only going to get better and better. We're seeing the next level of plays with the RLCS, encouraging teams to train more and practice a lot more. And also with Gfinities now becoming more frequent, and there's different varieties of it. I think more people are willing to compete at the highest level. And there's also Pro RL coming in. So there's just so much more Rocket League than ever before. And it's great to bring it all together this weekend with Rocket Royale. And see them all competing. And see, people were saying I was more interested in playing Pokemon Go. My pen broke, and I was trying to fix it. So I'm not playing Pokemon Go on stream. I was doing that during the last cast.
Yeah. We'll
he is lying. We can hear it. We've got him muted whenever we're casting, but all we can hear in the background is da 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 da.
And you guys this little flick. It's very telling, the throwing of the Pokeball. So what have you caught, Gregan? Have you caught anything rare while we were casting here?
No, my house is quite a good hotspot though, because there's a lot of rustling grass around it. But unfortunately, not during the cast, at least.
I've got like 2 Pokestops in a like 1 mile.
Why are we talking about this on a Rocket Royale stream?
See, look like we're unprofessional.
It's basically Pokemon Go is something that everyone does. So it's not talking about it on a Rocket Royale stream. It's talking about it on a thing that exists, and that's basically.
We might have just encouraged people to get out of the house now and not watch Rocket League because they're so inspired by our stories. So we should probably stop.
You can watch mobile streams. Mobile streams are a thing.
Not when you're on your mobile. Not when you're on your mobile playing Pokemon Go. You can't. So anyway, we'll move on from this. And
gosh darn it.
Gosh darn it.
Yeah. All right, yeah, we'll move on from this. Be sure to tweet at us, hashtag Rocket Royale. Be sure not to play Pokemon Go, even if there's a rare Pokemon, because there is Rocket Royale going on right now, and you do not want to miss this. That Charizard can definitely wait. We will be hopping into a quick break while we get the next game set up. Still waiting on some results here, so this break might take a bit longer, but not for too long. It'll just be enough for you to grab some snacks, grab a drink, go to the bathroom, or do whatever you need to do in a short break. And when we're back, more Rocket Royale for your viewing pleasure. So do not go anywhere, because we won't go either. And here we are, back again for the Rocket Royale on July 17th, 2016. My name is Depeche. I'm joined here right now by Shogun, because Gregan has apparently found Charizard outside and has rushed to catch it. No, there he is. He is back. Welcome back, Gregan. Have you caught it?
Wasn't there.
That was heartbreaking to listen to. I've never heard you sound so dejected.
I was actually just going to get another drink and some plums. But other than that, I've not caught anything today. That's good, because server's up and down. Why are we talking about this again?
I don't know, let's talk about something good. Let's talk about something important. The important thing so far is we currently have 3 teams through to the next round, which is the group stage. We Them Girls, Mocket EU, and Crown and Jewels, the team that we just finished watching. No real surprises in that group, really.
Not at all. We Them Girls, definitely we're going to get through the winners bracket. It's pretty standard for them to come out at the start very strong and just obliterate teams and go forward. So that's not a surprise. Mocket done very well to get through as well. And we did see Crown Jewels there. I would say they were the weakest of those 3. But that is not really a harsh thing to say, because they are still a very strong side.
Yep, certainly are. We'll certainly see who will end up moving on into phase number 2. For now, though, we've got the losers final coming up for you guys, and it's going to be Team Enjoy versus Team Unspecified, and that is certainly going to be an interesting game to watch. I personally am not too familiar with Team Enjoy. We saw Team Unspecified play in Friday's Gfinity to a great success. They did lose earlier on, though, in the winner's bracket already. 2-1 versus Team Enjoy, so this is a rematch. Team Enjoy losing their subsequent match against We Them Girls. It's gonna be it's gonna be tough.
I'm always a
for
fan
them.
of the run back. We've seen a couple of occasions like this in the old format, where there'd be a team that would lose to a particular team in the first round and get their opportunity to play them again in the lower bracket finals. That's what we've got here. The only time I've seen it happen before ended up being the opposite way around. So the team that lost in that first round ended up taking their revenge, beating them in the lower bracket finals. It might happen here. I mean, Unspecified, they've had a lot of roster changes recently. I believe that they've added, very recently, the residential journeyman of every single team, Lux, who I think he's just trying to check teams off at this point, which he has and hasn't played for. So I'll be interested to see how exactly they click right now.
Yeah, Team Enjoy are on the bubble team, quite literally. They've been there the whole time through the RLCS period. They're the team to watch for a lot of people, because they do seem to suddenly improve, and they're very much all about that teamwork, not about being individuals who are incredible. But there is a certain point you get to where your opposition also have that same level of teamwork, but they've just got that little extra bit of mechanical brilliance. So it'd be interesting to see whether they have been improving on that side of things, and whether it can work alongside their great teamwork playstyle.
All right, so here we go. Team Enjoy on the blue side versus Unspecified on orange. For Enjoy playing Freaky, GM Sexay, and Frizzish. And on the orange side, Unspecified, Danny, 28-21, Lux, and Blood Point. First kickoff of the game, we already see Blood Point TV moving up into the corner here, applying lots of pressure, and GM Sexay will be able to block that one and send it straight back over and go for an attack onto target. Can't quite get the angle. Frizzish also jumping straight in, trying to snatch the ball off of Danny's nose. Can't quite make it happen, though, and here comes Freaky with a well-needed clear straight into Blood Point's face, though. Lux with an attempted reader. It can't quite make it happen, and Frizzish with another push-up forward. Both teams trading blows right now in what is probably once more the opening flurry of the game, but no real breakthroughs so far. Promising attempts. Blood Point with another shot against the backboard, but none of those shots finding their target just yet.
You tend to see players attack as twos early on, so they'll do passing plays potentially, but there is always someone deep covering back. And as you get further forward, a little bit more comfortable with reading your opposition, you're happy to overcommit that last player, as you know you can do something that could potentially score a goal with it.
Lux losing out the 50-50 against GM Sexay. Lux is there to damage control, but can't really get the push-up forward either. So another clear is going to come in, and this is the game of clears so far. No real offensive movement yet. We've seen some pushes forward and some subsequent attempts to make something out of them, but nothing really coordinated. No counter opportunities, no real dangerous shots on target. Tame game so far, even though the pace is certainly rather high.
Yeah, a lot of these hits early on are just people going for the ball, but there is an opportunity for Frizish as the defense just go completely silent and allow him to come in and make that shot. You just see here, the man is backward. Poor Danny there on that front post, couldn't quite read it off the corner. And then Frizish has all the space in the world to come in and hit it mid-height net. Just, it was so free.
It was a great setup by Freaky as well, straight to the corner, and well read by Frizish, who was exactly where he needed to be to pick up on that rebound. And this puts the pressure onto Team Unspecified, and Team Enjoy do have a lot more leverage right now over how this game may run in the end, and they are certainly not letting go on the offense here. They have the pressure in their hands right now, and they want to keep applying it as far as they can. Danny leaving that shot over for Blood Point, puts it straight onto the face of Frizish, who positioned himself quite nicely for the counter block. Luck's going to try to carry this on through, but look at the pressure that Team Enjoy is not letting go right now. Blood Point TV is going to have to prevent Freaky from going for that shot. Can't quite do it, though, and that's going to be the 2-0.
Another silent defense moment. Freaky's touch into the corner, very good. Not quite read correctly, and I think they were too reliant on that touch from the corner working, because there was just no one rotating in from the far side, which would have been an easier hit. And then the player on the ground behind the ball, Blood Point, I think it was, just didn't get up quickly enough because he wasn't comfortable going for it.
So after a rather shaky start for both teams, Team Enjoy has taken the stick, and they're now running with it as we're at halftime, 2 goals up against their opponents, Unspecified, who still can't seem to be able to put up any kind of solid offense so far. Team Enjoy, ever since that first goal, they've been in full control of the game. We're going to see another shot onto target here, just narrowly saved by Danny. GM Sexe in the meanwhile blowing up Blood Point TV. So that's going to cost them a bit of defensive leverage. Oh, they can't make that goal happen. They definitely have to, but they do leave enough time for Team Enjoy to score that in and hit the goalpost there. Very unfortunate situation for Unspecified.
Yeah, Lux needs to be finishing those. He just didn't get up quickly enough from that close range. It's very tough to get over a ball and get it directed nicely when he looked like he didn't have much boost, much speed, but he was so close to it that he just needed to predict his upward movement a little bit better so that he could guide the shot.
Oh, and that's a miss coming in for him. Another offensive attempt. Luckily, they still had Danny in the back to prevent that counter opportunity that Enjoy immediately went for this versus Lux now. Both of them jumping past the ball after attempting to mind game each other. Jim Sexe is going to be able to drive the ball around Lux. Clashes in the middle with Bloodbone TV. Balls up in the air position. Him both going for it at the same time. In the end, it will be Danny who takes control. We're going to try to dribble it all the way through. Dribbles out one. Won't be able to dribble out the second, even though it's a 2v1 situation. We're nearing the 1 minute mark right now, and Unspecified are going to have to step up their game now if they want a chance of equalizing this 2-0 deficit here right now. There we go. 1 minute mark still remaining. How do you see this game going? Do you think they will still be able to make this happen here? Because so far their attacks have been looking rather desperate.
They're always looking to go on their own. You just see there Danny taking the ball forward away from his teammates, trying to take on the first line of Enjoy's defense. If you beat him, fair enough, you will occasionally beat them like you did with that dribble, but there will be another 1 or 2 players behind them ready to block it away. So that's where the passes are so important. You take one player out of it with the first touch through a pass, then the second touch from the other player will be able to get another one out of it. You may be able to score then, or you may be able to pass it one more time to make the final goal. And that is where working as a team is the most important thing in threes.
Yeah, it certainly is. 12 seconds still remaining, and time is very, very quickly running out here for Team Unspecified. Frizish with another opportunity to land a shot there. Dives past the ball, though. And as we tick down the final few seconds of the game, that ball's going to touch the ground, and we are going to have a Game 1 win for Team Enjoy. They just got the momentum early on and ran away with it, far away from Unspecified.
Yeah, they didn't have to do anything too fancy. The 2 goals they got were mistakes from Unspecified. You can see there only 2 shots from Unspecified. That really echoes how few opportunities they made for themselves. And the Enjoy team, they did well to cover in defense, not let them get those opportunities. But as far as offensive opportunities for them go, They were putting it in the right zones, but it was just bad defense from Unspecified that couldn't get rid of it. And I don't normally like to call defense bad, but it wasn't good at all. You can't sit in front of your goal and not put pressure on the ball and allow your opposition to get a point-blank shot like that for free.
No, really have to watch out to step up their defense here in game number 2, because it may be their last one in the tournament. This is the losers bracket final, so one more loss and they are out. No third chances here in Rocket Royale. And there we go. Previous series between the two teams ended in a 2-1 victory for Team Enjoy, so Unspecified definitely not the clearly worst team here. They just had a very, very shaky start into game number 1. Hopefully they can adjust, as has been the buzzword for tonight already in both matches that we've watched. Adjustment between games number 1 and 2 have already won matches for the teams that we've seen compete here tonight. Let's see if Unspecified can do it. Good start for them as Bloodpoint TV gets a point-blank shot onto goal. Puts it straight onto Jim Sexay, though, who clears that ball wide over onto the other side of the field. Danny now in control of the ball. We saw Freaky trying to intercept that. It was played quite nicely. All he did was put a little bit of extra height on that ball, make it a bit faster. Nothing too dangerous just yet. But we are certainly seeing Enjoy pulling all the strings here, looking for the offense, and Unspecified still don't look like they can really gather any definitive control of the ball.
No, at this moment, they are just hitting the ball away from themselves and not really following it up, or not putting it near their teammates who can follow up. It's very key to hit the ball somewhere where your teammates are next to it. It doesn't have to be at them, it just has to be nearest to them.
Yeah, at least it looks like they have stepped up their defense here a little bit. 2 solid saves already have come out here out of this game. Lux with a counter attempt, but Jim Sexay was already back home, had no problem saving that. And that's just the tale of the game. You've mentioned it. They are not playing to play towards the goal. They are just playing to play away from themselves. And while that does result in a shot on target every now and then, eventually you're going to break down as Frizish breaks the ice.
You can see here the clear from Bloodpoint was just too weak. It was still well in their half, and all that meant was the cross from GM Sexay was put in the right areas. Frizish coming in with a lot of speed on his car and just came in and guide that towards the net. There were 2 players trying to block him. Neither of them could find his angle, and that was just because they were a little bit static and probably not expecting Bloodpoint's clear to be countered so quickly.
Great interplay between Frizish and GM Sexay there. GM Sexay outplaying one of Unspecified's defense, and Frizish carrying the ball all the way through. Good save coming in from Bloodpoint TV. Danny's going to have to get this touch. Plays it off to the corner where Frizish is already waiting for another cross opportunity in the center of the field, but this ball has been killed, or has it? Another good push forward from Frizish. Defense looking much more solid from Unspecified right now, but their offense still not really the cream of the crop so far. That's a very dangerous shot. It's going to bounce off of the crossbar, and GM Sexay charging from the center of the field to score.
What is it with players with L in their name? You can just see Lux driving around in circles, not really knowing what to do, and eventually gets caught on the wrong part of his circular rotation, and the ball bounces off the wall and puts him back facing to the shot, and he had no opportunity to save that. Don't drive around in circles boosting. It is a waste of time.
Oh, Lux not getting that touch there. It's going to allow for another shot coming in from GM Sexay. Danny's going to have to save this. Gets kind of thrown off by the ball bouncing off the crossbar, but in the end does manage to get the save and a savior badge, but Frizish is not going to let this opportunity slip by. 3-0 for Team Enjoy.
Yeah, 3-0. An incredible performance from them. They've been holding their opposition out so well. Unspecified have only got 2 shots again at this point. But on the side of Enjoy, they've had a lot more offensive opportunities this game, and they've got over 10 already. They're on 11 shots, and we're barely even halfway through the game. They've just looked so strong at keeping it down in the orange half and making shot opportunities, as that one may not have been that intentional, but it certainly works.
Oh boy, this is just catastrophic right now for Unspecified. We did see the block attempt there from Danny, but the ball just bounced off of the corner. Very unfortunate rebound straight towards the net. Nobody from Unspecified was expecting that one, and thus had nobody on the goal line to try and defend that. This is a pretty devastating game here for Unspecified. Team Enjoy just gaining 1 goal after another. We are already past halftime. No real danger yet either for Unspecified. No, not even mere danger of scoring. There are a couple of saves on Team Enjoy's part, but those were just of long clears that happened to go towards the blue net. Lux with the opportunity to set something up here, but good block in the air from Freaky. Throws off the positioning from Danny, who had already parked himself in the center of the field to try and go for a follow-up there. And Freaky is going to have no problem saving that one either. So Unspecified trying to make something happen here, but they just can't find the momentum that they need.
And the thing is, right now for Team Enjoy, they are 4 goals up. They've looked strong in defense. They know they can hold out their opposition. They may as well just try and make opportunities themselves. As you see another goal going. GM Sexay out the corner there. Bounces at a nice angle after Blood Point's touch. And that Freaky and Frizish both want to have a little go at that because they just want to compete to see who can score more goals this game. Not really worried about the result at this point.
Yeah, Frizish winning out that contest right now with 3 goals as compared to both of the other members' 1. But this is looking worse and worse here for Unspecified with every passing minute. Team Enjoy are just in full control here, and even though that was just another fortunate bounce that we saw in the previous goal where it bounced off the corner in just the right angle, this is definitely not. This was all Team Enjoy, this was all GM Sexay, and they are just running away with the game.
Takes one player up the wall, then Blood Point is underneath him the whole time. All he has to do is carry it over the last man, and he does so. Incredible mechanical brilliance there. Answering my call earlier on whether Team Enjoy have got that mechanics now, and that is a good sign going ahead.
Minute remaining for Unspecified to catch up on 6 goals. I personally do not see that happening, especially with the form that Team Enjoy has been in here for most of this series, or pretty much all of this series at this point. GM Sexay with another opportunity. Can't quite get the cross into the center. Freaky with a shot onto target. Hits the goalpost. And here we might see an opportunity for Lux. Can't quite make it happen, though. Frizish saw that coming. Bounces. Just merely bounces. And throws the ball off track. Straight off of Lux's face. 30 seconds still remaining here. And I think at this point, it is safe to say that we can say goodbye to Unspecified from this week's Rocket Royale.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them. They have got some strong players, not really working together at all. And once you start getting behind, you do play a little bit differently. You feel like you can't trust your teammates and you've got to do it all yourself. As this could be a counter opportunity. No, there is a player back too quickly. And it's just been so unfortunate, Unspecified. Their shots have not been going in the right direction. They've not had a good rotational system. Everything's been a little bit off. And I think that's not to do with them as a team. I think that's just their performance today. I believe they could bounce back from this in the future and do a little bit better.
Certainly could. We've seen them do it in Friday's Gfinity. You weren't doing too shabby in that, but this time, this Sunday and this week, it's time to say goodbye to Team Unspecified. Thank you for playing. Congratulations on making it this far. But in the end, Team Enjoy will be the ones to advance from this Phase 1 bracket here. And Shogun, I believe you have watched this game together with us. What do you have to say? What are your thoughts?
All right, so let's focus on the positives. Well done, Team Enjoy. They certainly look solid for the entire way through there, but I'm going to try not to rail on this too much. And Specified, they had a lot that went wrong throughout those games. So let's focus on the main bits here. And the main one I really want to focus on is the last man defense. I think we saw that a lot throughout this, which was if passes came in, there was no one sat in the goal, on the goal line, facing towards the field, who could just go out and get rid of the ball. And that was going to be so key to the entire of this game. But we saw passes come in from game 1, immediately moved away because they had players, yes, sat there, but turned sideways. So they weren't able to react to the man coming in, coming for the shot. That happened. We also see players, like you saw Lux, rotating, making circles because he didn't have the confidence just to go to the net and just turn. And these things, when you do it, they give you such a large radius to work from. If the ball goes on top of you, you can just pull yourself back, go for the ball. If the ball comes directly at you, you can just go for the save. But because they were never completing the movement, it was putting them in awful situations defensively so often.
Yeah, and the rotating around in circles things, a lot of players feel they need to keep the momentum going. But the difference between driving around in a circle and then peeling off at a point of that circle and sitting still, using 10, 20 boosts to move out and go towards the ball is very marginal, and it relies on you getting at the right point on that circle. So there's no point in moving unless you need to move. So that was one thing I noticed, like you were saying, is their positioning just wasn't so good when they were in defense on the goal line. They were also, when the ball was going around the corner, they were not attacking that ball at the right points. They were trying to drive up the ball and read it on the bounce off of the corner, which is very tough to do. And if you don't do it, then that ball completely goes past you. Nothing changes. Your teammates expect you to hit it, and it bounces straight into the middle for an offensive situation. Shouldn't be doing that as a second defender. Most certainly shouldn't be doing it as a first defender, and that was happening far too frequently.
Certainly was. So the good news to enjoy, as you already said, they had already played against this team in the previous round, only beat them 2-1. This can only be considered an improvement for Team Enjoy. That was convincing.
Definitely.
So teams that we've seen now go through, obviously we've had other games going on. Whilst this one was going on, Flipside have made it through in the winner's side. That's the good news for them. The bad news for them is that they've had to sub, as far as I'm aware. Marky Dude are out due to internet issues, so Johnny Boy will be replacing him.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. So
Bob never gets to play.
Poor Bipod, their official sub isn't going to be going in, but Johnny Boy obviously plays with those guys a fair amount. He watches them, analyzes them. He knows exactly who he's playing with, and I'm sure he would be happy to agree with me right here. He just doesn't have that mechanical situation that players at that level do. He can't aerial as well. He can't dribble as well, partly due to his keyboard and mouse fact that he has those. So he will know what to do with those players, but might not be able to keep up with the play and be able to do the things that is required in the positions that he'll be sitting.
Yeah, it should certainly be interesting. Other teams that we have seen go through, Miracle Workers and Rapid Shot, teams that we already casted today, they are also through. We are just waiting on Exodus and Aeriality, and then we'll be ready with the next round.
Sounds good.
Definitely it does. It's been an exciting phase so far. Just waiting on that final result, and then we can continue the broadcast for you guys and girls out there watching. And speaking of guys and girls out there watching, you have been tweeting at us. Very, very nice. I'm happy about every single tweet that reaches us. And first off, we got a list of 4 tweets here. Just going to go quickly through them. Silly noises. # Rocket Royale. Hello, mother. I don't have any spicy memes to share. That's fine. At least you've got in.
I mean, saying spicy is quite a good use of language. I think that's more than enough to.
I've never not wanted a bit of tinge with my meme. That's just
a little bit of bite.
For at least sending that in.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Silly Noises, for this wonderful tweet. Also, we've got one from Weeb Nation at Weeb Nation. Finally, we can watch. Yes. Just here until you. Just wait until you hear the tweet's contents. Finally, we can watch at Callum the Shogun's beautiful face on # Rocket Royale again. Feels good, man. Someone's happy that you're back.
Someone's got to appreciate me, so it'll have to be them.
I think lots of people appreciate you. Just take a look at chat and just post your opinion of Shogun in the chat right now.
Don't post your opinion of Shogun in the chat. Shogun's still got to go around for a couple more hours before he has a nervous breakdown.
Oh, come on.
Doesn't need it helping on.
No, Shed loves you, I'm pretty sure. All right, next up we got League of Shorty. At League of Shorty. Ready to see some wizards flying around and the # Rocket Royale. Not sure if those are wizards, but we do certainly have stuff flying around.
I mean, after seeing Weedham Girls play against Mockit on Friday, I'm pretty sure they have got to the next level of human nature where they can perform magic tricks, because it was unbelievable the level at which these top players are getting to. So they will be performing some trickery later on. So definitely I would call them wizards.
And now the final tweet to close the circle and bring us back to an all too well-known topic. At Courtney RL. Hi! Courtney wanted to go Pokemon hunting with friends, but chose to watch Twitch streams instead because # Rocket Royale is back. And that is a fantastic choice, Courtney, because Rocket Royale is so much better than Pokemon Go could ever be.
Honestly, I don't even understand how it could have been a choice, but I mean, each to their own. I also feel like we should move on quickly before the tangent starts again.
Yeah, we should probably move on.
I can hear the mechanics of it going already.
Well, thank you, Courtney, for the tweet, and also for being in chat and being so helpful. I'm sure everyone will agree. So it'd be good to see you around during the rest of the stream, unless you do suddenly get the urge to pop out.
And the same, of course, goes for every single viewer. We thank you very much for watching. Keep on watching, though, because we're not done yet, not by a long shot. We've got another match coming up for you after a short break. Still got to wait for some results to come in. But as soon as we know what the next match is going to be, we're going to get underway. In the meanwhile, keep tweeting at us, hashtag Rocket Royale. You've seen it. We will feature your tweets on stream, and we'll have a conversation about them. If that is what you would like to witness, then go right on ahead. We are offering you the opportunity at Rocket LG Central or hashtag Rocket Royale. Both works. Can't guarantee that both will increase your chances, but why don't you just try? As for us, we'll hop into a quick break, but when we're back, more Rocket Royale, more Rocket League gameplay, and more top teams. So don't miss this. Welcome back, Rocket League fans. It is Sunday, the 17th of July, 2016. It is Rocket Royale. My name is Dill the Passion. I'm still joined here by those two wonderful colleagues, Gregan and Shogun. And Phase 1 is in the books.
Certainly is. What, did we just say the same thing? My goodness.
We both knew.
We knew.
It must be
You go ahead.
It must be some British thing.
It is. We are always in sync.
Yeah.
Honestly, we all know what each other are thinking. So yeah, Phase 1 is over. We have got past the double elimination stage, and it doesn't matter if you got through here in the upper side or the lower side. Doesn't matter anymore. We have reached a new phase. If you came through with a loss to your name last time, we don't care anymore. We like it pure, and we've got it here where absolutely no one has any losses. So we are at a group stage now, and this is not going to quite work the same way that we've already seen other group stages work. Yes, it is still going to be played 5 games, but it is going to be best of 5. You still get 1 point for every single game you win, but if you go 3-0 down, it is still a best of 5. You will not get an opportunity to get those last 2 wins. If you go 3-0 down, that's series over. So the maximum any team can get from any of these best of 5s is 3 wins. There cannot be any 5-0s. 3-0 is the best you can do.
Yeah, it's really interesting because if you take a game early on off of a team, it's not necessarily going to affect them because they still are only limited to 3. So 3-1, 3-2, 3-0, they're all the same points for the victor. But in the long run, that will give them extra wins that if they do take a victory over someone else, they've got a few little extra points going their way. So 3 points is the thing to aim for, but taking away points from your opposition is also very much important.
Yeah, but in the end, it's all about getting that final stage where we have that single elimination bracket with the best 4 teams fighting for that prize pool of tonight. And the Phase 1 results and the groups in which both teams will be playing. You can see them on screen right now. Group A will be comprised of Widom Girls, Mocket Esports EU, Aeriality, and Rapid Shot. And Group B will have Flipside Tactics, Crown and Jewels, Team Enjoy, and Miracle Workers. And Group B will also be the first group that we will watch tonight, that we will take a look onto as our first match in Phase 2. Upcoming for you on screen right now is Flipside Tactics versus Miracle Workers. Now, we've watched Miracle Workers play earlier tonight, and we have heard that Flipside Tactics is going to play with us up tonight, but they are still a pretty darn good team. And Johnny Boy, while he, of course, is not as good a player as Marky, I think he can still show up if it's necessary.
Johnny Boy is not atrocious at the game at all. He knows how to play.
It's very flattering. He's not atrocious.
But that seems to be the general stereotype for him right now. Yes, he is not at this high level, but he can still slot into this match. You know, I doubt... yes, it's going to make a huge difference. You take Marky out for any player, and it's going to make a huge difference. But I feel like if you can slot in properly and allow Cooks and Mike to do what they want to do, I can see them getting still far in the tournament. Yeah, winning it might be beyond them now.
Now, for me, the interesting thing, we will talk a little bit about Miracle Workers, but for Flipside, is what Cooks here does now. Because I feel like Johnny will tend to rotate back round a little bit sooner because he knows that his 2 teammates will be better in offensive situations. Or they might just play it as a normal system and allow Johnny Boy to try and partake in it. And if it doesn't work, then it'll be completely faded out the play and then it'll be given back to your opposition. But when Cooks here plays with Mike and Marky, they'll often go on their own little merry way, do their own fancy stuff, and Cooks will be back waiting for the opportunity to slot in and get a goal or defend should the situation arise. So I expect to see Cooks here playing a slightly different role now that his teammate Marky, who is normally an offensive machine, is out of the team. Just for this tournament, not in general. Don't take those words literally.
If you hadn't said that, then you would not have started this meme that will probably start now. But yeah. He's only out for today. Apparently, there's some internet issues or something. But yeah, go ahead, Shogun.
I mean, we did do 2v2s the other day between some casters. I mean, Johnny did come second to the clear winner, which was always going to be me. But he knows how to play. He's better than Gregan.
Look, we may as well
He's
stop.
better than Gregan. We can say that.
We may as well stop talking about Johnny Boy right now because Bipod will be going in instead. Johnny Boy has just announced in chat, so all of that pre-analysis is now completely null and void. But in a similar situation, Bipod will be fitting in. Bipod will still be fitting in as a third player when Marky before was more of an offensive player, but they are used to playing as that team because he is their normal sub. Thank goodness for that. We won't be seeing Flipside have to carry Johnny Boy through the games.
You guys are so mean to Johnny. You're so mean. What did he ever do to you?
Say mean things about me in his stream. So Miracle Workers are a good enough team to compete against Flipside when they have a sub. I would say if there was the full roster for Flipside, they'd have no chance because Flipside are almost unbeatable at that stage. Only a few teams can do it. But they do have Bipod in there. And it depends on how he fits into the team, how they play as a team, because it is a last-minute thing. They've just announced it in chat for this game that he's playing, so they haven't been warming up together. And I expect to see an early dominance from Miracle Workers that should slowly disappear.
Well, we'll certainly see how that pans out. As it stands, we are ready for the match. Players are streaming into the lobby. It is Flipside Tactics versus Miracle Workers. Flipside Tactics here on blue with Bipod, as just announced, playing Micros and Cooks here. On the orange side, Miracle Workers still on their roster of Stocking Machine, Killer number 7, and I think there's actually been a sub, unless Heavy Preacher is the same person that's been playing before.
I've been trying to figure that out. Heavy Preacher, I believe, has got a different, and this is what I'm basing this off, a different avatar to what we saw earlier.
Okay.
So this could very well be a different player. We'll try and get some sort of confirmation on that. But for a lot of people, they won't have seen Bipod play so far. Bipod was possibly, very easily, arguably, the #1 player in Battle Cards. He's not really had the hours to put in on this game. And if he was, I could imagine him being up there yet again. So Bipod, very capable when he's got in there. And we've got information in that is Heavy. Apparently he's their third. So I take a look at my screen. The only Heavy I really knew was a Heavy Metal. And he is not online right now.
Oh. All right. Well, apparently they've been playing with a sub in the first match that we've seen them watch. Didn't do anything to their effectiveness, but now that they've
been pulled out,
playing...
that's something we're getting in. Ryuk's been pulled out. Heavy is the new third.
All right, then. We'll see if that change, or if that return to normal, I should say, will do anything to their effectiveness in this match here. As it stands, we are 1 minute and 20 seconds into the match, and nothing much has happened so far. No real danger, no real attacks. Both teams still try to feel their way into the game. Cookser gaining ball control here, rocking his bat car, going to try an angled shot. Puts the angle far too wide, though, and 3 members of Miracle Workers in the corner able to take control of the ball. Bipod immediately looking to intervene there, and Michaels gets the counter clear. It's a bit of a ping-pong game right now, truth be told, in the early stage of the game. Nothing too exciting yet.
I mean, if you want to bring Bipod into this and feel comfortable, turn it into a ping-pong match, because that was basically all Battle Cards ever was. So, I mean, Bipod will be looking at this game right now just going, wow, I could be really good at this.
Seems familiar, but Killer number 7 with a wonderful redirect breaks the ice. Finally, 2 minutes in.
Yeah, I'm going to, I don't want to be picking on Bipod for all of this, so hopefully we don't see much more of this throughout the tournament. But the shot comes in, and Bipod wasn't set on the goal line, didn't really go up to challenge that one. Just a flying nothing really from him there. So 1-0 already to Miracle Workers, and honestly a good start from them right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been quiet so far, but they are the first ones to break the silence. And now it is up to Flipside plus Bipod to get a response to this. What a shot, though, coming in from Heavy Preacher. Doesn't quite hit its mark. Lands on the crossbar. Or bounces up towards the crossbar, I should say. Here comes Cooks here with a counter attempted to sweep all the way through, carrying the ball on his nose. Right-ended, though, about 2/3 into the field. And here comes Cooks with another shot at 10. Bipod just at the right position to re-angle that one.
Certainly, this is what I do want to be talking about when it comes to Bipod. Shot comes in from Cooks, and Bipod, a nice little negative angle flick onto that one. Could have made it a bit easier for himself, but he did have to get his car up quite high. And 1-1, as we can see, Bipod slowly starting to bring himself into this match. That's pretty much the first real interaction he's had. So if he can start rotating himself properly, I can see Flipside doing well. But right now, Miracle Workers, they have to take advantage of this first game. This is the best chance they've got to really push here.
Yep, absolutely. You're gonna have to. They're gonna look to deny Flipside as many points as they possibly can by taking the series to its end as early as possible. And here we go. Flipside doesn't want that to happen, so they are on the offense right now. Good positioning for them to keep the offense going. Here comes the redirect coming in from Mike Rolls, and that takes them to the lead.
Yeah, very good shot. I mean, it's pretty simple so far, and we can already tell you exactly where the issue came in. 2 players were on that left-hand side, including Heavy, who tried to scramble his way back, but it's a pretty simple shot for Mike Rules, puts that one into the net. And honestly, this defense has not been solid at all. Just an overcommit when it really wasn't necessary.
Yeah, it worked out for him in the early stage of the game where no one really made any strides towards the goal, but slowly starting to show, it seems, here as the game draws to a close and goal opportunities are gained. Haven't seen any real offense come out of Miracle Workers in quite a while either. Or at least every time that they did attempt one, it was quickly retaliated by Flipside Tactics, who score once more.
Yeah, we see this killer try to get this one away. Stocky needed to bump Cooks there, because right then, Cooks just took a shot. No real contest onto him, and no one in goal to really stop the Cooks shot. I mean, out of everyone in this entire game, you look at Cooks and just go, you know what, we're going to let him have a shot, we're going to react to him. No, that's not a strategy. That's a terrible strategy. Don't do that.
Apparently it's worked so far because they are in the lead by 2 goals. But perhaps Miracle Workers will kind of find the antidote to this tactic or strategy. Right now, though, Flipside Tactics are launching a flurry of shots onto that orange goal, and they aren't letting Miracle Workers out of their own half whatsoever. Clear number 7 finally breaks out, wins the 50-50 against Bipod, but in comes Micros and clears the ball across the field once more. Stocky with a shot up front, but nobody there to follow it up. Going to try to follow it up himself. Is anyone in the center? Clear number 7 waiting for that pass, but this one goes too far behind. And Heavy Preacher wasn't positioned to at least stop the ball from becoming an own goal. 30 seconds still remaining. Flipside Tactics still in the lead by 2 goals. Cooks in with a prime opportunity. Everyone dives past the ball. Heavy Preacher going to try to reverse into it. Stuck in the meanwhile blowing up Bipod to take a bit of offensive steam out of that movement. But 20 seconds still remaining. 2 goals still to catch up on. Stocky trying to make the first one happen here. That gets blocked by Cooks there 97. 10 seconds now remaining. Micros with a dribble. Trying to pass it over to Bipod. All 3 members of Miracle Workers confined to their goal line. This is going to be game number 1 over to Flipside Tactics in what isn't that strong of a series for both teams, truth be told.
That certainly wasn't terribly strong, but this is exactly what we were talking about. We see the Cooks there wiggle.
Of course.
Feels good. And Bipod's trying to one-up him in the background. If you ever want attention, you just start jumping up and down and saying, look at me, look at me. She was certainly doing. But yeah, I think that match, it was low-key, but it was a major result, because right there we saw Flipside in their first game of this tournament with their substitute come through and win it by 2 goals. And we were saying earlier, this might be the best chance that Miracle Workers get to try and push the advantage whilst they're still trying to settle down. Flipside haven't settled down, and they still took the win. This could end up being a 3-0.
Could, if they find their synergy. That's the word I was looking for with Bipod.
We lost Gregan.
Apparently we did. He's still here though. I can see her right there, Gregan. Hit that ready button. Come on. There we go. Perfect.
Sorry.
No problem. Just it's just the players. The players want to keep on playing. It's the players. There we go. Game number 2, as you've mentioned, Flipside Tactics. If they step up their game, then Miracle Workers are going to have a very, very difficult time getting through them because, truth be told, both teams not looking too spectacular in game number 1, but that might, of course, change. We've seen it time and time again as teams get adjusted, as teams warm up. They start putting on stronger and stronger showings. So here we go. Game number 2 in this best-of-5 matchup. Best of 5 by points. 10 seconds in. And Miracle Workers trying to make something happen here. Trying to build up an offense. Stocky Machine with a shot wide up front. Bipod in the corner trying to prevent Heavy Preacher to go for that ball. But all he can do is make a wide cross out of the other side into the other corner. And Bipod with the clear. They were already waiting for it as Heavy Preacher and Stocky Machine were far inside their own half. All in defensive positions. And Flipside Tactics slowly but surely starting to take control of the game once more.
Yeah, certainly. Flipside, they are starting to look more and more comfortable here, but the same can really be said for Miracle Workers. Their rotation in the last game was pretty bad. They never really seemed to be syncing up, even when the ball was quite loose up into the air. We never really saw anyone just go up and try and link up with one another, but we're seeing a bit more of it here. Situation, I mean, that's really good play. It has forced out Bipod. It leaves 2 left. Unfortunately, the 2 left that you've got to get past are called Micros and Cooks here, so have fun with that one.
No goals yet. Minute and 10 seconds in. No real offense either from either team. They're going to have to block this one, though, and this one just rolls in. How did that happen?
I mean, it wasn't impressive at all. Stocky gets the little touch onto that, and it just rolls. Mike with the miss. Bipod panics and says, I got to get rid of this. Just rolls it into his goal. He had a little bit of time still to go before the ball was really going to roll its way all the way in, but it's a weak one. It really is a weak one, and that gives Miracle Workers a bit of time has now passed in this game. You know, something to build upon. They just need to get that second one, because one, I doubt that's going to be enough for either of these teams. They need to put a 2-goal lead in.
Yeah, it seems to have woken up Flipside Tactics here, as they are starting to put a lot more pressure onto the orange net, but that, of course, allows Miracle Workers to try and find openings, because every solid offense will have some kind of weakness in defense if it doesn't get there quick enough, which is what Miracle Workers will try to do right now. But Stocky Machine completely losing the ball here. What a wonderful pass from Cooks here over to Bipod. They let themselves get outplayed in defense completely.
Yeah, just constantly getting beat to the ball. Mike tried to get an extra touch onto that one, but Cooks put that one into the middle. Great positioning from Pod. And it was a great pass from Cooks, considering that he was getting shut down. To basically put that one onto Bipod's hood was pretty impressive. So, yeah, just as we said, 1 goal was never going to be enough in this match. And we're going to have to see Miracle Workers try and force some more mistakes, or just try and prise open this defense.
Micros with a halfway field run almost got the ball past the second defender as well. Couldn't quite make it happen, though. Bipod forced to get a wide clear on into the corner, and that ball would have come down right in front of the goal. Bit of a defensive misplay there, but one that Miracle Workers apparently aren't able to capitalize on. Cooks are winning out the 50-50, passing the ball straight over to Micros. That's about as straightforward as a goal can get.
I really want to keep an eye on Micros throughout this. Look where he's going. He's going off to the left because he knows that Cooks is going to push it over that way. If the challenge comes in, as long as the ball just doesn't just go flying off, Mike can take control of it. He knows what needs covering, and this is one of the little things that goes into the background that we see from William Girls, we see from Flipside. They cover where they believe that the block is going to go, and that is what gives them offensive pressure all the time. It's a tiny thing that barely ever gets seen, but it's what allows them to keep the ball in the other half and to react and put constant shots onto target.
Mike Wilson control the ball right now, going to carry it on through to the corner. Heavy pressure with the re-angle there, wide across the field onto the other side. Gets the ball past 2 defense from Flipside Tactics, but Bipod is the final bastion, does manage to win out. Going to try to dribble the ball all the way through, has full reign, but can't quite find the finish. Puts it against the backboard. He comes to killer number 7 with a solid counter. Bounces off the inside of the goalpost and equalizes the game.
Yep, Stocky put that one up high. Killer is just going to beat Mike. So that Mike's in an awful position to try and challenge that one. So even if he did hit it, the ball would have gone up high. Don't think it would have gone into the net, but didn't quite get contact onto it. And Killer is going to put away a pretty simple goal.
Pretty simple, all things considered, but we are still equalized here in this match. It was a very important goal nonetheless. Cooks here going to try to play things fast. Stocky saw that coming, bounces the ball off, and so we are back to no man's land as far as the score goes. And Heavy Preacher with a goal, 3-2.
Why was Pod there? I mean, we'll see it here. Hi, Pod. How are you? It just leaves it completely open. No need, really. Even if Mike does go up and misses it, it's going to leave a loose ball that Pod could have easily cleaned up. So definitely a weird choice there for him to come out.
Well, overconfidence, perhaps. We're looking for a strong offense. Perhaps thought that he could add somehow to the offense. It does not matter because just mere seconds, Cookser quickly fixes that mistake.
Yeah, kind of forgot that Cooks was here for a little while, and then he just reminds absolutely everyone. Goes there, beats 2 players, puts it into the net. And, you know, it really does tell that a player is that good when I can say all of those things, explain exactly how the goal was, and not sound overly excited, because to Cooks here, that was Tuesday.
It was. Even though it's Sunday, so there we go. Perhaps we do have Wizards.
The M. Bison reference doesn't work with a Sunday.
I wasn't aware that there's a reference. I'm not too strong on Street Fighter. Anyway, game is still going on. 3-3. Killer number 7 with a chance to put it off with a crossbar. Heavy Creature just dumping past it. And Stocky can't put it in position either. And as Cookster gains control back of the ball, he drives into Micros. They kind of both cancel each other out and give ball control back to Miracle Workers. It's quickly gained back by Flipside Tactics as we have a ping pong game that is confined on the blue side of the field right now. Both teams just clearing the ball into each other, but heavy pressure coming in from Miracle Workers. Bipod forced to make a save here. Strong save it is. But Miracle Workers certainly amping up the heat here. Not letting go whatsoever. Stocky finally forced to clear the ball himself to keep it out of the hands of Flipside, and Cookster making sure that ball doesn't cross the center line that easily again. 30 seconds still remaining. We're still even in this match, and we're seeing Flipside looking to start an offense here if they can make it happen.
Yeah, right now it's still even. Both these teams have had huge flaws from what we've seen. For the most part, it's just going to be who makes the next mistake, and we almost found it. Stocky takes his time, gets that one over to the side. So yeah, we are probably going to see ourselves in overtime unless we see something incredible right here, or just a huge mistake. That was close to being a huge mistake.
I was just about to say that's something incredible, though. Cooks are almost getting a crazy angle. Here comes Heavy Preacher, going to try to dribble it in, but Stocky and Killer stumble over each other, making sure that neither of them will make it to the ball in time before it touches the ground. Here we go, first overtime of the day.
Yeah, we really have not seen that many overtimes at all. Ball played into the middle. Both these teams have not looked that fluid. I think that's something we can both say pretty confidently. It just seems like the ball goes into the air, and there's a lull period where the ball could be played, but it seems like these guys are trying to play for the optimal hit rather than just trying to beat the other team to the ball.
Stocky, failed at the final bastion of defense, which was the goal line, but right before that was able to outplay both Cooksteer and Micros. And almost Cooksteer made sure to not let that happen again by scoring and ending this game, but narrowly misses his target. Gonna try again, this time hits the corner. Stocky with a chance to save, but it's not gonna happen. Micros is the one to seal the deal in game number 2.
Yeah, the shot comes through from the smoke. Micro's demolished. As Stocky, he has to just jump and hope that the ball hits him. There's not really much he can do on reaction to that. And it wasn't a situation they should have been put in. I mean, there was quite a few occasions in that overtime that the ball bounced off the backboard and just no one was there to get rid of it. Eventually, you are going to get punished for that.
Eventually you are, and eventually they were. And here we go. Game number 3 might be the deciding one as Flipside Tactics taking the first 2 games in a row, but I mean, you got to be honest here. Neither of those teams have been too convincing so far. Flipside with the slight edge, but it took them quite a while to really find it and utilize it here in game number 2. And a lot of play in this series so far is based on mistakes rather than initiative.
Yeah, it really has been. It's been a couple of really... For the most part, the goals that Flipside have conceded have been based upon huge mistakes. Mistakes that we really shouldn't have seen. And then we've seen plays like that come out from Cookster where he takes it over the top of 2 players. Or when they just get it into a 2v1 situation and just force the ball in. Flipside seem to be doing fine opening it up. Unfortunately, they need to work on this defense. Here's the big thing, though. This is a best of 5. Currently, Flipside have bagged themselves 2 points for their 2 wins so far. If they can win this one, they can completely shut out Miracle Workers from the next 2 points because it'll be over from there. And Bipod has made a good start on that.
Yeah, certainly has. Micros with the proxy pass using Stocky Machine as an in-between there. Bipod positioned himself perfectly to pick up on that rebound, and nobody was there to even try to bump him. So sloppy defense once more coming in from Miracle Workers, allowing for the early goal for Flipside Tactics.
So early lead for them. And honestly, like,
What
I'm not
doing
convinced by this defense at all. It just seems
my
panicked,
God.
and it's going to be forced in eventually. Pod with his second goal. He's looking at you going, is this pro? Because honestly, I could have joined this earlier.
They were just stumbling over each other. I'm not even sure that any one of those of the members of the team knew what they were doing. They were just kind of bouncing around, button mashing. That was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. And Flipside rightfully turning into a goal. I would have been very disappointed if they hadn't, because that was quite something there. Miracle Workers' defense, as you've mentioned, certainly not very convincing in this series so far. They looked better previously when they were still playing with Ryuk, I gotta say.
They looked faster. The pace of this game has been so slow so far, and I feel like that is really hurting right now because these Miracle Workers players are overthinking a lot of stuff, and we're seeing a lot of two players go for it. What is this?
Stocky saw that the ball was going towards the goal and still didn't wait there. Just now he starts turning around.
And he still hasn't picked up the boost.
They're just falling apart right now. There's just no other way to call it.
There is no other way of calling that right now. We're still not even halfway through this game. We're still not even a minute and 30 seconds through this game. And it's already a 3-0 lead. Bipod is looking for his hat trick now. He's got 1 goal left to go for that. But yeah, this defense has been unconvincing. And yet again, the long shot comes in and the mispositioning means that we can see it. Heavy, because he's trying to get himself back, he has to try and push it away. Unfortunately, because he's got his back turned, he's got to try and turn his car, which means he can't jump into it properly. No power on the clearance, easily collected upon, especially when it hit the post. And yeah, 1 goal for every single player on the Flipside squad here, apart from Pod, who's got 2.
So a good substitution, it seems, but no rhyme or reason here in the Miracle Workers defense. And once more, that's themselves get outplayed completely. The ball just flies past them.
I'm going to be really interested to hear, because Gregan did, last time we got him on to, analyzing these teams between games, and we got to speak to him after. So I'm really curious to speak to Gregan after this, because these last 2 kickoffs have just left 1 player left in goal for the Miracle Workers, and 3 players just attacking him on the side of Flipside. I really want to know what's happening off these kickoffs to make this happen.
Well, it's certainly going to be interesting to hear that, and I think we won't have to wait much longer for him to be able to chime in. At this game is right now sitting at 5-0. And we have neither seen a convincing offense nor a convincing defense from Miracle Workers yet. They're just kind of driving towards the ball right now. I'm not sure if they have any kind of plan on what to do currently, as all they seem to be doing is go for the ball, touch the ball. There's a 3v3 solos mentality that is going on here right now. And Stocking Machine getting blown up by micro-rolls, but even if they do get their hands on the ball, they can't even get it past the center line without Flipside interfering, or even without them interfering. They've had lots of time to start offenses, but all they do is pass it between each other, pass it back, play very passively. See if they can make something happen here finally as killer number 7 pushes on forward, but no, immediately loses ball control to Cooks here, and he's going to try to make an air dribble happen. Can't quite follow it on through, but Pipebot with the pass into the middle. Micros try to backflip it in. That's a good bump. That was a solid defensive play coming in from Miracle Workers, but they are still few and far in between.
Yeah, I mean, 5 goals now. We can see Flipside, they're just sort of flinging it now. There's no real rhyme or reason to what they're doing. And there doesn't need to be. They've got 5 goals up. They've got only a minute and 45 seconds left to play. This should be a 3-0 for them. And this is going to really hurt the rest of the group stage for the Miracle Workers, because they're going to be 0-3 already. No games picked up here in a series that we really thought they could at least try to. Nice save from Killer. The shot was right at him, though.
Yeah. Still, though, it's a save. It's something that Miracle Workers have been able to pull out in defense here. 1 minute and 20 seconds still remaining, and they can't finish that offense before Micros gets a map-wide clear. Bipod with a pass over into the corner. That's the ball gets snatched away from him in front on defense. Minutes still remaining in this match. Both teams kind of seem to have lost the passion for this game, as neither team is really playing spectacularly right now, making any kinds of impressive plays.
Mike's just searching for redirects right now. He played that ball and immediately just ran down to the other end of the pitch. Going, guys, if he had arms, he'd be flailing with them. Just going, give it the ball.
Oh!
Bipod is adamant about this with the hat trick, by the way. If there's any player here that still wants to play, it's Bipod. He's been sat on these 2 goals for absolutely ages.
Yeah, at least one of them is still motivated to do something. Apparently Micros wants that redirect as well. Can we look at Bipod just driving straight into his teammates, going for that ball. I would love to listen to Flipside Tactics' voice chat right now if there is one. But 10 seconds still remaining in this match. 5-0 is going to be the score. It's going to be a 3-0 sweep for Flipside Tactics. You saw it coming after game number 1. Turns out you were right, and they do finally get 1 consolation goal 3 minutes from the end of the game.
Well, yeah, this is It's not really much of a consolation, really, when we see about it. It's not been a good one for them, but hopefully the Miracle Workers are going to be able to dust themselves off. The next game will probably be off stream, so that'll allow them just to go in there with a little bit less pressure, just focus upon themselves, not on the viewers or anything like that, and just say, right, we pretty much need to we need to win these next 2 best of 5s. We have to.
Oh, it seems like neither team is really happy with the game ending right now as they're trying their utmost to keep it going. Both teams working together to keep the ball in the air, but in the end, it does fall and hit the ground, and there we go. Flipside Tactics 3-0ing Miracle Workers in our first group stage match of the day here in phase number 2 of the EU side of Rocket Royale. That sure was an interesting match, Gregan.
It certainly was. So we'll go straight into the kickoff situation, as you mentioned. And the reason why Flipside looked dominant there was the way they do kickoffs. They have someone back, someone who goes to the kickoff and tries to direct it. So they'll try and push it left or right, normally by the looks of things. And the cheating player will then be cheating up in that direction rather than straight. Now that allows the ball to pop out to the side, which means the cheating player will then look to be able to get that ball first. And the goalie can then push up once they know their team's got control, or they can stay back if they need to. Now, the reverse situation is on the opposite side. They don't have someone in goal, they go for boost. So that means if the ball is on the opposite side to where they get boost from, then they've got to return to net and have their opposition in full strength coming towards them. And the cheating player, in their situation, hasn't got a direction. He is cheating up very close behind the person who's taking the kickoff. So that means if that ball pops out in any way, then they are isolated in the middle together. One of them with very little boost because they've just done the kickoff, who'll have to go shoot off to get boost to do anything. The other one who's then got to boost away from it and get behind the ball or get to where they can block any shot. So it's kind of like complete opposite strategies, and it means that Flipside were completely able to counter against it. So that's something you've always got to watch out with Flipside because they look so strong off the kickoffs.
I was disappointed at the lack of fake kickoffs.
That was a shame. I think Marky probably is one of the main inputs for that because he kind of formed it a little bit with Johnny Boy back in the day. So I'm sure he's the kind of guy who'd go, right, we're going to do a fake kickoff. But also, interestingly, with that kickoff, they do it in very select situation, which I don't think was in the 5 rotation there, which is all 3 of them back by the net, because that allows for one person to go from a distance, fake it, and it means that the kickoff is normally going to go straight back towards the goalie. That's the one they favour that for. So that's unlikely to... I don't think that came up at all there. And then the other thing I'd like to bring up is Flipside's 3-man offense they usually go for is they trust every player with the ball. So when they make a shot, make a touch, they know that that player is not going to give it away easily for a quick counter play. There was a couple of occasions where Bipod actually was in a situation where his teammates trust him too much and they gave it away. So there was that moment where he dribbled it through the middle and he had it on the inside of his car. He should have sweeped it into the net. His 2 teammates pushed up. I don't know why. There was no reason to, because the goalie wasn't going to stop it if he scored, and if he didn't score, it was going to pop out in an unreasonable fashion, which they couldn't read, and then they got a counterplay. And from that point on, Bipod tended to loop back round deeper and protect the goal. And so instead let Cooksir and Mike sit upfield, as we saw Mike upfield quite a lot. But then again, they were in quite a comfortable position that they could get away with that. Then also Miracle Workers' clearing technique. I'd like to bring that up. This is my last point.
We're getting you a teleprompter next time.
Okay, last point for Miracle Workers here is their clearing technique is very much in between what they're looking for. So you've either got to clear long and hard onto the opposite back wall and not allow your opposition to be able to intercept it at any point, so therefore you can start putting pressure the other way around, even if you do give back possession. Or you've got to touch it lightly and keep control of the ball and take it up as a team, looking to pass it and get it out of that situation with a little bit more control. Now, what they were doing was they were pushing it away into space to try and reset and give themselves time so that the other teammates could loop back round, but they were giving possession back to Flipside in their own half. You cannot do that at this level of Rocket League, because Flipside will then take it, look to get a few passes, and they're in. Or they just keep hitting it off the back wall as they did, and eventually they'll score. So that's where Miracle Workers were really getting locked down, because they just weren't getting strong clears or short clears to passes.
Well, I guess...
Well, that was in depth. I hope you got that.
It was. Thank you very much,
we
Greg,
asked you
for
to
this
do
insight.
it, and you did it.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a lot to say. There's still more points on
it's
my little
good.
pad here.
No,
It's great. I'm pretty sure that was a game that that people were looking to have explained to them, because it was a very strange match, all things considered. And you gave us what I presume is the short version of it.
Yeah.
Honestly, when you see a team playing like that, you really can go on about it for much, much longer. There was a lot of things that went wrong there.
And there were things that went right as well for their opposition, so that's why they lost 3-0.
Here's some good news. Next game, Mock It versus We Dem Girls. Yes!
Oh,
Rematch time! Oh,
I'm assuming this is the Gfinity rematch, is it, from the finals?
It is. I'm pretty sure it is. And just as it happens, it is the match that I don't get to cast. Of course it has to be. But, well, we probably have plenty of awesome matches still coming up. So, yeah, Mock It versus Weedham Girls. I think last time around, Weedham Girls were the one to take it.
yeah.
4-1, I believe it was. The result was.
Yeah, 4-1 in the final of Gfinity on Friday. And Weedham Girls were looking incredibly pacey. They were all over the pitch, outplaying their opposition. But we don't want to take away from Mock It. They actually changed their playstyle quite a lot during that game, because their normal defensive playstyle doesn't work against teams that are mechanically and team-wise better than them. So you need to be careful changing your playstyle in any situation, because you're not used to it, let alone against the best team in the world, most likely. So it'll be interesting to see whether they use that same playstyle. It was a lot more aggressive. They were looking to push up as a 3 a lot more and looking to do those passes into middle. But then they also tended to leave, I say push up as a 3 when they knew they could push up as a 3. But as soon as it was a little bit unclear as to what was going on, they would leave someone back almost in their box. They were that deep to allow no quick, long shots from Weedham Girls. So it'll be interesting to see whether they play that again.
All right. Dragon and Shogun going to be casting this next one. Take it away, guys. Mock It versus Weedham Girls. An exciting match. I think we're all very, very stoked to see how this will go.
Certainly should be an interesting one. We've still got Stocky buddy. Oh, there he is. We found him. So yeah, this should certainly be an interesting one. I mean, we've already had the Gfinity finals between them. And also, let's not forget, it's only a week gone since that insane 4-game comeback from Weedham Girls to defeat Mock It in the RLCS semi-finals.
Exactly. Historically, these guys have got a rivalry as top 3 teams. So it'll be interesting to see how today's game pans out, as it's not like a lot of other situations. There's not time to come back. If three games go to one team, then that's it. They're over.
Well, the ball played over to the side. Let's get into this match. As it's over into the middle. Remco gets that one. The final third, but it's going to be easily cleared away as these two teams just try and slowly figure each other out. We're going to see this as this series progresses. These guys usually will definitely start just throwing things at each other. As we can see Weedham Girls, they've had a little bit of occasions where they'll start off quite slowly and they'll figure it out as the series goes along, and by game 3 or 4 they just completely blow the opponents apart. But that is not the case in game 1. Pashi placed that shot really well, not putting it into a position where either Weedham Girls defenders could save it.
Yeah, I don't know who got the boost. I think it was Greasy, but then Siki did not give up. He went up the corner, jumped off, flicked it back in towards his teammates who are in the middle, far enough away from the Weedham Girls defense they couldn't intercept it and clear it, but we're close enough to the goal that it was a fairly close range shot for Pashi.
So now over into the corner. Remco gets that ball onto his hood, looking for the pass over to Mill. Over to Greasy. It's actually worked out pretty well, but the save from Pashi, it was rolled over to him, really. Greasy chooses to just fling that one away. Pretty risky, but hits the crossbar. It's the ball played over to the side. Greasy yet again gets that one off to the side wall. Plays it once again, trying to find it off the backboard. Managed to get a second touch onto it. Siki going to clear that one away. And an extra touch from Pashi, not allowing the rebound shot. And where's the defense gone? Yeah. Where was that?
It was really interesting. You see, Remco was not expecting Pashi to be able to start that dribble so soon. Siki touches that down to his teammate. As we were mentioning before this game about clearing long or clearing short, keeping possession. That is exactly what Siki did there, keep that possession. Remco was the last line of defense, a little bit too far up, and he got outplayed by Pashi's dribble straight past him.
The ball played off the backboard. Nice stop by Turbo, actually. Weedham Girl was pretty proficient off that backboard, and they've been given a very good name for their use of it. As the shot comes into Turbo, it's pretty weak, so the clearance comes in from Remco. Over into the Mocket corner. Sicky tries to go for the long clearance. Greasy's going to play that one down, looking to try and take some players on. Maestro was also coming in, but the contest was just enough. If we see 2 players over into that corner, Maestro chooses to try and cut that one out early. And the ball played over to the middle. Pashy has been bumped, so he's going to be unavailable for this play, but he's going to slowly double jump his way over. Low on boost, but still capable of trying to go for a set. Remco clears that one away, though, with quite a bit of venom to it. And right now, yeah, we're seeing it. Very slow here from Weedham Girls. What do you think they're seeing here? Is this part of the strategy, or is it just they don't know what to do right now?
Well, normally against the Mocket side, you come out and expect a slower team that's happy to sit back in defense. But you can see right now, Mocket are playing at quite a high speed. As you see, they're Sicky looping back around once he realizes there's some cloudiness in their strategy at that point. And so that is where they're outplaying their opposition. And this could be another opportunity as Pashy gets gifted one, but just misses it wide. Weedham Girls right now just not looking strong as a team. They need to get their passing in play, and they need to start moving around that little bit faster, which they normally get up to.
Yep, so right now, Weedham Girls looking very static across the field. They already got beat once for that second goal when the ball was just played over to the left, and due to bad positioning, it was unable to be reacted to by Remco. I'm going to sit back as Maestro tries to put that ball over, but nothing comes up. Greasy keeps the pressure on. Remco's going to try and get himself up, though. He's pressured by Sicky, though. Beats Sicky to the ball, but there's no reason to keep that pressure going. So, Maestro. Okay, that was certainly a way of playing it off the backboard. Long shot comes in from Remco, saved from Turbo, but the second shot comes in. Remco unable to put any sort of power onto it. But the pressure is now starting to build up. The clearance comes in from Sicky. Gives it straight back over to Mocket, though, as he was attempting to try and shut that one down. Sicky, yet again, going to be the player to play this. Gets it over to the side, but Maestro's got that one covered. It's going to bounce in towards the net. Oh, I thought that was going to bounce off the backboard. I feel like the backboard would have been the better situation for Weedham Girls there. At least offensively. Pashy, once again, open goal for him. Nails it this time around on the second time of asking.
I mean, at this point, with 1 minute left, 2 goals down, you can see why they're being a bit more aggressive, but Remco pushing far too far up the opposite side, and his 2 teammates probably expecting him to be able to loop back round and cover that, but no, not in this situation. And right now, all of their shots and their opportunities to score have just been a little bit too lackluster. They're not creating that pressure that Mocket can not defend against. Mocket is so good at blocking pretty much anything offensively. So if you're just shooting endlessly at the goal, they will keep defending it. There is no doubt about it. They have to do something creative like that as Remco. What on earth did he just do there?
Honestly, he needed something like this. This is something like we saw in the earlier series, and it's just the same thing here. Sometimes you just got to get something special in just to get the motors turning, and it's certainly what they needed. They still need 2 goals in 56 seconds, but Mocket, I mean, this is this perfect situation for Mocket. Mocket, a very defensively orientated team, 2 goals up, don't need to overcommit. Weedham Girls have got the first goal in, but it's going to be difficult for them to find another one.
Yeah, definitely so. And what happened there was Remco managed to get that touch that kept it so fast and so low that Mocket were not expecting it. And unless you do intelligent plays like that, obviously there's a little bit of luck. You're not going to be able to form that play. But unless you do crazy stuff like that touch from Maestro, these kind of things are what they needed to do from the start. And they've only just started doing them now, which is a little bit too late for this game. But for the series, it could do them well. Yeah,
but Weedham Girls really need to start upping the pace when they force situations like that, because that's going to force so much boost out of Mocket that they can't do it over and over. So as soon as the ball's played to the side, it's not in a shooting position, but keep the pressure on. As we saw Turbo Pulsar, he got the save afterwards and just immediately went, okay, well, I can go and get boost because there's no one coming towards me. And yeah, the first game, Mocket are going to take it 4-1.
Yeah, and a great performance from them. We mentioned their play style being different against stronger teams like Weedham Girls, and they've certainly shown that during the start of this. Obviously, they could resort back to their defensive play style again once they became 2-3 goals up, because you have got no worry then of having to catch up to anyone. You can just hold out the victory, and they managed to hold it out by 2 goals in the end. So they still got scored on in a defensive situation, which is why they cannot do it from the off. But that
goal was kind of just out of nowhere, though.
That's the thing. When you're playing against teams like Weedham Girls, they will produce goals that you cannot defend against.
Yeah, definitely an important match that started us off. 1-0 to Mocket, pretty convincingly so, as well as Weedham Girls looked very static and not really forming any form of proper sustained offense, as Mocket easily clearing away the danger pretty much every single time.
Definitely so.
We're going to get into game 2. Ball played over to the side. There's neither player able to make contact. So Remco is going to play this slowly, realizes he's got time, gets someone over to the middle, looks for the pass. Oh, wow. Tried to go for a 3-part play. Here comes the 4th part. Usually the 4th part is never as good, but that one was fantastic.
This is so We Dem Girls, just being so tight together, all three of them within short passing range of each other, and eventually using that favoured backboard by Remco's redirect. Normally a backboard hit can be defended by these strong Mocket players, but when it's someone who is literally at the foot of it, redirecting it up at a different angle and pushing it into the middle, their cars are not orientated in anticipation for that.
Yeah, and usually when we see teams go for stuff like that, the play usually breaks down, but thankfully they got it right. And sending that many players forwards, it was likely that if that shot did not go in, they were going to have absolutely no defense left to play with, but they got it right the first time of asking. But now happens, yeah, the long shot comes through and the rotation has completely broke down from Mocket. No need to overdo it when you've still got so much time left.
Yep, Siki pushing up, Pashi just right by him, and Turbo covering the right side far too much, not back enough. And when it goes up in the air around the halfway mark, these players on William Girls are strong enough to get power behind those aerial hits that can send it towards the goal without defense. And accuracy is also another strong point of theirs, so you do not give those situations away.
Nokia, a team that we're going to see how they react when they're behind. I've always had questions about them in that sort of situation.
That is
Maestro uncontested.
Too good. You cannot defend that. Greasy just tipping that up higher to force the aerial for Remco. And Remco using that backboard. Turbo sitting underneath that. He has got no idea how to jump up to that because it's going too far over him that he can get up in time. And then Maestro is just guiding that down on the far post.
Yeah, we had complaints about the last game from Mocket, but from Widom Girls, but this game has just been textbook from them so far. 3 goals up as we've just finished the first minute of this match. Maestro gets that ball over into the side. He's going to try and shut this one down. He's managed to do so. Keeps forcing that ball over towards Mocket's end. Just going to leave for the time being. Pashi has time. Looks to try and slot that one in. I'm not entirely sure what the aim of that was because that wasn't going to go in. Maestro tries to go for the setup. Misses the ball. Greasy has to come in and do the exact same thing. And here's the thing there. Maestro, as soon as he missed it, completely ran away and has repositioned himself for the shot. Didn't stick around, realized he made a mistake, and got himself into a good position.
Yep, you just see their Turbo on the back post ready to go up, but it was going fast around that back wall, rolling across very nicely, and they move so fast, Widom Girls, that they come and find the ball before you even realise they're there, and it was out of goalie's range or vision, so it was a completely blind save when Maestro slotted that one home.
So Mocket, they're going to have to try and pick themselves up after this one. It's still a game that they can win, but if this keeps going the way it is, it's going to be a confidence destroyer because that defense does not exist. So it would be a defense destroyer, but there wasn't much defense there to beat.
Leave them alone. You've already put the killing blow in them. You're just battering them more and more now. Turbo has been back in so many of these situations, not able to get up and defend these passes because they're just out of range of anything comfortable. And because they're hit so hard, you have to react fast because otherwise the shot will come in, which will be even more unsavable. So Turbo's doing the right things. It's just Widom Girls are doing so much more.
Certainly is the case. Turbo, the aforementioned man, had to try and clear that one, but Maestro's got that one covered, and this is getting painful to watch at this point. This has not been a good game from Mocket whatsoever, and they need to shake this one off. As quickly as possible, they need to shake this one off.
I was about to tell Siki off for making such a terrible attempt of a save, but you actually saw on the replay, Remco came in and tried bashing him about a little bit, and he had to jump around Remco to make the save. These are the small things Widom Girls do. Once they're out of the play, they will then try and clear out via boost to starve their opposition, or via players to bash them, or just annoy them enough that makes it hard for them to save.
Maestro's going to take that ball down. Him and Greasy both go for the same ball, but it's over into the corner. So, Pashi is out of the game for the time being, but Turbo Pulsar in a position to clear that one away. Over into the middle. Nice team play there. Link up between Siki and Turbo Pulsar gives themselves something, and honestly, that's exactly how they need to play this.
I mean, you say nice team play. If Greasy was part of the team, it was. That was just.
It was Greasy, wasn't it?
It was a mistake by Greasy going up the wall.
It looked intentional. It was that good. It looked intentional.
It looked so good. He just found Sicky so well in the middle there, trying to block the ball from rolling along that wall, and just didn't get behind it enough. Deflected it off to the side where Sicky was waiting, and gave him the free shot. That is such a normal play style for teams to do, especially Mocket. But this time it was Greasy for taking in it.
Yeah, I mean, Mocket's defense throughout this entire game has been really bad. Just taking a look just now, they have conceded 6 goals. They have saved 1. I mean, there's 2. We have a second one now there.
I mean, how can you save shots when Weedham Girls are producing things like they have been? Every goal they've done has gone through 3 or 4 touches pretty much prior to it, or from the teammates. And wow, what a save from Remco. That was the only place, though, that Remco could save that. If that was towards the left, he ain't getting there. I mean, to be fair, he had to stop in the air using his backflip and make the save. He's just done another one. He is invincible. How on earth can he do that?
It is very impressive, very quick reaction speed on Remco's side. There's a 4th. Oh, Gamers have not actually registered that one as a save for Remco, which is, I'd feel bad for him if he didn't already have 3.
Yeah, right.
Maestro with the pass over to Remco. Remco going to play it over into the corner. And the goals have started to slow down. It's exactly what Mocket need. They can't afford to be consistently conceding in this game like they were. And it just seems like they've got away from that. Pashi now trying to look for the setup, but Remco has got plenty of time to control that one. Tries to get over top of Sicky, but doesn't quite latch onto that one properly. Maestro and Greasy getting each other's way, allowing the shot to come in, Sicky, but a block comes in from Greasy Meister. Ball off the backboard. As the passing play comes in, Pashi gets the ball cut away from him before he could take the shot. And honestly, so we can basically say this one's pretty much over. Mocket, how do they need to respond?
They started a little bit slow. They gave Weedham Girls space. Weedham Girls, on the other hand, came in incredibly pacey and started producing unsavable situations. It's nothing you can do as a Mocket team when your opposition are like that. What they need to do, though, is they need to start making goals for themselves, because you will concede when they're playing like that. So if they'd scored 3 or 4, perhaps saved a couple of them, it would be a completely different game. You are going to concede 4 or 5 of those 7 goals because they were just too good.
Yep, 7-1. Currently the scoreline in this match, and considering the way this game started, 7-1 is actually kind of a lenient score for us to be going in towards the end of this match on. Greasy puts that one up high. Maestro is not even going to try and attempt to put that one in. It's Greasy yet again, gets that one over into the corner, so that means no one from Mocket can play it. He especially can't play it, and the ball gets taken away from Pashi by Turbo. And we are going to slowly come towards the end of this match. So far in this series, we have seen a bad match from Weedham Girls. We have seen a bad match from Mocket. We're either going to get a great match from both these two teams, or we're going to have a bad match from both.
Yeah, I don't think you can put that loss all down to a bad match by Mocket. It did start off so strong for Weedham Girls, and when you get 2 or 3 goals behind and your opposition are just producing such incredible plays, you're instantly going to be feeling pretty down about it and know that there is nothing you can do. And so you do start to look like you're playing badly. But you look there, Mocket did produce a lot of shots, but then the reverse situation on their opposition, they produced more shots even. But the fact that those were a lot better for Weedham Girls and were able to beat the defense is why they won that match, because they were saving things so well and were also making incredible opportunities for themselves.
Well, let's get ourselves into game 3. Still a best of 5 between these guys. 1-1 overall. Mocket and Weedham Girls going to come into this match. Both of them hoping to shake off their own losses and come into this one as strong as possible. So, should be very interesting to see who now is going to react to what. How are Mocket going to react to such a loss? Because quite clearly, going full defense against Weedham Girls, not the best strategy you can go for.
Yeah, definitely not. And right now, Weedham Girls are going to be thinking, we played incredibly well that last game, let's just do it again. Where Mocket are going to have to consider changing something right now.
All played up high. Pash is going to beat Greasy to that one, though. It's going to allow Pashi to potentially go onto the counter-attack, but Remco is just going to pass that one away to Maestro. We saw Pashi trying to chase him down, but because the pass came in, meant that Pashi was never going to quite reach it. So he comes in yet again looking for the shot, but he was blocked. Sicky was actually going to be the first one to that one, so if you could have made decent contact onto the ball, it would have been a goal for him. As the ball played off the backboard, Weedham Girls so scary in this situation, and Remco, like a flash, puts that one underneath the defender.
Greasy going for that roof hit, very useful for him because it puts it in the box where he saw his teammate Maestro, very fast and hard to read for a defender when it bounces off the roof like that. And then Maestro just tipping it high, not going for goal straight away. Some teams would make that mistake and try and make the shot. There was someone blocking that angle, and that allowed his teammate Remco to be the third piece of the puzzle and finish that off.
Shot comes in from Pashi, but that should be easily saved by Maestro. Let's mock it now, once again behind. Need to try and find themselves a way into this match. Pashi, so often been the catalyst for such great games and just great comebacks. A mistake there, actually, from Maestro. From Remco, actually. Greasy takes his time. Ball off the backboard. Siki might be able to go in for this one. Got it ball into a dangerous position, but Remco, the easy to clear away, sat himself inside the goal, gave himself a huge range of motion to work with. As Turbopulsar plays that one up high, looking for that backboard, but Remco should clear that one away, and he has done so. Siki's got that one red. Wanting to keep this one into the Weedham Girls' heart, but so far haven't managed to find themselves anyway. Getting a shot off. Mistakes there came through. And Pashi almost managed to set himself up and score the goal. Turbopulsar, long clearance. Looking to try and follow that one up. Has managed to do so. Use the back of his car. Got enough to touch one to the end of it. Oh, wow. Pashi came flying in. But Maestro managed to block him. He's kept doing so. He's now taking on two players and just shoulder barging his way throughout this team.
Yeah, he looked to go for the dribble there. An interesting choice by him. People often don't like to dribble in front of the net, but that's going to be so close as they just keep diving across. Very rarely do we see Weedham Girls making a save from within the net. They're normally on their way back from that corner boost and dive across, as they tend to be a quicker and cover more of the net system. But they are risky, as if your opposition find you just a split second too early, you can't make the save.
So crazy. Plays that one. It's going to be blocked by Siki, and over to Remco. Shot comes in from the aforementioned Maestro as Remco puts that pressure back on. Weedham Girls looking to try and box in, mock it at this stage. But here's another one. A long shot comes in. And no one on Weedham Girls able to get the save.
Yeah, right there, their positioning was in favour of all three of them keeping control of that ball. Once they left it and it disappeared, Greasy was completely battered out of the final position, meaning Maestro had to rotate back quickly, but not quickly enough. So well played by Mockit to be aware of that bump of the last man back, and that's going to be in a dangerous position. Maestro not able to get there before Pashi slots it in on the far corner.
Yeah, Maestro has to try and recover on this one. He's always going to come in from the side. With Pashi coming in from the front, it should always go towards the net, and it has done so. Pashi just overpowering that ball there and putting it into the net. So two fairly weak goals to have allowed in. Weedham Girls have found themselves on the back foot.
Yeah, they were looking strong at the start and then have suddenly lost the same control of the ball that they had in the last game. They are, look, you can see them, all three of them are up attacking together. But if one of them makes a touch that's just a little bit too easy for the opposition, then it gives it all away. But Mockit are just really strong in defense when playing against a team that's not quite making the touches they would hope to.
Yeah, so far Weedham Girls have really struggled to find each other, really struggled to get those backboard plays going. Greasy, long clearance from him, is going to go up high. Remco's actually, he's done something in the background there. I didn't quite see what he was doing, but it looks like Mockit were bent all out of shape. Managed to get the save, though, as the backboard is now starting to get used. Clearance comes in, but Greasy puts that one over to the corner. Maestro now going to take it up onto the side. It's now been set up, but this should be able for Mockit to clear it, but this has not been impressive at all. Shot comes in. Remco, poor shot from him. Really should have been 2-2 after that. He had the entire goal to aim at.
Yeah, Weedham Girls this whole series have not looked like they're getting good touches, but that touch from Maestro, the second one off the backboard. They love hitting the backboard over and over again. Here, Maestro follows through, and he knows if he gets that second touch, both Siki and Turbo taken out of it. Pashi tries to close down the angle for Remco, but it's just in such a dangerous position on the far side where Remco had great positioning to come in and finish that one off. That is more like it, Weedham Girls. Mock it, though. They need to be careful going to that passive mode once they get ahead, because Weedham Girls will find a way through.
Yeah, certainly a hugely dangerous thing to do, especially against the backboard. I mean, the ball goes up so high, it's not like players can go up and hit the ball off the backboard unless they're already on it, but that is pretty somewhat difficult, and there's a lot of players that don't want to just sit around there, let alone that, but because the ball does bounce so far, I mean, if the ball bounces off the top of the backboard, it's going to go out far, which means that no one in goal is able to go out to challenge. It is such, almost, I won't say it's risk-free, but it's a very advantageous situation for the offensive team to take advantage of.
Yeah, definitely. And you saw Pashi was sitting off the goal line in that situation, trying to cut down the angle, but it just wasn't enough for the speed at which Weedham Girls were attacking there. But one thing I've noticed is in defence, Weedham Girls are very much reliant on those last-minute saves, where Mocket seem to have a much better positioning in defence, because that is what they specialise in. They will have someone ready in net, someone diving in across, and it's working very well. But it just doesn't ever look comfortable for Weedham Girls.
It's going to be in this time. Oh my God,
Remco
just threw himself and said, I really hope that this ball hits me. And the ball did hit him. So 2-2. Maestro with the fake. Pulls out 2 players. Is there anything from Weedham Girls to steal this match? Shot comes in. And it's not quite okay. Maestro forces it. He just puts his car in the air and says, there is a wall there, but I am my own wall. Forces the ball into the net. And Weedham Girls have stole this match.
Maestro with the fake, which drew out one player, then going across, trying to flick it towards the net. Both the other players got baited out by that diving across, which left it completely empty. Remco finds an angle. If he hit it too low, the goalies who were recovering would have saved it. Hits it too high, it's off the backboard, but that is fine because his teammate Maestro came in, smothered that ball with the crossbar, squeezing it in just below, and that took the victory for them, and they win in the last second of this game.
Unbelievable end to that match. Remco, with the miracle save, just launched his car, had his back turned as well, and just managed to get the touch over onto the side. And then as soon as he done so, turned it around, went onto the counter-attack, set up his teammate. And that is the end of the match. Mock it. They looked really good throughout this, but they do not take the W.
They do not at all, and that was down to the scramble defense that Weedham Girls were going for with those last-moment saves, the crazy reading of their opposition. Eventually, the ball pops out. They had too much space, as Maestro showed when he did that little dribble play, and that opened up a gap. And the defense from Mocket is very well organised. It's just not at that same level of Weedham Girls mechanically because they cannot find those crazy angles for the saves.
Yeah, if Mocket are in complete control of the game, it is very difficult to prize that away from them. But you're against Weedham Girls, and sometimes leads are hard to get a hold of. That was the sense I wanted to say. And then this happened.
I mean, a ball that close to the wall, you shouldn't really be flying up for that. But Pashi saw there was no one up there already in preparation. So he closed down the angle for Greasy and met him at the perfect point where he would be able to guide where it went. As they weren't close enough for the 50-50, he was just far enough away to redirect it down towards their net. And when your teammate goes up the wall to hit it, you're pretty convinced that the ball is not going to be coming straight out towards your net. So there was no one looped back in goal for Weedham Girls.
Weedham Girls, if they can take this match, they will be the winners of this best of 5 and take themselves 3 points. As the shot comes in, Mock it. Don't want any of that. They want to see game 5, and they are making a strong case towards that.
Yeah, great use of the backboard by Siki. Greasy underneath that tries to get up and meet it as it bounces off, but they're so hard to read. They're a lot easier to read for the offensive player coming in, and Pashi showed that with a great finish.
So, Weedham Girls find themselves behind pretty early on in this match. Not just behind, but with a mountain to climb. Certainly got to find themselves 2 goals. They have managed to do so far. They might even get better than that because they managed to pull out 2 players with that particular play, but didn't quite find the end product. Maestro, the pass over to Remco, just trying to force it into Remco, just goes, here, speed, do it. Breezy's felt backflip man in the background, and the shot comes in. Turbo Pulsar really should not have been allowed that rebound shot, but he has got a hold of it.
Yeah, Greasy going up to try and meet the clear as it was originally hit, but it was so powerful, and that is what we're talking about. When you get those long clears, they have to hit the back wall, get over anyone who's in their way, because otherwise that would have been too easy to defend. So then the ball comes down, but because of Greasy's misread originally, he was out of position to get it off the back wall the second time, meaning Turbo had a close range shot.
Yeah, that on second viewing, that backflip was intentional. It was actually the original angle of the area he was going for, which was wrong. He was never going to be on target to hit the ball. So he chose to go for the backflip and then try and reposition himself. Just didn't end up working for him. So 3-0 now. Mock it. Trying to do a replica of Weedham Girls' game 2, but Weedham Girls are saying that this is not over yet, boys. You've still got a long time to defend against us.
It was a great touch by Greasy to send it round towards the middle so fast, but Turbo didn't need to do anything with that as that ball was going over their goal. Instead, he tries to tip it out, but that just creates a great passing opportunity in the middle, and Greasy follows through with his momentum and takes that ball, puts it into the net.
Siki off the backboard, trying to look for it yet again, but never going to reach that one. Ball now over into the middle. With them girls trying to find some sort of pressure. Masiki is going to take the shot. No one left to defend. Just finding gaps every single time right now. William girls, this is unusual for them. We don't usually see this many free goals going against them.
It's misses that are making these free goals. You saw Greasy going towards that ball after Turbo touched it, and that faked out his teammate Remco, who thought they had ball control. He started moving up ready for the pass, but actually it just meant Turbo had a chance to pass it into the middle for his teammate Siki. But that's going to be another goal for them as they win a challenge and it pops straight into the box for the shot.
Yep, that goal has been automatically avenged. Turbo Pulsar gets himself blocked there, and Remco just looks at it just going, wow, that challenge could not have gone any better for us, really. That is just plopped right in front of him. Gets himself the goal. Has there been a game that Remco hasn't scored in yet? I mean, possibly game one. But I think Remco's scored in every match.
He tends to be all over the pitch. He makes incredible saves, makes incredible shots, but he always opts to push up on the far side of the pitch, waiting in the middle, ready for the shot opportunities. And that is why he's sometimes been out of position for defense, because he's pushed up too early. But in general, he is the shot maker because of that positioning.
Ball pass back over to Greasy. Greasy gets it up high. Here comes Maestro, trying to get himself up into the air. Save comes in from Turbo. Just stops his car, jumps up high, and flips, knowing that that'll instantly stop the momentum. And he's done it so well. Remco with the bump onto Turbo, but Pashi has spawned after he was previously demolished. Playing with that 1v1 skill now. Gets past Greasy, but Remco immediately cleans it up. Bump comes in off the wall. Save! Was it? Actually, I don't see any sort of save thing coming up there, but Maestro with a reverse flip shot, and we're just seeing them all jump up and down. Turbo Pulsar recovers in time and gets the save yet again. Mock it, making mistakes, but also fixing them every single time.
The ball was so close to the goal line on multiple occasions there. Maestro seemed to find himself backwards on every one, so he couldn't react as fast using his boost, and that just allowed the opposition to close down the angle and send it away. And you've got to be careful with those as well, not to get countered on, because generally you push up a little bit too far and mock it, not able to make anything of it. But some incredible prediction shades from Turbo. He would jump up, find the angle of the shot, and just stay there, get the block, which makes it tough for William Girls because they have to start guiding it to the corners where it's harder to make shots.
Pass with the long clear out, that's going to be blocked by Maestro. So here it is. Two players go for that, actually. Siki's going to try and set up his teammate. He's actually going to use the backboard. Going to look for a second touch. Siki! I said two players. He essentially is two players, but he can pull stuff off like that.
He won the 50-50, guiding it up the wall. Obviously, Greasy's trying to protect his own... Oh, no, it was Maestro trying to protect his own net. So that allowed Siki to win that 50-50 off the wall, finds the ball again off the backboard, and just uses the bottom side of his car to guide it in just below the crossbar. Incredibly tough to save that. I don't think there's anyone in the world who would have been able to block that shot because it was just so tight. It's you don't expect it, and it's so tight to the wall at that angle that it's really hard to predict the actual shot.
Oh, well, there's an open goal. Mock it. Overcommitting. I'm not entirely sure why. I want to see where their players are. They've got two players up at this point, and then the mistake. There it is. They actually had a decent rotation, but the mistake came in. Can't be doing that.
Yeah, there's no reason to overcommit at this point. Obviously, Turbo sitting back would have been a bad decision because it allowed Weedham Girls to create those situations where they can score. But I think Pashi and Siki were the reason there that they lost out, because they can be a little bit more passive now, not overcommit two people completely out of the situation. Because even if Turbo got the hit, he was still the only one back for a good while there, and Weedham Girls would have probably found a way.
Maestro with the clearance. And as you said, 50 seconds now remaining. 2 goals is all that separate these two teams. I stand corrected. 45 seconds remaining. 3 goals separate them.
That should help out a little bit. Remco getting challenged by Siki in there very nicely there. And Greasy on his rotation back. We said that the way Weedham Girls like to defend is being through their full momentum movement, diving across the net. But right there, they just got beaten as the challenge went too much in Mocket's favour, allowing Turbo to shoot before the goalie returned.
It's amazing that we can get games like this, and we're only essentially halfway through this tournament. Still have phase 3 to come. Greasy tries to go for the clearance, but Pashi with the block is going to allow Siki to try and take the shot, but he doesn't quite get the hit onto it. So it's Turbo's turn, and Turbo gets himself the goal. And we'll just say that Siki meant that one. He wanted to give Turbo the hat trick.
Siki going up, I think, to block Remco, and then after Remco missed it, it meant there was no one hitting that ball, leaving it in a dangerous close-range position on the bounce, and Turbo hit it cleanly enough that it beat the goal line And you know, these kind of plays at this stage don't really mean too much, as the game's already in Mocket's favour and will likely win it almost definitely at this point. But Weedham Girls really don't want to be showing off this style of play because it is not looking so good for them.
7-3, a pretty dominant score. Mocket now have their version of game 2, as Maestro is not even playing. So there's the own goal, there's the hat trick for Pasci. He will certainly be happy with that. What a great shot. Mesmerizing. Look at that.
I think Maestro went into his menu, looked for the vote to forfeit button and realised it wasn't there and just thought, you know what, I'll sit here and wait. Because right now there is nothing to play for in this game other than for morale. He's probably gone off to go get a drink or something in preparation for the next one, as they really need to switch it up.
I really wanted him to get saved there.
It would have been impressive.
It would have been very impressive. So yeah, Mocket take game 4. 2-2 now. It just... These guys cannot have a dull series, can they? It's just not possible.
Not at all. They are such strong teams, and I wouldn't be too surprised if we see them with a repeat performance in the final, as they are certainly looking the strongest two in the scene at the moment for Europe, with that Gfinity performance in the final last week, and also the fact that Flipside aren't playing with Marky. It might change as his internet improves, but I would say at this point these two teams are in their own island with no Supersonic Avengers, no Flying Dutchman, and Flipside with a sub.
Yeah, Flipside sub is certainly going to hinder them a little bit. As we said earlier, any team that has previously had Marquee and then has no more Marquee is going to be suffering from that. Yeah, this is going to be a hugely important match, and momentum and morale is going to be on the side of Mocket. Turbo Pulsar, pretty much uncontested for that, but that was still pretty nice to look at.
Yeah, you just saw Remco not quite reading that at all well. Then Turbo flies up towards it, and he starts falling. So rather than allowing his boost to be wasted on the fall, he uses his second flip in the air to zero his gravity, move towards the left, and then start boosting towards it. Very good use of air control there to keep him up above that ball.
Yeah, it's not often that we see it work. Remco says, yeah, you can do impressive things, but here's something I like to do. It was called hitting it really hard, and we have a slight issue here, actually, as Siki has 260 ping. It's come back down, though. It only seemed to go up during the replay, but it is back down at this point. 1-1. And yeah, going back to what you were saying, he did use the second jump. It's not often that you see that work, because the second jump has got a set amount of time that it's on, so you have to be able to predict where the ball is going to be, like, almost a second after you press the button. And to actually get that right is really impressive. Siki is still not playing. He's got decent ping.
Yeah, ping doesn't necessarily show everything here.
Oh, no, he's back up. Yeah, it's a bit delayed from what we can see.
It's a little bit delayed. So this is tough for Mocket right now, as they are essentially playing 2v3 for a period of time. And it is unfortunate to see, because Siki is a huge part of how they play. I think any team, when they miss their third player, is hugely important. But we've seen he's created some amazing goals, being incredible in defense. So not knowing whether he's going to be performing or not is very tough for them, because he could suddenly appear back in this game, whereas ping drops. But then they've got to change their playstyle, because right now 2v3 is not easy against any team, let alone Weedham Girls.
Yeah, well, it looks like Siki is going to be out of this game for the time being, and Weedham Girls are going to take complete advantage for that. Just keep putting the ball in. They realize that they have to get the win here, and they are well within their rights to do so.
Yeah, and at this point,
it's unfortunate. Like, I'm not going to say that this is what I want to see at all, but
yeah, I see it as an issue right now, because it's meaning Mocket aren't able to get that third win, assuming it continues to play out like this. But I feel like both these teams are in a strong position to win a number 1 and number 2 spots in their groups. So it's not a huge problem concerning the players, because they still get those 2 wins. They are very useful for them. They just got to beat other teams in their groups to potentially move on to phase 3. I just want to see Siki suddenly go, my internet's fine now. And
the big question I have right now is, if they can't fix Siki's internet, who do they have available? Who is the substitute that they've got around to sort this out? Because we've already seen Marky sub out today due to bad internet. Is it going to be the same thing with Siki? We will try and keep us up to date with that as possible, because Siki's internet is not seeming to be fixing itself. It keeps kind of bringing itself down and immediately shooting back up.
Yeah, we have a technical right here, and Pashi and Turbo are going to try their absolute best to keep going right now. 3-1 though, and I'm sure it will turn into more as we go forward, is not going to be enough for them to come back at this point, 2v3, and even when they get their third back, potentially not. So unfortunately, Mockit won't necessarily be giving themselves the best opportunity this game, but there is still plenty of time left. I don't want to take away from them, and Pashi and Turbo are doing very well right now, almost getting a goal. Remco having to make the save there, so I think we can treat this as a game, and just hope that Siki comes back in, as I think he might be now.
Oh, well, I hope so. I mean, Johnny Boy hasn't played for a team yet today, so I think he's still available to sub. You know, but by the rules, he should still be there. Yeah, it looks like Siki is back into this. It's a little unfortunate that that has, you know, by and large, well, definitely affected the result of this match. But it just leaves that taste lingering now. If these two teams play again later, that taste is still going to be there because, let's be honest, there is no definitive winner here. The points will obviously go to We Them Girls if they can close this one out. But, you know, this is unconvincing.
Yeah, and as I said before, if they both come 1 and 2 in the groups, there is a high possibility that they will push forward and get to the final where they will play against each other once again. But up to that point, there will be no rematch. So they still have to keep performing at this kind of level to prove to the rest of the European scene that they are better than anyone else. So right now, We Them Girls have shown they have the ability to play at a high enough standard to compete against Mockit. But I would certainly say Mockit have been on top for the most part, except for those 1 or 2 games where We Them Girls just suddenly flicked a switch. So I think We Them Girls themselves have to improve something right now if they plan to go ahead and win this tournament.
Yep, certainly will need to. Both these teams will be quite happy in the knowledge that Flipside are playing with a sub, but it's more than likely that these guys will be taking on each other later, and they've also got that, you know, newly formed monster. We still don't quite know how good they are, but C&J are still lurking around with Scrub Killer on their team, and that'll be very interesting to see how they stack up today as well.
Exactly, and you never know, there might be one of the kind of ranking 7 and below teams that could come in and really cause an upset, or maybe we might see another internet issue come up for Siki. Hopefully it's just a short burst and we won't see another one this evening, which is most likely, I assume. So good luck to them going forward. But we have still got a 3-1 situation right here, 30 seconds left. They haven't scored to this point with 3 players. I highly doubt they're going to suddenly find something. And now it's 4-1. It's not going to happen.
No, it's certainly not. I mean, if we can take this from where the internet issues happened, I believe that they happened like either when the first goal for We Them Girls went in, or just afterwards. Either way, it's either 1-1 or 2-1 if we are going for lag and no lag scores. And Siki has stopped moving again. Oh, he's back. Please don't do that to us, Siki. We need you for the rest of this tournament.
Exactly. So 10 seconds left. 4-1 is the score. 2-1 without the lag situation. So it is still a victory for We Them Girls as we go forward, as they're just stalling it out now. And they take the best of 5 3-2. And we did mention earlier on about the whole best of 5 group stage situation. So the first to 3 wins ends the game. It's like a normal best of 5 in that respect, but you get points for every win. So if you start taking games early on, as Mockit have done in this one, they've taken 2 of the 5 games, then they do get points for those 2 games. So that is not a bad loss for them, as it's only 1 point they are missing out on.
Oh, here's the worst news. Johnny has already played a match for Flipside today, so he wouldn't be eligible.
I mean, they're basically asking for a death wish if they get Johnny Boy in there anyway, so it's probably good that that's taken out of...
the shot. Right, Pash.
Yes.
Are you there, my friend? What is your analysis of that last game? And if it's anything other than lag, then you're wrong.
I am here, and I have taken some notes. That was a pretty insane series, all the way up to that unfortunate lag situation that kind of tainted it towards the end. But throughout the games, you could really see Mockit came into Game 1 with a plan, and they pulled it off, and it worked quite well, because they actually beat We Them Girls. But then in Game 2, you could immediately see how they reacted to that plan. So Mockit went very, very aggressively, which is unconventional for their playstyle, because they're usually a defense-focused team. And they were focused all on the counters. So it was kind of a mix between defensive and offensive. We constantly saw Pashi in the center dead in the center of the goal line, waiting for the shots that Wheatem Girls sent at them. And then he went for the long clears. Most of the time followed them up by himself, but also got some help by his teammates every now and then. And what that resulted in was a battle of the sieges, where both teams kind of got the ball across the center line and started sieging each other, and they both tried their utmost to keep the ball from crossing the center line, to apply as much pressure as possible. And especially I want to underline how Pashy really took the initiative in that game and was everywhere where the ball went. He did not leave that ball aside even a single second. And towards the end of that game, when Mocket got a little more defensive because they built up such a significant lead, Wheatem Girls actually started scoring again, so they were kind of overthrown and thrown off track by that sudden, huge aggression that Mocket were playing. And then in Game 2, Wheatem Girl massively upped the pace, and they don't even give Mocket a chance to counter, because most of the plays in Game number 2 were Wheatem Girls kind of passing the ball to each other in the air and kind of flip-flopping, ping-ponging the ball between their team members and coming at the goal from angles where it is very difficult to get a wide and long central clear, which completely threw off Mocket's tactic, because that is what they were doing in game number 1. And so Wheatem Girls catch them off guard with their sudden change of tactic, with their sudden change of play, and they start gaining goals, and Mocket's momentum completely vanishes after the first few goals, and Patchy starts getting restless, starts going for very dangerous balls, for very risky balls, starts playing a little bit of a solo game, and that resulted in that very, very high 7-2 loss for Mocket. And then in Game 3, Wheatem Girls loses some pace. They effectively try to keep on playing the way they did in Game number 2, but Mocket has started to intercept those balls, those passing plays in the air. And that effectively broke their chain, threw off Wheatem Girls. Eventually, though, they allowed themselves to get pushed back and get Wheatem Girls back into their usual Wheatem Girls playing style, where they just pass the ball all the way over the court, completely relying on team plays and just playing those sick Wheatem Girls passes. And in the mid-game, obviously, there was a period where Mocket got very, very high momentum and got the control in their hands, but then in comes Remco, the defensive god, and just saved one shot after another. It was absolutely insane what we watched from him there. That was a defensive performance that I have not ever seen from any other player, so that was absolutely amazing.
The most interesting thing for me to watch was the difference in play style, in defense in particular, where Mocket tended to sit back and be ready for things to happen. And then they got outplayed by backboard passes, where Wheatem Girls tended to just scramble to the goal line to make saves. But it was a 3-2, which I think really sums out how close it was between the two of them. But Wheatem Girls will take the lead for this group stage. And as we mentioned earlier on, Phase 2 of Rocket Royale, the group stages are 3 games for each team. It's a best of 5. Every win results in a point. And so a 3-2 is not a bad situation. The rest of that group will be looking to try and steal wins off of each other and try and get up to the level that Mocket are. But those 2 wins will add on to the 3 to 6 that they will likely get anyway. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see both of them going through. But right now, have we got another game for them?
We are still trying to work through this current round. Only 2 games have currently been played through. So obviously Wheatem Girls and Mocket have just played themselves to a 3-2. Crown and Jewels have also played 3 games and won those, and they also lost 2 to Miracle Workers. So we're still waiting on the results between Aeriality and Rapid Shot, Flipside Tactics and Team Enjoy. So I believe we might need a break.
I also kind of want to point out, was not quite done yet, was almost done, but I also kind of want to point out how Wheatem Girls had their Wheatem Girls moment in game number 4, as I like to call it, where they suddenly start playing erroneously, out of nowhere, for no discernible reason, with strange positioning, defensive lapses, and Maka just completely took advantage of that. And then in game number 5, it actually went on for large parts of that game, especially in the early game. But then Siki had the unfortunate lag spike, and that kind of shifted momentum straight away from Mocket. So, hotly contested series, and I'm actually looking forward to them potentially meeting again later on, because there are some unsettled scores there, definitely, after that Game 5.
Certainly will be, and hopefully we can get some rematches. Hopefully we can get the run back later on. Certainly interesting to see who can go through on this side. Rhythm Girls, I think, have pretty much forged their path now with that win. Took the series 3-0 earlier over Rapid Shot, so I think we'll see them in the last 4.
Potentially. And in the meanwhile, while this game has been going on, you have been sending in some tweets. Keep on doing that, by the way. Hashtag Rocket Royale. You can see it down there in the ticker. We will read your tweets on air and have a short discussion about them. If you have something to say, if you have comments, or if you just want to shout out, do feel free to do so. And our first tweet for this particular batch of tweets will be from It's a Stev, at It's a Stev. Hashtag Rocket Royale. A Lamau, where the heck are my NA boys at? At Courtney RL, tie your phone to your fan and run it on low. Easy egg hatching. Does that actually work?
I don't know.
No, you have
That
to
sounds
be moving.
dangerous.
You have to be moving when you are doing the egg hatching, because it does it on GPS, not steps, unfortunately. But there's no reason why you can't pace around the room and try and catch the corners. But I think we
pretty
should.
large fan
again. No, we're not doing this.
It has to
We
be a
should,
pretty
uh,
large fan.
This is called the Shogun Breaker. All right.
Right, so okay,
Let's move on.
Okay, let's
Rocket
move on.
League.
Let's
Rocket
move on to
League.
the next tweet. From Kurt Heck, Amy Tyso. Drink? Check. Ice cream sandwich? Check. At Rocket LG Central, hashtag Rocket Royale? Check. All set for a relaxing Sunday evening. Thank you very much for watching, Amy, and we hope that the tournament so far has been to your pleasure.
Well, I can't say relaxing for me because it's so much hype right now. I couldn't possibly sit down with an ice cream sandwich and not spill it everywhere just because of jumping out of my chair at the exciting moments. But yes, definitely a good way to chill in the evening, watching these guys compete at the highest level of Rocket League.
Yeah, it certainly is, and hopefully we have more coming towards you soon.
Absolutely. Still looking for, waiting for those final few matches to finish until we can get our final match, or not final match, our next match. Excuse me, it's not going to be our final match, not by a long shot. Onto your screens. In the meanwhile, keep on tweeting, hashtag Rocket Royale. You know what to do. Also, check out rocket-league.com for all the latest news on the Rocket League scene. And, yeah, do all those things, and great fortune will come upon you. Citation needed. Folks, we will go into a quick break, but when we're back, we will have another match coming up for you. In the meanwhile, feel free to go catch some drinks or snacks or get that bathroom break that you were pining for ever since that crazy, crazy series started. We will be setting up everything in the background, and when we are ready and done, we will come back to you. So do not go anywhere, because we'll stay right here as well.
To be free, far from what I was led to, but no holding back. I've made up my mind. Seeing what's next, I'm not sure what I'll find. Holding the key firmly in my hands. I'm looking forward, I know where I stand, and this is it. I've nothing to lose. Now is the right time. I'm making my you
right, folks. Apparently the players have already started playing, despite us presumably letting them know that they should not. But that's fine. We can adjust very quickly. My name's Tapash. Joining me is Shogun and Micro's Discord. You're
What a
still muted,
start.
Shogun. Okay, well, bit of a shaky start.
I'll go.
Okay, all right. Let's just Gregan. So joining me is Gregan. Fine then. Yeah, first goal for Micro. Flipside Tactics going into the lead here. Crown Jewels versus Flipside. Here we go. Second goal coming right off the bat. Cooks here scores here.
Yeah, great goal from Cooks here. This start has been all in Flipside's favour. They've just been looking so strong right now. And Cooks here just showing off a solo play there. Using that back wall, going up and chasing it himself, guiding it to that far side. No one protecting it. Well played.
Well played indeed. Solid start here for Flipside Tactics in this first match. In the first game of their match. Sebadam not quite getting the clear there. Knocking Flark out of the way to get it. Long pass coming in from Scrubkiller to get the ball away from danger. It's a little bit of coordination problems between those two teams here. And Scrubkiller with a good sneak tries to mentally outplay their opposition there. Couldn't quite make it happen though. Scrubkiller once more going for the air dribble. Almost managed to make it all the way through. Micro stops him. Sebadam can't get the angle on the shot. And that spells the end of that opportunity for Crown and Jewels. But it was a pretty huge one. See if they can play out any more.
Scrubkiller's air dribble took one player out of the game and then forced Micros into an uncomfortable 50-50, which just sat it there for Sebadam. He should be making those shots. But you can't take away from the incredible setup Scrubkiller forced.
Absolutely. So Crown and Jewels slowly starting to make some strides towards the goal. Not really succeeding with any of them so far, and they have to watch out not to lose the momentum that they've just built up for themselves as Flipside Tactics doing their utmost to stop exactly that. And here we see another attempt coming in from Bipod. All they can do is put it against the backboard, but Crown and Jewels once more caught on their back foot here. Forced to defend. Can they play this out? Flark tries to carry it on through, but Bipod immediately throwing himself into that ball and preventing it from going anywhere near dangerous territory. And that is a wonderful play. Using the backboard as a proxy, Micro is passing over to Bipod, who finishes cleanly.
This all came down to Sebadam's touch. It just wasn't good enough. Putting it in the air within their own half, probably even their own third, and that allowed Micros to come in, bait them high, take Scrubkiller out of the game, and allow for the follow-up shot. Perhaps Scrubkiller should have tried pushing out on the original touch from Sebadam, but he pushed it out at that kind of distance where it was no man's land. It goes to the opposition too easily.
Certainly does. Halfway through the game, 3-0 for Flipside Tactics. Crown and Jewels with some promising strides, but none of them really following through. Quite the contrary. Micros even increases the lead.
He goes off that wall, gets the height from jumping up the wall, then pops off, redirects his car, twists a little bit in the air 90 degrees to allow him to get behind that ball and gets a good shot off from a fair distance. Cookser also went for it, but Micros beat him to the chase and got a shot on net.
And this is slowly starting to spiral out of control here for Crown and Jewels. That was a good attempt for them, but Scrubkiller not able to follow through on it. The defense from Flipside too strong, and the accuracy from Crown and Jewels just not strong enough. And another big chance for Flipside Tactic. This time they weren't quite able to capitalize. Another good shot coming from Cookster. Sebadam with a wonderful save. Saves it off to the side of the field, and they immediately try to go for the follow-up counter, but Sebadam again can't quite put the shot on target. This is something that Crown and Jewels have been struggling with for all this game. Their shots, whenever they do get them, they just don't hit their mark.
Yet they've been so close on so many occasions. That's going to go in finally for them as it sneaks back around the goalie in that well-won 50-50 challenge by Sebadam. You see him coming in, and he just paces it up real fast and then attacks Cooksir without him realizing he's got no space and not enough power behind that by Cooksir, and just lobs it up for the Sebadam dunk.
That might be the first step on a long path, and not a lot of time to tread that long path. 120 just remaining for 3 more goals for Crown and Jewels. Can they repeat what they have just done? Scrubkiller can't quite retain control of the ball with a little bit of help from his teammate, though. He does manage to carry it all the way on through. Loses control, though. Very, very close to the goal. Sebadam doesn't win out the 50-50. Doesn't even get to the ball close enough to make it a 50-50. Scripkilla nicely outplaying Micros, but nobody there to follow up on that play, so Bipod will be able to clear it straight back over onto the blue side. Flipside, mainly concerned with ball control right now. Scripkilla with a good setup into the center, but Cooks here catches the ball off Sebadam before it can be made any use of, and Micros finishes the deal and probably the game.
Yeah, great awareness by Cooks here to follow through after his aerial and close down angle on Flarky. Flarky needs to see him coming and try and change the direction rather than pushing it the angle which he was clearly covering, which was straight towards the net. But at this stage, 4-1, you may as well try and force those quick goals. But Cooks here taking that opportunity completely away. Micros isn't going to finish those any day of the week.
33 seconds remaining in this game. I think it's safe to say that Crown and Jewels will already have a very, very hard time coming back from this, especially considering that Flipside Tactics are once more all up in the attack right now. Sebadam in the side of the field going to try to clash from with Micros for the ball. Cooks here in the end does win out. Micros with the pass over to Bipod. They have a clean net to score on, except for Scripkilla. Passing attempt. No, not even a pass. Straight on target. Crazy angle. Cooks here. Things.
He often does these. He lobs it over towards the net and you just think that's not going in. Oh wait, it's snuck below the crossbar, and Scripkilla probably thought that was going to hit the crossbar and bounce out and just couldn't find an angle of his car up towards it. It's looking so strong right now for Flipside. Everything they're doing has been with intention, and Cooks here has had an absolute blinder of a game, really producing some great opportunities here.
Yes, even with Bipod, it seems that Flipside Tactics is still a formidable team. Very, very strong. Seemingly impossible to take down.
And they turn it into some unrecognizable 7-1. It's got a name or something. I don't really know what it is. But Bipod taking the opportunity for that backlid. To be honest, at this stage, it is irrelevant. They had already won. And I think Flipside really showed how they plan to take on this best of 5. They want to win it in 3 straight away. Take Crown Jewels out of the situation, because if they can take a few games off of them here, where they might be able to make it a 3-2 and instead make it a 3-0, that could look good for them in the series, as it could take possibly their strongest rivals in their group away from the Phase 3 of Rocket Royale, which would make their run in the final potentially a lot easier.
Yeah, that was about as clear as it can get with a 7-1 there. No particular special thing about that score, but here we go into game number 2, and what do you think will Crown Jewels have to do in order to be able to stand up to that relentless Flipside Tactics team?
I have no idea at this point, because I wouldn't ever put anyone beating Flipside when they're playing this well. But one major thing Crown Jewels could potentially do is start scoring shots. They had 5 situations where had they hit them in, they still would have lost. It was 7-1. But if you start scoring those, it gives you that momentum switch you hope to continue going forward, and potentially could have given their opposition a lot more of a challenge.
Let's see if they can carry on through with that in game number 2. Their accuracy left a lot to be desired in game number 1. Let's see if they can fix that here. It's Cooks here. Immediately saves an attempt, or clears an attempt. Wasn't even a save. The Crown and Jewels had made on the orange goal. Scripkilla carrying on through, blowing up Bipod, outplaying Micros with the pass into the center. Sebadam doesn't find the momentum that he needs. Flark trying to push it in, and in the end, even though Micros got his hands on it, it does cross the goal line.
See, I told them they should start scoring, and if they start scoring, they're going to win. As Micros was left completely still, Flarky coming in and flipping into it to win that challenge. But Micros, because he was sideways, wouldn't get as many touches on it, so that was a barrage of powerful touches to take it past him. But that's it.
Ow! I thought that was almost the equalizer, but Scripkilla coming in from the side and sweeping it away. Cooks there with another try to pop it up into the air for one of his teammates, or even for the cheeky score, for this cheeky sneak. Can't quite do it. So Crown and Jewels do remain in the lead here. Scripkilla, look at his mechanical play. He has been once more the strongest player out of the Crown and Jewels lineup for the time being, taking initiative where his teammates can't, and his shots have largely been the most accurate ones. But just as I say that, Sebadam wants a piece of the cake as well.
Yeah, Cooksy trying to clear that one away a little bit longer than that, but instead hits it towards the roof, which drops it straight down on Sebadam, and you would put him to win that kind of situation against Mike Rules. What he did is he tipped it up, got underneath it, and redirected it to the other side. So Mike Rules was so static that there wasn't really much he could do to react to that.
So Crown and Jewels taking the lead here, 2-0. Already looking much better than in game number 1 that they lost considerably. Mike Rules taking control of the ball. Look at how calm and collected he was while he did that.
Yeah, you see Sebadam's misclear. That has been the story of this game. Touches that have been left in the middle for your opposition. And all of these players are strong 1v1 players and mechanically are able to take that ball and secure themselves a goal.
So, first step for Flipside Tactics to get things back to even here. And Crown and Jewels really have to watch out not to lose momentum. Scrubkilla immediately picking up on that pass from Flark, but loses control to Mike Rolls in the final third of the field. And Sebadam with a big whiff. Luckily for him, Scrubkilla did have enough time to reposition himself. Can he get the double tap? No, he cannot. Sebadam also going to try to attempt another tap. In the end, Flark loses out control to Cookster, puts it against the ceiling. And clean finish for Flipside.
It was looking so hopeful for Crown and Jewels up to this point. They were in the lead for those early 2 goals, but it's never safe against Flipside as Cookster finds that ball after it hits the ceiling and rushes towards it, guiding it to the net so fast that the rotation wasn't able to return and cover for it. You've got to be careful in those 50-50s as it can splat out in a place that is dangerous, and that was a prime example of it.
Look at that wide shot all across the field from Cookster. Scrubkilla coming in from the side and saving that one. Can't quite get the wall hit to go. Sebadam waiting on the goal line, waiting for the clear, but Flipside certainly setting up for the siege right now. Whiff coming in from Sebadam, and Scrubkilla is right where he needs to be. Outplays Cookster, baits him in. Mike Rolls, final bastion of defense. Can't get past him. Ball's up in the air, and Flark's going to try to go for it, but there's not good positioning for any kind of offense here. Mike Roll coming in from behind, clearing the ball back into the corner, and Crown and Jewels going to have to look towards defending now, or Flipside will overrun them with a counter. As Cookster blows up Scrubkilla, finally gains some more ground here up in the front. 2 minutes still remaining, and Crown and Jewels certainly looking to establish a siege here, but it's not really a siege yet because there haven't been any shots towards goal. They have been able to kind of confine Flipside to their own half, but just as they say that, they do break out, and even then there weren't any kinds of tangible or dangerous shots on goal that came from that situation.
It's all reactive play at the moment. They're not creating situations, but that is creating a situation as Cookser finds Mike up on the wall, who pops it off straight into where Cookser was landing, allowing him to get that 1-2 play into the net. I was just about to mention how everything's been reactive plays off of mistakes going in to score those goals, but right there is a prime example of creativity in Rocket League. Positioning by Mike Rules on the wall, and that allowed for an easy enough pass for Cookser to guide, and just so nicely redirected back.
And as we are nearing the end of Phase 2 here in Rocket Royale, you're actually getting in some results as well. As the score stands right now, Flipside Tactics have already made it through to the finals, and Crown and Jewels need to win this series in order to still be able to make it. So there's a lot riding on Crown and Jewels' success here, so that equalizer, you're going to be very happy for it.
Yeah, it was actually shot wide, but where Cookser was waiting on that far post, or the near post I should say, his teammate didn't close down the angle properly, and it allowed him to kind of redirect it off of the extended post that was Cookser at the time. So 3-3 right now, just a minute to go, and Flipside have got to try and take this victory as soon as they can. Otherwise, it's only going to open up a door for Crown and Jewels, who really do need to win this, as you said, as they get another goal.
Yeah, very, very fast-paced play. Flark set that up beautifully for Sebadam and actually baited in bipod. Cookster trying to make his way back as fast as possible, but Sebadam had a clear grasp on that ball, and it was just a solid case of Flipside Tactics overcommitting. And this might just be what Crown and Jewels needs to take this game and the much-needed momentum and morale that they will need to win the series, which in turn they will need to advance into the final round.
Yeah, it's not impossible for these guys. They have put themselves in a position where they are 1 game down, which is never comfortable, because they're having to squeeze victories like this with 4-3 very close at this point, and it could potentially go to overtime right now, as it's not... It's never over when you're up against players like Cookser, Mike, and Bipod as well, as he comes flying in, trying to make something of it. But a goal right now for Crown Jewels would really help secure this victory.
Yeah, 15 seconds still remaining, and they're trying their utmost. All up in Flipside's face on the orange side of the field, right in front of the orange net. 10 seconds still remaining on the clock. Michaels is going to get the clear onto the other side of the field. As Flark blocks that clear, stops Flipside from having any kind of chance. This one's going to go wide in front of the goal. Can Flipside keep it up in the air for long enough? Doesn't look like it. Mackerel is going to pop it up into the air, and Scrubkilla, here he goes, taking control away, and this one's going to touch the ground. Crown and Jewels taking game number 2 and keeping their chances at a reasonable height for making it into the finals.
Yeah, really well played by them at the end there. Once they got that lead, they were trying to form a wall at the halfway. So they'd spread out. Someone would cover left, someone would cover middle, someone would cover right. The middle guy would tend to be the one going up for the higher areas, as we saw Flarky at one point go up, pretty much reaching the ball at the roof, almost like aerial training, and stopping it from ever progressing into the half. Yes, you give back possession, but when a team is scrambling at the end to try and make a goal, they often can't pass it out into the opposition half. They just try and hit it long, follow up, and take control. So well played by them to create that zonal defense.
Absolutely. So here we go. Game number 3. Very, very important Crown and Jewels to gain some momentum here. They have already evened up things in game number 2, and now's their chance to actually take the lead here against a strong Flipside Tactics team. Flark misses the clear opportunity, allowing Michaels to take a shot. Luckily for them, he puts it high. Gonna go with another at 10. Gonna carry it all the way on through, baiting out the defenders.
Yeah, Flarky just being a bit too passive here. Michaels coming in, makes the shot. Flarky did very well to predict it, but you never know where that ball's going to go when you have to jump up and kind of cover an angle. He should have closed that down originally from the initial situation of the shot, but there were 2 players going for it, so it was hard to predict which of them was going to be taking the shot.
So, Flipside taking early lead and even extending it as Cooks here gets a clean shot onto an empty net.
Yeah, great little tip up by him, and then reaching it on the follow through of his aerial before Flarky can. Scrubkilla returning to the net a little bit delayed, covers that in far post, but the ball snuck below the crossbar in the middle, where it was just out of reach for him. Perhaps if he had a little bit more speed and momentum, he might have been able to reach that, but he just wasn't expecting Cooksy to win against his teammate. Oh, almost.
Another very, very close chance here for Flipside. Scrubkilla trying to set things up for Sebedem, but then in the end does decide to go for it himself, and it's probably the right choice.
Yeah, nice little chip and tip by him, and then as it lands, he reaches it before it bounces, taking time out of that ball, and Cookson not able to react in time. I think Cookson was expecting him to wait for the pop and send it over the top of him, and that was an option he covered. It was basically a 50-50 situation. Scrub was going to win one of them, but he just chose the right decision in the end. Oh, almost.
Trying again to score here, but fails at a very strong defensive Flipside wall. He is still going for it, though. Misses the ball. Sebedem puts it against the backboard, and here comes Cooksteer coming in from the side to stop this ball from coming anywhere near dangerous territory. But Scrubkilla still not giving up. Sebedem whiffs the follow-up shot, but Flark with a passing attempt over to Scrubkilla doesn't quite hit its mark. Michaels can't win control of the ball, and here comes Scrubkilla again. He is the pivotal player of the team right now. He is the one who takes all the initiative, and who the play largely revolves around right now. Certainly the one who sets the pace for Crown and Jewels right now, Sebedem, with an attempt to put the ball into a good position. Flark with a shot on target. Bipod saves it just in the nick of time. And here comes Scrubkilla with another attempt and actually puts it in.
I can count 3 players on Flipside's team, all sitting in that box, none of them going up to try and close that angle down, giving Scrubkilla free reign to slot that in below the crossbar. There is a small chance he'll miss-hit it and make it safeable, but when a player of his standard is in the air in front of your goal like that, they will almost definitely make the goal if you do not close it down. Closing it down just gives an option for your goalie to cover a slightly different part of the net, almost like a wall in a football free kick. So something you should always look to do when you've got 3 players available.
Yep, Scrubkilla this time around wasn't phased by Flipside's defense, but that's exactly what they needed to take things back to even. 3 minutes still remaining in the game, and already looking a lot different from game number 1, where we did see that very, very large victory. Good save coming in from Flark, getting himself a savior badge, actually. So defensively, Crown and Jewels has been on call for a long, long while. Scrubkilla picking up on that pass from Floric, not putting a lot of steam behind that ball, though, so Cookster is able to put the ball to the side. Scrubkilla trying to mind game Mike Rolls, but in the end does fail at doing so, and so the ball goes back into Flipside's possession. Halfway through the game right now, 2-2 is the score still, but Crown and Jewels are really, really pining for that lead.
It's nice to see Crown Jewels showing that they can score. One thing that's worrying when Flipside are playing well is they're not only battering you by scoring goals, because letting in 2 goals at this stage is not a good thing. That's too many. But against someone like Flipside, you accept it. But the only way you can work against it is to match them and score yourselves, and that is happening right now for Crown and Jewels. And if they continue to do that, I will say the blatantly obvious, and score more than their opposition, they will win the game. It's not about trying to out-defend them, it's about outscoring.
Certainly is. Still got a bit of time to do so. But right now, Flipside back on the offense here. Cooks here. Able to bait out one of the defense. Mike Rolls finally does go for the shot, but Scrubkilla patiently waited on the goal line, waiting for that exact moment. Here is Sebadam, required to be on call. Does manage to do exactly what he needed to in that situation, but Flipside tactics going for the siege here. Flarky loses control. Sebadam with another push-up forward, where Flarky is already waiting. Scrubkilla still in the back, making sure that no ball crosses that goal line. Almost got outplayed, but Flarky coming in from the side saves the equal score for the time being.
That was so close, and this is the kind of defending plays you'll have to get. You can't let opposition sneak balls in, despite being impressive like that from Cooks here.
Whoa!
Almost a blinder there from the side, and that is it's so key to rotate from that back post, because the back post man can cover where the near post just can't reach. And if they rotate back at that exact moment when it is needed, then a player can just sit on the front post and say, look, you got that. I've got no chance right now. And that is what happened there when Flarky made that delightful save.
30 seconds still remaining here. Scrubkilla with a pass over to Sebadam, or passing into Sebadam, or passing Sebadam, rather, just bumping straight into him. 20 seconds still remaining, and this ball is on trajectory for the blue goal. Scrubkilla able to get a save off to the side. And now it's going to follow it through with a counter attempt. Can put the ball near the goal line, but ultimately not close enough for any of his teammates to pick up on that setup. And 5 seconds still remaining. I think both these teams are going to look towards overtime right now, at least unless we see a crazy 0-second play. Cooks here is the one to do it. Bipod's going to carry it on through. Sebadam has to get that touch, and he does. Cooks here still trying to keep the ball up in the air. But here we go. Overtime.
Overtime. I couldn't think of anything better to separate these two teams. They have looked so even this game, both scoring really good goals and both covering their own half very well. But Sebadam's going to have to do something with this. As you see there, you opting to go to the side where his opposition aren't covering it as well. So that's very wise by him. Good awareness. And that should help them put a lot more pressure on their opposition.
23 seconds into this overtime. No clear chances yet. No clear cut chances yet. As both teams kind of ping-ponging the ball back and forth between each other. Scrubkilla with another push-up forward. Loses control of the ball up in the corner wall, though. Here comes Sebadam to follow things on through. Puts the ball right in front of the net. Here comes Scrubkilla with the attempt. Gets blocked by Bipod. And Sebadam's going to try again. Can't get the angle, though. And so Crown and Jewel still not successful with their offense. Cooks here with an incredible save right there. It was fired straight onto him. But it was incredible because it was very important. 1 minute in right now. Flipside, it's been a while since they were last on the offense. Mike Rules almost with the chance. Can't get the angle. Puts against the backboard. And now Flipside is looking for some offense here. Who will finally win on through?
Did you see that? Mike Rules was in the air, waiting for Cooksey to find him. He started flying. Cooksey on the wall delayed his shot so that he could literally smack it at Mike Rules to try and use him as a second backboard in front of the net. Such intelligent play by them, as they know they got it covered with Bipod, who is in net right now having to cover. But both teams right now have to be super creative to get past their opposition right now, as it is such strong defensive work.
Nearing 2 minutes on the overtime right now. Good touch from Flarky there. Prevents Flipside from making anything more out of that ball. Michael's trying to play the defense here. Scrubkilla gets the ball past him. It Cooks here in the corner. Flarky with the attempt, but Bipod blocks it. Crown and Jewels with one chance after another here in the overtime, but none of them crossing the goal line just yet. Scrubkilla with another setup here. Flarkey can't get the angle, can't possibly get the angle. Was cut off by all defenders from Flipside Tactics, and now Micro is going to get his hands on the ball. Scrubkilla, will he make the dash towards the ball? No!
Oh.
He will not! Bounces against the inside of the goalpost and into the net.
Mike Rules was zipping away with that ball, gets it past Flarkey. Scrubkiller expecting his teammate to at least put a challenge in. Thinks he's got the whole net covered by going for that boost if he does beat him. But Mike Rules just did it so efficiently, which meant he could aim for that far corner and squeeze it in off of Scrubkiller. So it was small margins there. Just if Scrub had got to the boost a bit quicker and returned, that would have been a chance for him, and vice versa. But you see there on the scoreboard, Scrubkiller getting 7 shots. He has been his team's reason they're getting goals. The other two need to step up the game and try and make shots themselves. They are getting good passing positions and getting good passes for their teammate. They're just not powerfully striking into the net, which is allowing Flipside to be able to hold them off and not even let them get those goals that they're looking to get. But so well played by Cooks here that game. He was a monster on the goal line.
There's a lot riding on this match here for Crown and Jewels. They have to win it or they won't be able to make it to the final stage, and in their stead, Team Enjoy will be making it. Team Enjoy has won against Crown and Jewels earlier tonight in an off-stream match, 3-2. Oh, such a close call there by Cooks here. Immediately almost started the game off with a goal for Flipside Tactics. But so far, no dice. They're certainly going to try to keep up the pressure here, though, as Crown and Jewels is fighting for their spot in Rocket Royale.
Yeah, both of these teams are putting an Armageddon of shots on their opposition. Last game, there were 13 saves on the side of Crown and Jewels, which just shows you how much pressure is being put on them and how much they are struggling to hold their opposition off. Eventually, one of those will sneak in, and eventually they'll get themselves a goal. And that is why we mentioned earlier on, you need to score a lot of goals against teams like Flipside, because they will inevitably score against you multiple times.
Minute in, no scorers yet. Bipot will try to clear this one away with a pass over to Michaels. Wonderfully played. Michaels with a pass over to Cooks here, but it was read by a Flarkey, the pretty boy, who's going to try to carry things on through for an offensive move here, but in the end does lose control. Michaels passing it over to Cooks here, who tries to play it forward, but we are back to a ping-pong structure here in this match, as both teams looking to make some offensive moves while simultaneously foiling their opponents. Remains to be seen who will make the first mistake here, or who will outplay their opponents first. This might be it. Sebadam picking up the ball beautifully off the ceiling bounce.
Yeah, Scrubkiller going in for that, challenging Mike Rules, which meant it stayed in their half and the bounce was in their favor as it went vertically up and down straight where Sebadam was, and he got up that minute moment quicker than the defender who was marking him, and so that let him shoot it towards the net. From that range, all he had to do was guide it towards the net, where there's a small chance it will hit the goalie, but for the most part that is going in every time if he gets there first.
And so first blood has been drawn here by Crown and Jewels once more, similarly to the previous game, which Flipside then ended up winning in overtime. Good pass from Bipod. Cooks here not quite fast enough to be able to pick up on it. Sebadam nicely winning out in that 1v2, but in the end loses out 2 reinforcements coming in from behind from Flipside Tactics. Scrubkilla, look at his initiative, trying to follow every single shot that he makes through. Good push from Flarkey.
Crown and Jewels taking another goal at this stage is so vital. We've seen them go up a couple of times now, but they need to just keep scoring. As Bipod, I think he had too much faith in his teammate Mike there to take it past his opposition and started leaving the net. He should have stayed back and covered just in case, as there was no reason for him to push out at that stage with Cooks are up.
Looking fantastically here for Crown and Jewels, up 2 goals at half-time. Thing is, keeping that exactly the way it is for the remainder of the game. And this remains the question if they can do exactly that. Scrubkilla keeping the ball away from Micros here, and Sebadam winning out the 50-50. Here comes Cooks here with a ball with a shot against the backboard. Micros can't quite make anything out of it. Bipod trying to force the issue here, shove the ball back forward, gain some more momentum for that Flipside attack. Cooks here missing the shot there, and that's a beautiful setup, but every member of Flipside still recovering from a failed attack, and Scrubkilla already making himself ready on the goal line for a wonderful save. Flipside Tactics launching an Armageddon of balls onto Crown and Jewels. Oh, and finally one goes in. Dragon?
I was muted, I apologise. They've had so many shots here, making 6 at this stage, where there's only 2 from their opposition. So it just shows you right now who is in the lead in terms of offensive pressure. The scoreline does not represent that right now. So I just can't believe Flipside are not more goals up in this game.
Yeah. Certainly would be deserved, but Crown and Jewels has been holding on to their lead quite considerably. Micros, look at him trying to make the dash all the way across the field. Flurky blocking the ball at the last possible moment. Can't quite make it happen here. Sebedem and Scrubkilla kind of stumbling over each other. Bipod uses the initiative, uses the opportunity to bounce straight in the ball and take it off of them. Minute and 10 remaining here as Crown and Jewels still in the lead. They are looking to hold on to it as much as humanly possible. Bipod trying to carry the ball on through. Flarkey looking for the foil, can't quite make it happen, and that bounce is exactly what Flipside needed.
The ball going up the side there with Bipod. He rides it up a little bit. Flarkey comes up to try and meet him, but Bipod keeps it away from the wall, which means he can find out Mike Rules, who did have the shot, but then somehow hit it into Bipod, who redirected it in off of the defender. An unfortunate scramble there, but they do get the goal. Probably the least deserved shot they had. I don't even think it counted as a shot because it came off the defender. So Flipside do get the leveler, but not in the fashion they're probably trying to make it.
Oh, Crown and Jewels still not giving up, though. We seem to be on course for overtime here, but there's still 40 seconds remaining in the match, and Crown and Jewels is going to look to use every single one of those seconds to their fullest extent. Flarkey has to abandon that ball, allowing Flipside to go for the counter here. Scrubkilla has to get that save, and he does, bouncing the ball up into the air. And Flarkey, very, very dangerous save there. Clear, excuse me. As it does allow Flipside to get their hands back on the ball, and they are all up the blue field right now. Scrubkilla with a good touch carries the ball away from danger. 10 seconds still remaining. Can Crown and Jewels steal the game here in the final few remaining seconds? Doesn't seem like it. As Flipside Tactics going for another bounce. Cooks are looking for the final second shot. Micros carrying it in place. No! This ball's on target. Micros not able to get in there a bounce. We are into overtime once more. So close, though. The crossbar, the only thing preventing Flipside from winning this.
Had Bipod gone for it, it would have gone in. Had Cooks gone for it, it would have gone in. But they went together, which meant they put far too much power in it, sending it high. And that is the small margins you got to have there. Communication is key at those moments, as that could be the difference between them winning and losing this match, because they should have got that in regulation. We are now in overtime instead. So Bipod now is going to try and take this forward and give his team an opportunity to score, as he has just missed it high.
Scrubkilla trying to carry it on through once more. Michael stops the ball dead in its tracks, causing Scrubkilla to barrel all the way on through to the orange side of the field. Long shot coming in from Flarkey, but Cooks here blocks it. Sebedem trying to get another one in there. But this is very, very similar to how the game number 3 overtime went, and that ultimately was won by Flipside. Cooks here with another attempt here. Can he make it happen finally? Yes, he can. And this means goodbye to Crown and Jewels.
Cooks here finding that back wall made it very tough for Scrubkilla, who I think tried predicting that and guiding it off into the corner, but instead got too far around it, touched it down to Cooks here, who was able to make the goal, and that wins them the game, it wins them the series, and he's going to wiggle about it in celebration because he deserves it. He played incredibly well during all of that series, and you can't say anything bad about how he played there. There was a few minor mistakes here and there, but he certainly was the game maker there.
Certainly was. Despite Scrubkilla's best efforts, unfortunately, Flipside Tactics were able to take the game off of Crown and Jewels. And Shogun, you did watch the game with us. What are your thoughts on this match? You're still muted, my friend.
Gregan is rubbing off on me, apparently. I muted myself on both things. I muted myself on Skype and on my microphone, so that was great fun. Firstly, let's start off with the best thing of that. That was a ridiculous series. CNJ are out, which is unfortunate. I think they're going to be the only team actually out of those top team. The players that went, the teams that went through in the upper bracket. I think they're going to be the only team that do not make it to this phase 3, which is going to be pretty unfortunate for them and very disappointing. Defense was on point for Flipside for the most part. Bipod came in when he was needed. Everyone participated when they needed to. Only issue I have with Bipod right now is he's mechanically sound. He just doesn't seem to have the in-game knowledge right now to react to situations properly. You can see a lot of him trying to play reactive, and then he sees the situation and just goes, Cooks, do it. Or Mike, do it. You know, he needs to be able to get used to these situations, know how to play them properly, especially in defense. He's very good at reacting to shots and getting the save. He is not so good at stopping those situations happening. As for CJ, they just need, of going at this tournament, just focus on the rotation properly. Scrub ended up, he was playing on fire, by the way, Scrub. Ended up taking almost complete control. He needed the rest of the team involved. He needed the rotation properly. We saw a couple of nervous mistakes, but they just got to play more, get the experience, and they will do fine moving forward.
Well, I think you said it best there, is that they were trying to pass off a little bit too much during the game at points. Where Flipside, normally they're so aggressive and they all want to come in and take the ball, but their passes didn't seem to be, here's a pass to set you up really well, except for there was that one off the wall, which is incredible by Mike Rules. It was almost like, you take it, you go, and you do the thing that you can do. It did work for them in the end, but the same kind of applied to Crown and Jewels. I thought they were just not looking as cohesive as they need to be at this level, looking to pass it between each other. We have the teams through now, actually. So what is going to be happening is the next matchup is going to be quite fun. Flipside versus We Damn Girls. In fact, no, it's not. It is Flipside versus Mock It. We Damn Girls is going to take on Enjoy off stream. So that is going to be an off-stream game. The next one is going to be F3 versus Mock It. So we'll get that one sorted out for you very soon. And NA is currently still playing. They are just reaching phase 2, coming towards the end of their first group games. So we'll try and keep you guys updated with what's happening over there as well. I miss Pikachu.
And the Pikachu.
The Pikachu. The chat really
Don't
loves
ask him
your
about the Pikachu. Don't ask him about the Pikachu. He will talk about the Pikachu. Do not let him.
Okay. Thank you, Shogun. I don't know what we would do here without you. We'll probably talk about Pokemon Go for the entirety of this stream.
It was one of those ones where I was trying to do a straight throw and it suddenly turned into a curveball, so it veered off to the left, which is a bit of a shame, because it would have been nice to get the Pikachu, but I've run out now, so he's just going to be sitting there for the rest of the stream, I guess.
Okay. That's the Pokemon Go for this hour. Thank you very much for that contribution. All right, folks. Rocket Royale will move on. We're going to move on to the final rounds after a short break, as you have said. Flipside versus Mock It's going to be the next match. It's going to be a very exciting one, so do stay tuned for that. In the meanwhile, we'll be taking a short break, and we're going to back more Rocket League. Also, don't forget to tweet at Rocket LG Central using the hashtag Rocket Royale, because we want to see more of your tweets come in, folks. So please do humor us. We'll be right back.
you go now. Making it so hard. You got to know now. Ooh, taking it too far. Nothing to hold now. I'm falling apart. Out in the cold now. Breathing underwater. Breathing underwater now. I can't let go.
And welcome back to this week's Rocket Royale. It is July the 17th, 2016, and we are about to enter the first match of the EU Finals this week. Mock it!
Greg, let's test something quickly. Greg and talk.
Hello.
All right, we both managed to unmute ourselves. Score
Okay,
one to us.
awesome, well done. That's awesome. Thanks for the check. Yeah.
Well, gotta do it.
Yeah, so Mocket versus I forgot the other team already. Flipside, was it? Yeah, Mocket versus Flipside. Promising match, definitely. Whenever these two teams meet, awesomeness usually ensues.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Mocket, for a defensive team, they do tend to take part in a lot of ridiculously close series. So this should be no different, really. This is going to be awesome. You don't need me to tell you that. You don't need any of us three to tell you that Mocket versus Flipside is going to be a good game. That is just part of it at this stage. I'm looking forward to this, and I'm also looking forward to seeing how exactly the bipod comes into it, because he's not going to come into it at all, because Marky's back.
Oh, that is good to hear. And one thing I'd like to add is these guys did face off in Gfinity on Friday in the semi-finals, and I said it there and I'll say it again, it's a historical matchup. Flipside versus Pashi and Siki, Turbo now introduced as the third player, so it will be great to see how they do compete. One thing I would like to mention as well is Flipside and Mocket are probably kind of clenching that second or third spot in the world between them, and it's kind of getting closer and closer the more Mocket improve and start getting better in aggressive nature, and the more Flipside's playstyle gets caught up with, because they are normally so quick, so aggressive, so fast that no one can keep up with them, but it is now everyone else is reaching that stage. Only Weedham Girls has been able to surpass that at this point, and be able to beat them on a consistent basis. So it'll be interesting to see how these two are matching up, and Mocket did win that Friday game, so that is important to take note of.
Yeah, so as you said, history between these two teams. And I'm, as much as I love Pod, I'm always happy to see the strongest possible team come out. Pod has more than done his job today. Greg and I am going to be sending you over the information because we are lobbied up, and the lobby doesn't go beyond 8. So that is going to be for you once we get started.
Thank you.
You are so welcome. I'm so glad I sent that to the right person. So, I believe we are ready to get into this. The lobby is about to go up.
I think we are. It's about time to get this going. And that's not Gregan, that is Shogun. Let's get that fixed right here.
Hey.
Callum.
Made that easy on you. My name did not.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shuffle here because we don't usually do like triple casts, but this week it is a very special occasion. It is
This is
Rocket
what happens
Royale.
when you get 3 people that love Rocket League and just don't want to back down on not casting.
Exactly. No, I'm casting. I am casting this. No,
No,
I'm
no.
casting this. And that's the compromise that we made. All right, folks, here we go. It's going to be a very promising match. Mocket versus Flipside Tactics, and we are underway in this game number 1 of this best of 5 series. Winner of this will move on to the EU Grand Finals of this week's Rocket Royale. Who do you give this to after what we have seen with both these teams tonight, and especially with Marky back for Flipside?
It really does depend on how this first game goes. Well, let's not base this too much on how the first goal goes, though, because that was pretty bad. But please put the camera onto Turbo Pulsar, because his celebration after this is pretty incredible. Gets a pretty easy goal, but we get an in-air wiggle.
An in-air wiggle.
Next
Awesome.
level wiggling.
Fantastic. Okay, got the overlay all fixed up for you people. Now the teams are actually in the correct position, and Mocket scoring early here in this match. Let's see if Flipside Tactics can retaliate quickly. It's a long shot up front. Turbo Pulsa with a good clear. Marky and Mike both looking to scurry towards the ball. Pashy reversing into it, but Marky keeps it out of their hands. So a bit of a midfield shuffle right now. Both teams looking to establish control of the ball. So far, Flipside not really successful with their attacks. This is a great save by Pashy, though. That attack might as well have been successful. Very clutch situation there. Prevents the equalizer from happening early. But Flipside is certainly going to keep working on making exactly that happen.
Yeah, Flipside are being smart about this right now. It's only 1-0. They've still got 4 minutes to work with. There's no reason to overdo it. Just slowly try and prize away at this defense. Get used to playing with Marky again, because I'm absolutely certain that Cooks and Mike had to change their play style to deal with, someone that they don't necessarily play with as often. So I think they're playing this the smart way right now. They are a goal down. It was a pretty poor goal to concede, but there's no reason to panic right now. Mocket, though, are going to be in their element. A goal up, and, it's very unlikely we'll see them really make a huge mistake by over committing in offense.
Pashy a little bit too deep for that. Certainly a look to intercept a potential clear there and score, but the ball came down far too much behind him. So that really didn't lead anywhere. And Pashy with an attempt here to clear it off of the backboard, but Turbo Pulse, I can't quite get the angle going, and Marky Duda with the attempted clear, going to follow it all the way through himself, and ultimately get blocked just halfway the field at the halfway line. Turbo Pulsa can't get another touch, has to give this ball up. Siki with a pop up into the air. Turbo Pulsa does go for it, but loses out the aerial battle against Flipside Tactics here, so no advances either for
this
both
seems
teams here.
Certainly seems to be a very slow-paced game right now, but that's the thing with Rocket League. This can be as slow-paced as it wants. You always know that it's not going to take much for everything to just explode into pace. I mean, look at Mike right now. He's sat there ready and waiting, and that's a poor touch from Marky, actually. Cooks was behind him, ready to go. So, I mean, yes, we were saying a second ago, like, they had 4 minutes to try and get it back. Half that time is almost gone now, and there hasn't really been any seriously decent approach yet from Flipside. They need to start working this out.
Micros with a very strong shot. Pashy saving that from the side. Close call here for Mocket EU. But Flipside not done yet. Cuxer's going to try again
Cook's
off
gonna
the
have
backboard. Going to try to double tap it in. Marky Duda finally there, though, for the third tap.
Yeah, great play there from Cooks. It just takes it over the top, takes out Pashy with that second touch, and then that one right there. That is what sets up Marky so well, because at the end of the day, Cooks has nothing to lose by going for another touch. He's either going to put that into the net, or he's going to play off the backboard into a lovely position for Marky. That is the thing about these backboards. If you can play them well, there's no there's no real drawback to using them.
Marky Duda with a wide push up forward. But Turbo Pulse already waiting on the goal line and up and running for that aerial. Rocket EU looking to build up an offense here, but they're slowly just feeling their way in towards Flipside's defense as Marky Duda blows up Siki, carries the ball all the way through to the blue side of the field into the blue penalty area. Can't really make anything happen though, so Marky gaining control back of the ball. You have mentioned it, very slow-paced game. Both teams usually making their move, then realizing it either fails or succeeds. If it succeeds, obviously it results in the goal. If it fails, they all retreat back home and wait for their opponents to make a move. It is a form of turn-based combat that's going on here right now.
You're seeing a situation born from familiarity. These teams have played against each other in different forms so many times. They've been doing it almost for a year now. It hasn't changed. It will not change for a long time, I don't think, until, some sort of roster changes do happen. But for the time being, these are teams that know how to play against each other. They know what the other team is capable of. And for some parts of their gameplay, they realize where the weaknesses are. It's just one of those situations where neither of these teams really wants to be giving up anything that they know that they shouldn't.
20 seconds remaining here. Things are still even. Let's see if one of these teams can score in the final few moments of the game. 10 seconds now on the clock. Mike Roll's going to try to carry this on through. Fakes out one. Can he fake out Patchy? Puts it against the backboard. Here comes Marky Duda with the angled shot. Patchy's going to have to save this one. They steal the game.
The bait. It was right there. Look at what comes in here. Marky plays it off the side, and a reaction came in from Siki. Siki needed to realize how big the goal actually was. He overthought it and just went, okay, this goal is absolutely huge. This is going to go in. Tried to react to it, ended up missing, and the rebound was simple. The fake kickoff comes in, allowing Flipside to take complete control of the ball. A mistake from Siki, and that is what happens in these slow-paced games, is that little twitch can come in and cause a complete overreaction.
Crazy finish once more. I think it was Flipside who stole a game from, I don't even remember who it was anymore earlier, but we already saw a 0-second goal too, actually, from Flipside Tactics. So they're going to continue their tradition of scoring in the last possible moment to take all hopes and dreams away from their opponents, and most importantly, keep them away from overtime. But yeah, it was.
That was pretty much a mock-it game. They just got the goals, stopped themselves off, and they slowed down the pace. And honestly, I feel like they played that well. It was just the mistakes that came in. You can't afford to make any mistakes against Flipside, and that's what's so dangerous about slowing down the pace, because suddenly the opportunities you get go from like 20 per team to about 6 to 7. So they become huge. And that's what happened here. They end up conceding late, no time to react. And Mocket won't feel great about that loss at all.
Probably not. Who would? Against such a close loss. But they still got a bunch of games to redeem themselves, to make their way back. It's just a one-game deficit so far, nothing too crazy yet. Here comes Cuxier, though, with another very close call. Hits the goalpost, going to try to set it in place for Michaels, who can't quite get the angle on it. Patchy popping the ball up into the air. All members from Flipside Tactics have gone for that ball now, so there won't be any follow-ups for quite a while now. Marky Duda attempting once more, but Siki really with no trouble to clear that. Cuxier, though, sees an opportunity, tries to take it. Siki coming in from the side, though. Siki has always been a strong defensive player on the side of Mocket. But so far, both teams trying to feel their way into the game once more. Kind of trying to find their opening.
Certainly see them trying to still feel their way in, but this game has been a slightly faster pace. It's very minute, I will give it that. It is a very minute pace change, but the more and more this game starts to speed up, the more and more entertaining it's going to be, and I feel like the more and more it actually sort of suits Flipside. They definitely seem like a team that are more used to chaos. And where's the defense? Oh, there it is. Hi, Mike. You came out of nowhere. Don't do that again.
Dangerous situation in front of Flipside's goal. We're able to deal with it by just throwing themselves at the ball. Here comes Turbo Pulsa with a very close call. Puts it against the crossbar. Nobody's there to follow up, so Flipside's going to get the wide clear, potentially even a opportunity. Pashy prevents that opportunity from happening. Cookser is already well positioned and in place to pick up on that. And Cooks here, bouncing up into the air. Pashy trying to keep the ball in play, and finally they do score.
very well put together just to make sure the shot was as easy as possible. Pashi plays it off the side while Cooks is on the wall. And I believe that, yep, the final defender was also inside the goal. So Tobapulsa, pretty simple goal for him to put in. It just seemed like that goal was in works for so long, slowly picking apart Flipside in the midfield, leaving nothing left in defense.
Strong goal here from Market EU. And they keep the lead going, though. Marky Duda with the pass up front. Mike rolls. Can't quite make it happen. Hits the crossbar. So close. Marky Duda knocking Siki out of the way so he can get a touch on the ball. But in the end, he does manage to break free and carries the ball all the way through to the other side. Mike rolls nicely predicting that wall bounce, making it bounce off of him to gain a little bit of extra height and make his way towards the blue side of the field. But Market immediately breaking out once more. The pressure they are applying right now, really quite considerable, and as you have said, this game just continues to speed up and speed up. And I think both these teams are actually more comfortable with a fast game. Usually it fits more to their play styles, especially to Flipside's.
Certainly could be, but Market will be happy with this right now. The game just is ticking away. They're very much in the same situation they had last time. 2 minutes left. They got themselves a goal up. They just need to make sure that no mistakes come in this time and try and force some sort of pressure on. The more time that they get... Oh, wow, demolished back there. And to be honest, it seems like this is something that Market are happy to do. They got it for the first goal. Just sit there, slow down the pace, force the ball down there with a long shot, and then take out whatever keeper is around. It's certainly an interesting strategy because it does force a very weird change of pace. I see Mike has been demolished twice, and Cook's made a mistake.
Physical play from Market EU once more. Well, this time, though, the blowing up of Mike really didn't add anything to that play.
No, that didn't change anything. It's just that's just a bit of a bonus.
But it's just Pashi things. Pashi loves blowing up his opponents. And he does it over and over again, and he did it very theatrically this time around.
Yeah, I think what that was is because when you get demolished, the camera starts to follow the person that demolished you. Pashi chose to demolish Mike, so that way Mike would have to watch as Pashi put the goal in.
I'm gonna make you watch me score on your team, and there's nothing you can do about it. Anyway, final minute of the game. Marky Duda with a push at 10, bounces off of the ceiling. Will anyone be there to follow up on it? Cooks here with a wonderful shot.
Yeah, Market just don't ever usually seem that comfortable when it comes into these backboard situations. Yes, they'd overcommitted. They'd sent far too many players forward for that. Pashi was not in a position to go for the save there, so just getting out, the change of pace there just suddenly started to speed up. All three members of Market were out, and it's dangerous again. They did this in game one. They can't afford to lose a lead again in game two.
Oh, what a shot!
Cooks comes in with a huge shot here, but look at Mike Rules. He is taking everyone out in the background. Oh, my God.
Crazy. Giving Market EU a taste of their own medicine. They are known as the bumping masters. They are known as the ones who like to employ these tactics. But no, Flipside just clearing out the entire defensive line and then scoring onto an empty net, and that was a big miss. Pashi going to try to make something happen here. Can't get his hands on the ball, or at least put it in a advantageous angle. And so 30 seconds still remaining, and we are once more on the equal here. The amount of overtimes have certainly been rising the closer we got to the end of this tournament. But maybe Flipside will steal it again. Maybe they'll go for another last-second goal. 10 seconds still remaining. Market's going to look to prevent that from happening. Can they score here? Marky Judo with the clear off to the side. Ball's not in a good position from the score right now, and this one's going to touch the ground. No steal this time. Overtime instead.
Yeah, this is a huge match for Mocket here. 2-0 is the potential scoreline if they can't get hold of it. Mike yet again going for the demo. It looks like these guys are willing to trade fists right now and just try and ram each other off the pitch. I'm curious now as to how this is going to go down.
Oh, pretty close to net. Just hitting the goalpost there. We're 20 seconds in, and Siki, kept his cool though. Very, very calmly cleared that ball away. Mike rolls with a pass up front. Siki already waiting for the wall hit. Clearing the ball back over to the other side of the field. As Flipside's kind of trying to feel their way into an offense here. We saw Mike Rolls trying to make something, excuse me, Marky Duda it was. Trying to force the issue there, can't quite make it happen. Pashy losing control, can't quite follow up on the dribble he was attempting. Loses possession just at the center field. Hotly contested overtime right now. No team has really gotten a shot off yet, but that might change at any moment.
We've gone straight back to the beginning of this game again, haven't we?
I
Neither of these teams want to make any mistakes, and you can't really blame them at this point. It doesn't make for the most entertaining viewing, but it does make, tactically it makes sense. Just play defense first. Do not be the team to make the mistake. Take advantage of any gap you can find.
It's finding the gaps that seems to be the problem right now. Or actually, they do seem to find gaps every now and then, but then the accuracy just isn't where it needs to be. As it stands, neither team really finding an opportunity to score so far. This is the biggest one that Market's had in this overtime. And Siki cannot get enough steam behind that follow-up shot, so ball is cleared once more. And Flipside back in control. Micros with a pass up front. Counts on the bounce off of the corner. Pashy with a very important touch there. Takes the ball off trajectory.
Was so impressive from Pashy. He completely took his time there. Turned his car, nonetheless, just to get it over into the corner because he knew. Right, that side is covered. Middle is covered. Shot into the middle! The counter-attack from Mocket, and they've just completely sliced the Flipside defense open. There was basically nothing left at that point.
What a fantastic pass. Pashy making sure that he gets out of the way of that shot before he blocks it himself. The own save, the infamous one, but no. In the end, they played it off perfectly. Were able to outplay, I think it was Marky Zuda there in the end. Pass went behind him, and nobody was in the net or on the goal line to save that, so...
Yes,
Mocket
so
taking it to 1-1.
So smart from Pashy. Just says, right, Marky, I could take you on in 1v1, but I don't quite feel like it today, so here's the 2v1. I'm going to pass it over to him.
And it worked out so well. Got them the win in overtime. Once more, such a close game. Game 1 was already very, very close. Flipside won it literally in the final second. And now, Game 2 decided in overtime. Here we go, Game number 3. We are in for a very, very strong series from both teams. I'm looking very forward to the rest of this.
Yeah, 1-1 now. It was so close to being 2-0 for Flipside, but they weren't quite able to finish off the job that they did. They came back from 2 goals last time. Mocket need to just get a lead and contain it for once. They just seem to let it go always towards the last minute.
It certainly seems like it. Marky with the bounce against the ceiling there. And here comes Cux here with a very fast-paced play, but Turbo Pulsa intercepting there, intervening, jumping straight into him. And that demolition, this time, very crucial to this play. And it's always Mike rules for some reason. Poor guy.
Yeah, Mike is not having the best of times with this, just getting constantly aimed at, taken out of the game, and Siki is just going to slot that one in. Not really much to say apart from demos are a very valid strategy here, people. If you can get them off correctly without compromising your team's rotation, there's no reason not to. As long as it has a point to it, just try it.
Yep. That certainly seems to be Mocket's motto, because they try it whenever they possibly can. With the bums, with the demolitions. Pashy trying to pass over to Turbo Pulsa. Doesn't get the wall hit, leaves things over to Siki. Marky actually diving past that ball to get in position. What a wonderful passing play! And Mocket scores again.
So we just immediately switch gears here from the brutality of the demo goals to the finesse of a passing shot. Great pass over from Siki. He probably should have been demoed, actually. I saw a Flipside player go past him. Wouldn't have been too hard just to turn around and just take him out. But yeah, once again, Mocket, they've taken the lead in every single game so far in this series. Will they be able to take this win without trying to go over to overtime? I know overtime's cool. I love overtime as much as everyone else, but Mocket need to avoid it this time.
I think so too. It came way too close to losing in last game's overtime. Another passing attempt from Pashy. Turbo Pulsar this time not quite in position, or the pass not on its mark. No matter how you see it, that pass did not quite succeed. Siki clashing for the ball though. There at the sidelines. And Turbo Pulsar snatching the ball off of Mike Roll. Is going to try to nail it into the center of the field, but misses. So Cookser has the opportunity, carried on through, actually gets it past the defender, puts it above the crossbar. That little touch there from Mike Rolls is probably what prevented Marky Duda from getting a touch on that ball. and I can't quite judge where that ball would have went, but it would have been a great chance for it to go in, so unfortunate touch there. But that's just what Market have been looking for. Siki trying his best at the 2v1 situation. Gets the ball past one, but not past Mike. Market holding on to their lead right now and doing their best. Siki once more with a great bump. Market are just pulling these out left and right.
Yeah, they're willing to do absolutely anything to make sure that whatever offense comes towards them does not have much legs on it. But this is going to be difficult to play against. We were talking about the backboard. Well done there. Just gets himself up and takes the ball away. We see 3 players go for that one. That is what you call commitment to the cause.
Absolutely. So halftime here in this match. Pashy placed the ball forward. Marky Duda with an immediate clear. Gets blocked by Turbo Pulse, so we're back to ping pong. As we see shot after shot coming from both teams. This one might have very much potential, and it does go in as Marky Duda scores and takes Flipside on the board.
Yeah, well played there. Cooks it, sees Marky, and that is just beautiful play. The little pass over lets Marky get a lot more power onto the shot and makes it all the much more less predictable for the defender. So well played from them, just once again not overdoing it, and the attempt at a fake kickoff actually doesn't work.
Oh.
How do you counter the fake kickoff? You take out every player.
This is insane. Market playing the deathmatch here in Rocket League. It's the new game mode, will come out soon. Or at least you would imagine after seeing how Market is playing this game so far. Bounce off the backboard, very dangerous. Siki doesn't get the touch there. Could have been a huge opportunity for Market. Right now, they are all up in the orange half of the field once more, looking for the offense. As Mike Rolls tries to clear it. Turbo Pulse immediately blocking it back. Market really looking for their opportunity here, really trying to force the issue, but nothing going through so far. Even then, all the time that they are taking for these attacks, and the fact that one of them just went in, makes it all the more likely that they're going to win.
Yeah, they don't want to see overtime this time at all. Ball played up high, off the ramp on the side of the wall. Suppose a great shot comes in from him, and they will probably be able to avoid it this time. But that defense has got to be solid, because you know Flipside are about to try and throw everything at them.
Yep. Frenzy mode Flipside is something to be very, very afraid of. It remains to be seen whether they will be able to pull it out here in the final stage of the game. 2 goals still to catch up on. Minute is plenty of time to do it. Flipside are going to have to break out their own half now, because they haven't been able to do that for quite a long time, actually. Market have been confining them quite nicely. Turbo Pulse barely missing that hit there. Pashy not quite getting the angle there, not quite connecting in the way they would have hoped.
I think that was intentional on that one. Like,
Okay.
he didn't go in with any sort of intent to shoot. We didn't even see a second jump come out of him. He just went for the one, played it over to the side. So I think that's time wasting, at least an attempt to.
Oh, whatever it may have been. Time is certainly wasted here, as we only have 30 seconds remaining. Marky with an incredible opportunity. Can't quite put it in. Good block coming in from Turbo Pulsa. Market still holding on to their lead. Another shot coming in from Marky Duda. This time it's Pashy who saves it. And Turbo getting one for himself as well. 10 seconds still remaining. 2 goals still to catch up on. I think this is going to be the win here for Market. Will they score once more? No, Micro says, I'm not going to let that happen.
Nope, so, yep, it's pretty much the game is over now. Flipside, 2-1 down. They have to win the next 2 in a row. And they need to figure out how to get past this incredibly brutal, demolishing strategy that that Mokia are coming out. I haven't seen Pashy and Siki be this brutal ever since their games against iBuyPower Cosmic, all the way back in the Pro League finals.
Oh, good old times.
Good old times. That was fun.
Yes, it was. But man, yeah, Market out for blood today. Jesus, I haven't seen an aggressive team like that in quite a while, as you've just mentioned. But it's working out quite well for him.
The pace.
All
the pace
bumps.
Of this game has
Go on.
I think the pace of this game has been so slow that what it means is that as soon as they speed the pace up and get that demolish, it makes all the difference because they're timing it. They are not going for demos when it is not worth going for. We saw the one demo on Mike earlier that really was kind of pointless because Pashy just got the goal anyway, but a lot of these are focused on long shot and then look at the defender, look at the one that should be the one to clear it, go through, take that one out.
All their bumps are on point here. Whenever they do go for him, they are generally very, very crucial to their plays. So, Mockit showing everyone how it's done, how you play physical Rocket League. Pashy with an incredible angled shot. Micro saves that just in the nick of time. Wow, what a strong start for Mockit.
That was an impressive save, though, from Mike. Everyone usually looks at it. He comes in and finishes it off. Not only does he get the miracle save, but he comes in and gets a goal as well. Nice from Cooks here. Just get the extra flick on and speed up the pace of that ball. Comes in and puts that one away. But that save was so impressive because what a lot of players do is they see a shot coming in from the angle and they just go, that's not a chance that's going in. So I'm just going to sit, I'm going to be ready for the rebound. Mike just went, I see where you're going and this is the only place that ball can go. I'm going to go there before you've even touched it.
Well read, indeed. Takes Flipside into the lead here in the early stages of the game. Mockit's going to look to change that as soon as they possibly can. Pashy pinching the ball against the wall, making it come down to the center of the field. Cooks here, winning out the aerial battle. Siki can't save it!
I really want to look at Siki on this one. I want to see because obviously he's looking at Cooks throughout this. Cooks it is right there. If he's got any boost, yeah, Siki thinking for a little bit too long that maybe he can go in. He was trying to position himself to go up to try and block whatever shot Cooks came up with. Didn't come in, and then Siki just sort of realized, wait a minute, that ball is going to bounce so high, I can't even reach that.
Wow, despite such a strong start here for Mockit, Flipside have taken the ball and ran with it. 2-0 now, as momentum has very, very quickly shifted away. Pretty incredible early game here from both teams. Flipside winning out here in the end, but Mockit, look at them. They are throwing everything up front. They really want that first goal of the game. But they have to watch out not to overcommit, because they have been giving up possession of the ball in very dangerous places for quite a while now.
Yep, this game has been all Flipside
Oh,
so far, but
what
that
a
is
dunk.
a phenomenal block from Siki. Doesn't try to play the ball, instead plays the man and just says, right, this is what you're going to try and get rid of it. I'm going to be right there.
Fantastically done. Read that block beautifully. And does get Mockit onto the board, so it is still a match. No problem. Flipside's not going to run away with this. 3 minutes and 30 seconds still left on the clock, and this game is probably the highest paced of them all. Oh my goodness. Aerial bump.
What on earth? Mike, long shot, and there's going to be nothing else on this. Oh!
What? That was crazy.
Play. That was absolutely... I thought Turbo just missed it for a second. No, he didn't have a chance to miss it. Because the way he came in. That was ridiculous.
You were cutting out there, Shogun, but oh my goodness, this game is just turning absolutely bonkers.
My internet cannot handle this game. That is what is going on right now. Great pass comes in, and just a very good response there from Bucket. They can't afford to lose this one. Neither team can afford to lose this one. Ridiculous, and this is what always seems to happen. Every time these guys play, it's a slow start, and it just builds to a crescendo of a finish.
This game has just entered overdrive here with that aerial bump. Absolutely insane. It's one of the best things I've ever seen. And here comes Cooks here for another push-up forward. Marky Duda picks up on the ball, can't quite handle it, though, so Sika takes it away from him. Gets a bad save, though. Bad clear, excuse me. So Cooks here with another opportunity to put the ball up front, and Pashy clears it off to the other side. Flipside still in the lead here. Great passing play from Mockit. Lessened that lead once more. Took it back to where it was before that insane bump. But man, oh man, as we are nearing halftime, this is definitely the most insane game of the series so far.
Yeah,
and this might be another chance. No, not quite.
Mockit do not want to see Game 5, no matter what. They have not really had the best track record in these clutch games, and they just want to get this one over and done with right now. They can do that, but they've got to find themselves a goal. They can't do it when they're in their own thirds.
Let's say from Turbo Pulsa. They have to carry this ball across the backboard here as well, and he does. Seekit's going to pick up on it, going to try to go for a quick paced play. Just tries to bump Marquis, but Marquis saw him coming and just jumped out of the way, immediately getting out of the box to follow the ball up. Carried on through to the blue side of the field. Lots of bumping plays. Both these teams have gone incredibly physical on each other now. as we're seeing bumps left and right. Probably one of the most brutal games I have seen.
I know.
League.
When I come into this, I usually jokingly say that the play doesn't work because you didn't hit the ball hard enough. These guys have evolved on that one and said the play didn't work because you didn't hit the play hard enough. Maki hit that ridiculously hard, though, and Mockit might have to look at Game 5.
Crazy. Crazy, crazy stuff. Look at that. Threading the needle.
That is ridiculous. That's almost pixel perfect. I'd have to slow that one down just to see how close that was, but... Wow.
4-2 is the score for Flipside Tactics, and you have mentioned it. We might see this go to game number 5 if things continue as they are right now. Marky Zuda with another pop-up into the air. Cux here immediately following it up, whiffing it though, so Turbo Pulsar will be able to clear it away. Very close affair though, as Cux here almost blocked his path. Going to try to carry it all the way through by himself. Pashy can't get the finish. Puts it a little wide on the angle. Minutes still remaining. 2 goals still to catch up on here from Mockit. Cux here with a great bounce. Was narrowly saved by Siki. His time is slowly running out for Mockit, and Flipside is not letting go on the offense.
No, they are not letting go at all. Flipside know that they can just completely wait out this game by leaving the ball in the Mockit half. Just keep sending 2 players up there, leave the 3rd player back, and look at every single player on Flipside. There is not a single player there that you wouldn't trust to 1v3 defense. Unless Mike backflips, which he did.
So close there. Hit the corner of the framing. 20 seconds still remaining. They are going to look to finish this one off. As Cux here tries to carry it on through. 10 seconds still remaining. Mockit, can they do the clutch? Oh, Micros has to watch out here. Oh, that extra little touch. Preventing
What is the
Pashy.
most dangerous way you could have gone about that defense? That right there was the most dangerous way you could have gone about that defense. That's, say, Game 5, which I'm almost not surprised by. This just has to happen every single time now. I will be impressed, though, if Game 5 can top the insanity what was the beginning of this game.
I hope. I hope it can, because, man, this match, incredibly entertaining. I'm happy this is going to Game 5. I'm very happy.
I'm always happy. As a fan of the game, I always want that Game 5. No matter what, this is what we want, and this is what we're going to get yet again. The history between these teams will continue to write another chapter. Game 5 between Flipside and Mockit. Let's do it.
Yep. I am ready. I hope you're ready. I hope chat is ready. Here we go. This is the final showdown between those 2 teams. Who are you gonna give it to?
That's harsh. Heads, Mockit.
Okay. Heads wins out, then I'm just gonna say Flipside, so we have opposing opinions. Here we go, game number 5. This is where this is gonna end. Who will win and move on to the grand finals? This isn't even the last game of today. That's the crazy part. This isn't even the last game. And Pashy immediately starting things off, 22 seconds in.
Mockit, bar 1 game, have taken the lead in every single match so far. As Pashy, great shot from him, just catches that one onto the bumper of his car. Huge amount of power comes from that shot. And that is the lead that they really needed, the start that they would have been hoping for. But as we've seen for almost every single one of these games, doesn't ever last. That 1-goal lead does not last. It's going to be crucial now for them to look for that second one.
Especially not in a highly paced game such as this one. A 1-0 lead is basically a none-0 lead. If they do let Flipside gain some momentum here, but it looks like they are going to keep on the pressure as far as they can.
Huge.
2 misses from Cuxer and Marky Duda, but Pashy can't get the angle on the goal.
Yeah, mistakes coming in there, but Flipside have got away with it, and honestly, that second goal, that would have been much bigger than the first one. Yes, the first one gives Mockit the lead. The second one, though, means that a lot of work now has to be done. But Mockit, they seem willing now just to sit back, not overdo this right now. They need to make sure that rotation stays fine. Same thing when it comes to Flipside. They have to realize that they've got plenty of time left. Play this like they played Game 1. The strategy doesn't change just because it's Game 5. Play it slowly, get yourself in there, work yourself in there, and get yourself a clean shooting opportunity.
The strategy doesn't change, but the stakes sure as hell do. In game number 5, either of those teams, one mistake, might mean the end of their Rocket Royale run for this week. And in the end, unfortunate as it may be, only one of them will be able to move on through. Cux here with an opportunity to set something up to Marquis Duda. Very well done, but Turbo Pulsa does get a save there. Marquis is going to bump Siki, and he does it again!
I was looking at it just going, Marquis, how are you going to get past that defender? Oh, that's right, you're going to go through him. Siki was there to block Marquis. Marquis runs through Siki and has a straight shot into the net.
I don't believe this match. I don't believe this match.
It certainly has been a different change of pace throughout everything we usually watch. Seeing such a physical match as this, it certainly goes away from all of the usually so finesse, so skillful moves that we see, and then just saying, all right, barrage through everything. It works.
Yeah. Just close your eyes and push on through. Crazy stuff. 1-1 is the score. Back to even, which is just the perfect state for this match as a whole. Pashy with a good wall clear. And Flipside, oh, look at that redirection. Passing, drive-by redirection in a form. Turbo Pulsa and Patchy both going to the ball. Siki's going to have to save this one, and he does. And Cooksteer keeps the ball in play, though. And Siki snatches it away from him, but it hits the goalpost. So close.
Flipside have just dodged the metaphorical bullet here because they need to get someone back. There's no one on this goal line still. Why did Mike turn?
We'll take a look at that.
On the replay here, Mike is on his way back. Marky gets rid of it, and Mike just goes, okay, I'm assuming Mike is out of boost at this point, tries to go and get some boost. But leaves absolutely no one back, and Mocket pick up the lead once again.
Well, but it didn't take long for Flipside to take it back last time around, so a one-goal lead is such a fragile thing in a match such as this.
It becomes so much larger now that the time... We can look at the time right now, 2 minutes left. That one-goal lead is now worth a lot more than it was with 4 minutes left.
Certainly is. Flipside's going to do their utmost to change it back into an equal game. Cooks here with a good rotation. Michael's not quite up quickly enough to pick up on that pass. And Cooks are trying to get the ball past Turbo Pulsa. Nicely blocked. Siki with a chance now to take the ball and run with it. Can't quite make it happen. Tries to pass it over to Pashy. Siki still in control of the ball, forcing Flipside to go back onto the defensive. Walking in a very good position here. Every passing second so crucial right now.
Yeah, we can see Cooks, every time he gets hold of the ball in that defensive situation, tries to dribble it and then get onto the top of that Batmobile with a forward flip forward. That gets the ball up into the air and allows Mike and Marky to try and make some plays whilst also baiting out Mocket to try and make a defensive save. Oh, wow. Oh. This is dangerous here for Flipside. They not only need the goal, but they need to make sure they don't concede.
Oh! Pashy! So close. Just inches missing on that. And here comes Flipside's chance. Marky Duda picks up on that pass. Marquis Duda!
Unbelievable team play coming out from Flipside here. Pass to 1, pass to 2. Here comes Marquis. He is playing number 3. Just sat in front of the defender, made sure that the ball over to him. And the ball was so beautifully weighted. The defender had to come out to try and get to it. But Marquis was there first, cleanly. And it's 2-2 now. A minute left in this game. Who has got the mentality to take themselves all the way through it now? Who can hold up to the nerves?
45 seconds remaining in this match. Both these teams are going to throw everything up front to get that final score before the overtime, because I don't think either of those teams are looking to end this in overtime. Both of them want to end this as soon as possible. Cook's there with a chance to put it up front. Off the backboard it comes. Nobody in position to pick up on it. Good touch coming in from Mocket. Turbo Pulsa with a chance. Can he get the angle? No, he cannot. Here comes Siki though for the follow-up. And that means Mocket goes in the lead 23 seconds from close.
Yeah, this game is not over yet, but what a huge goal to get a hold of. Turbo Pulsa went over. Mike Rules has to react as quickly as possible. Tried to flick the ball up into the air, but Siki was there so quickly that it actually completely countered what Mike was trying to do. Because even though he's trying to flick it up into the air, doesn't matter. Siki's got a clean hit.
23 seconds. Flipside Tactics have to score. This is looking promising, but Turbo Pulsa intervening, intercepting that pass. Cucks here now in the side. 10 seconds still remain for Flipside Tactics to make their move here. Turbo Pulsa's going to look to clear this ball. Marky Duda doesn't get the touch. We already see Michaels rotating around the center. Doesn't get the hit on the ball. Pashy in control here. Going to try to waste as much time as possible. And there we go. It touches the ground. Slides along it. 3-2. Mocket advance to the final.
That was ridiculous. What an end to a fantastic series. I was saying it in the last game. The series started off so slow. Both teams trying to find each other, trying to find a way past the other's defense, trying to just make sure no mistakes happen. And the crescendo to finish it all off. What a crescendo it was.
Wow.
Great play. Gregan, how was that? You must enjoy that one as a fan.
That was an incredible series. Everything about it was immense. The start of it was Mocket showing what they can do, which really had to wake up Flipside. They came in with Marky changing back in for Bipod. They had to change their play style a little bit. Now that they've got a 3-man offense, all of them can push up together. The issue was they were cutting their rotations short sometimes. We saw Mike Rules coming in frequently, going for the same ball as his teammates. Often the right decision, but then his teammates weren't allowing for him to do that. So it did mean they got scored on far too frequently. Mocket, however, was so good with their tempo throughout the whole series. They would start slow, build it up, choose the perfect moment, get that demo, get that passing play, make a goal. So they're going from low to high very quickly, which is making it tough for Flipside. And Flipside were trying to slow it down at times. They're waiting for the ball to come to them, take those touches, dribble it forward because they've seen their opponents be passive. But that was working against them, as that's what Mocket were trying to do. And so in the end, Flipside realised they need to pace it up. Game 3, Game 4, I think it was, they absolutely stepped it up. And in Game 4 in particular, it was an incredible pace by them. Every ball was being attacked by them. Mocket was sitting on the back the whole time, watching as their opposition came in, battering them, shooting on net all the time, introducing their own demo players. Because let's be honest, demos and bumps won a lot of those games. I think there was 2 or 3 goals in one of the games which were because of bumps. And that was the difference. But in the end, it came down to that last moment goal by Mocket. And just it was small little margins about the teams today. And unfortunately, we do see Flipside go, but a 3-2 where the difference is 1 goal in the final game in the last minute. That just shows you how close those two teams are. And on a different day, it could have been flip. You can't expect anything else from teams like Flipside and Mocket performing at not necessarily at their best, but at a very high level. I think Flipside had another gear they could have reached had they been a little bit more synergized. They have had a few mishaps today with Marky disappearing and suddenly coming in, but that was so strong from Mocket. Well played.
So, we also have the results of the other game that was played off stream. William Girls certainly had a much easier time of it, not having to go to 5 games, which I'm sure they'll be happy about. They 3-0 Team Enjoy. Before we move on anywhere, I just want to say shout out to Team Enjoy. They were not the team I pegged down to get down into this Final Four, so impressive showing from them.
Definitely so. A team that have been on the bubble for a long time and always looking to move up. And sometimes, if you have a good day, you synergize well, and your opposition, like Crown Jewels, didn't look as strong as they could be today. They just don't perform as well, and that's when you get through. And semi-finals in a Rocket Royale, where you got teams like Flipside, Mocket and Weedham Girls in that 4 with you, you're obviously just proud to be the 4th, because those 3 teams above you are incredible.
They absolutely are. So the finals coming up soon. We're just getting everyone into the lobby, and it will be Weedham Girls versus Mocket Esports. I mean, Mocket are going to have to try and find an extra level from somewhere here, because I can only imagine how shattered they must be after doing absolutely everything that has happened so far. Gregan, we'll get you in here once again. I'm fairly certain that the stuff will be the exact same since Pashi is setting it all up.
Excellent.
So the lobby is up, and it will be the finals. Enjoy it, boys. I am going to be out.
Thank you so much, Shogun. Man, oh man, I am looking incredibly forward to this final. This is where it all comes down to on the EU side of things. Mocket versus We Dem Girls. Revenge, in a way.
Yeah, we saw this game earlier on. It was very close at that time as well, so I'm sure it's only going to be the same now. We did have that connection issue with Siki in the final game of the best of 5, but I'm sure that shouldn't happen now, and we'll get a nice, clean game, despite it probably going the same way anyway. So right now, let's see what Weedham Girls and their opposition now, Mocket, can do to prove who is the best team in Europe today.
Yep, hopefully we will get a fair match this time around without any disconnection shenanigans. Last time around, we already saw the clash of 2 playstyles really coming into play here. This time around, though, it's a best of 7 match. No excuses. You have to make it all the way through. Condition and stamina. such an important thing. Who do you give it to?
I think if Weedham girls have improved as the day has gone on, because they weren't playing their best earlier on, then I'm expecting... It's best of 7, right?
Yes, it is.
Best of 7. I reckon it's going to be 4-2 Weedham girls.
4-2 Weedham girls. Well, Mockett starting off strong with a goal just about a minute in.
Yeah, they answer my call of predicting their opposition to win, and Siki comes in, just getting that little bit higher than Greasy. And the way he did that is he turned his car upside down 180 degrees, then flipped into it. It just gives his car that little bit of lift at the front, because you can't backflip when you're in front of goal because you lose that speed, whereas if you turn upside down and front flip, it does give you that speed and the upward flick of the car.
Oh, empty goal there from Mockett. Really have to watch out. Maestro tries to poke it in, but Patrick coming in from the side and sweeping it away from the goal line. William Girls not about to let go on this offense, though. Loses the ball to Siki, and he's going to try to make his way all across the field now. Is he going to get past Remco? No, he is not. Loses the ball to him, but Turbo pulls out, snatching it off of him on the wall. Technically, a very high play once more. Another bump coming in from Siki. So Mockett is going to continue their highly aggressive physical play. Maestro redirects onto target. Not a lot of speed behind that, though, so no great effort for Turbo to save it.
Yeah, right now it's a little bit slow. Both teams at that feel-out phase, and Mockett obviously can be a little bit more passive now. They've got that one goal, but you can just see that the defensive situation is you have to be so far back because that allows the opposition to potentially get long shots. But right there, Turbo just finding the space in the middle after Remco's missed touch off the corner, which gave him that shot. Remco left alone for too long there, and it was just too easy for Mockett.
Yep, unfortunate bounce there for Weedham Girls. Very fortunate for Mockett as Turbo Pulsar takes opportunity and scores number 2 here, 2 minutes in. Mockett EU already off to a great start, and they're not going to let go anytime soon. Pashi with another push-up forward. Turbo Pulsar way too overeager to go for that ball. Sets it up in the center of the field. Pashi trying to go for it, but Greasy Meister was going to get that wall clear any day of the week. Nearing halftime right now, and so far Mockett has been the stronger team. Both those goals.
What? The shot!
I am
Pashi.
speechless.
Pashi is already up in the air. Go on board with Pashi right now. He goes up before Siki's even touched it and just comes flying down on that ball. That is next level Rocket League. If you're worried about beating someone in the air, fly up beforehand and just work so well as a team. That shows years of teamwork between Siki and Pashi there.
There is perhaps not years of teamwork, but at the very least a year of teamwork between those two players. Turbo Pulsar with another prime opportunity there. Kind of missed that roll. Maestro with a strong shot, but Pashi coming in from the side and sweeping that away. Past halftime now, another great save coming in from Turbo Pulsar. Mockett EU continuing their stellar defense in the final match as well. And Turbo Pulsar once more way up front. He has been an offensive powerhouse this time around, along with Pashi. Mockett EU showing such an incredibly strong game, number 1. But here comes Weedham Girls.
I don't know whether Maestro deliberately missed wide here, but it was important that he did so because it took a goalie out of the net. From that corner, reads it very well. Hits that sidewall. I'm pretty sure that was fully intentional as Greasy was waiting there. And even if the goalie had stayed, it was very hard to get to that ball before the incoming offender in the middle. So right now, it is 3-1 to Mockett, but Weedham Girls are really trying to form that comeback now.
Yeah, certainly are. Mockett's going to try to prevent them from doing so. Siki with another great bump takes control of the ball on the wall. Pashi with another push up forward. Remco saw that wall clear coming and pushes the ball back up forward. Siki going up for this one, getting a nice clear over to Pashi, who lengthens that ball, and Siki shoves it back up forward. That is efficient clearing work here from Mockett. Pashi can't quite get that shot. Siki gonna follow it up though, hits the crossbar. Such a close call once more for Mockett EU. Will Weedham Girls be able to go for the counter? Doesn't look like it. Mockett already on their way and have arrived back home. And time is slowly running out here for Weedham Girls.
They've got just over a minute left here. It doesn't take long to score 2 goals, especially if you get a cheeky goal like that. The pinch coming out, going into the roof, bringing it straight down towards the net. That is exactly what they need at this stage. Maestro just going up towards the wall, turning into the car with his air roll, and then jumping off of it at the last moment, just to create that extra height and extra angle on that ball. So yes, it may seem lucky, but he was always going to win that with that technique in the 50-50 there.
Such a strong shot there. 1 minute still remaining for these teams to score, and Weedham Girls just 1 goal away from equalizing. Mockett going to try their utmost to prevent that. You can see Sticky passing the ball back, so just so they can keep control. Oh, and then moves on forward. Turbo Pulsa trying to get the ball past Remco, bounces up into the air though, and Siki all up forward now, looking for the offense. Siki gonna try to dribble this one. Greenmeister coming in from the side though, not wasting any time. Turbo Pulsa staying back for the defense. 30 seconds now remaining for Weedham Girls to score one last time. Greenmeister almost gets it. Maestro with an attempt. Can't quite make it happen though. But Weedham Girls all up in front of the orange goal right now. Pashy's going to look to get a clear here. Not as ideal of a clear as he could have gotten. Tiki with the big whiff. Maestro can't put the shot on target, though. It bounces off the crossbar. Pashy and Turbo Pulsa bumping into each other. And that's the equalizer.
I told you there was enough time. Just a minute gone, and they've scored those 2 goals they needed. Remco, instead of going for the shot, just pops it down into the middle for his teammate, who's obviously going to be very aggressive at this point. Turbo and Pashy in their own box bump each other, and it leaves Greasy with the options of bottom left, bottom right. Nowhere else would have worked because there was too many people in the way. So well played by Greasy to find the gap there, and that puts the game 3-3. Are we going to see overtime? Yes, we will. So first game of the final, we're in overtime. This will set a precedence for the rest of the series.
I don't think anyone is surprised by how amazing this series is. Exactly what we expected to happen. Weedham Girls versus Mockett EU. It is a classic of Rocket League. And we are into overtime here in game number 1. Weedham Girls coming back from a 3-goal deficit to take it to overtime. 21 seconds in. Maestro with a good shot on target. Turbo Pulsa saving it just in the nick of an eye.
That was so close, and there's a couple of air dribble moments there, or air dribbles and attempted second touches. It makes such a difference if you follow your aerials, because you create a 50-50 where previously you were just hitting it straight back to your opposition. And Maestro did it on his attempt there. He closed down an angle, and Greasy did such a good job in following his air dribble to block the clear.
It's aerial bounce there coming on Greasy Meister. And Pashy looking for the offense here, as the ball was taken away from him. He's already back home for the defense now. Maestro trying to follow this up, loses out to Turbo Pulsa, and here comes Pashy with another push up forward. Gonna bounce off of the backboard. Will anyone be there to follow up? Pashy with the shot, but Greasy Meister saves it from inside the net. Maestro won't have the opportunity to carry on through with that counter attempt, though. Here comes Pashy with another shot attempt, but Greasy Meister bouncing the ball on his nose, preventing it from happening. And Pashy trying to bounce Remco out of the way, to bump him out of the way, but just narrowly missing. Very, very tensely fought overtime here.
Yeah, still 1 minute 30 into this overtime. No goals between them, because we wouldn't be expecting that from these guys, to let such easy situations in. And they're going to keep being passive, waiting for the opportunity to arise, and then they'll try and take as much effort as possible into scoring it. But they don't want to overcommit, because as soon as you go for an all-or-nothing play, that decides the game, and often they do get defended by top-level players, especially teams like Mockett will be able to block pretty much anything unless it's really, really spicy.
We are now 2 minutes into this game 1 overtime. Remco misses the follow-up shot there, just slightly. Maestro pushes the ball back up forward, but we see a clear coming in from Siki. And Greasy Meister immediately blocking it back, wants to keep things going here. We're almost halfway through an extra game on top of game number 1. Turbo Pulsa with a wide clear. Going to get picked up no problem by Greasy Meister. Turbo Pulsa misses the follow-up. In the meanwhile, Remco bumping, blowing up Siki. But Turbo Pulsa realizes the danger and quickly takes control of the ball before they can make use of that one less defender. Maestro with a wonderful setup. But the defensive work from Mockett EU continues to keep them in this overtime.
This is such an intense overtime right now. They're trying every trick in the book, Weedham Girls. They've gone for the bump plays. They've gone for the follow-through around the corner you saw there by Maestro, where he used his flip to confuse the defender and get it just over him. Everything they're trying right now is going to be the decider, because one of them will eventually work. Mockett, however, are just waiting for their opportunity to attack against their opposition when they make a mistake. They haven't really tried formulating crazy offense.
My God.
But what is that? Turbo completely leaves it as he goes into the far corner.
That is such an anticlimactic end to such an amazing overtime. Ah!
Wow, I was not expecting that at all. You could see on the goal line, he saw the shot coming from Remco. He did go for a crazy angle, and it was just impressive stuff. And can we just take a note to appreciate their uniform, Weedham girls? They've gone for the same colour, same wheels, and the sugarcane. I don't know what that is representing, but as a team, they look very swish in their uniform.
Yeah,
But an anti-climax.
it's the closest thing to a jersey, to a team jersey you'll get. I like it.
Yeah, we said anti-climax. The shot from Remco was very good because it was an angle that was unexpected from there. He used the back of his car to whip it into the far corner, and in the end, Turbo was on the goal line, probably expecting it to go wide by the way he went for it, and then had a last-moment realization that it probably was going in, and then he decided to change his direction. Very last moment, fly towards it. Looked like he didn't have much boost, and that just let the goal in for free. And after such strong plays from both teams during that game, to end like that just didn't represent their ability at all. So hopefully they can get that out of their minds right now, mock it, move on, and perform without such silly mistakes.
Speaking of silly mistakes, I definitely do not want to play in this game. I just want to watch it. Here we go. Game number 2. Weedham girls winning after a 3-minute overtime in game 1. And here comes Mocket's chance to get back in this. They had such a promising start to game number 1. Up 3 goals, but then Weedham girls just came back. What a save coming in from Siki. The defense from Mocket EU has been nothing less than stellar tonight.
It always is. Mocket love to defend. It's they're those kind of people who rather than just being put in defense because they can't score up front, they actually enjoy it and they do it so well, and they force it upon themselves by being a very passive team. But it's fine because they then get counter plays, they then get 100% plays when they move up and the chances arise. That is what's so interesting about them. They are so different to their opposition here.
Maestro with a monster of a shot. Turbopulsa able to save it with a great jump. Meister missing the opportunity to get the ball away from Pash. He puts it right in front of the goal, and Turbopulsa uses the opportunity. And so Mocket going to the lead once more.
Yeah, Greasy just caught backwards there, goes for that ball, which then encourages Remco to come out where he probably shouldn't have needed to after Greasy's misplay, and then gets outplayed by Pashi, flicks it past him. Turbo sneaks it into the bottom corner, and we get one of those, I've got a better position than you on the goal line, so I'm going to squeeze it past you situations for Turbo there.
So, Mocket, just like in the last game, taking lead after around about 1 minute. Let's see if they can keep the parallels up until the very end, I suppose, because they definitely don't want to parallel their overtime loss. But Pashi doing nicely with the help of Turbo to win control there on the sidelines. Going to try the exact same thing again, and it's going to work again.
Turbo is just waiting there for the hit of Greasy. Pashi just pushed it around the side. Greasy tries tipping that above the goal and following it. But because of the fact he was side on, as he jumped off the wall, there is a slight delay of him going up to hit it. Turbo with the wiggle there. But he has to jump off, turn, then start boosting up. There's no way for him to get height when he's side on. So a bit of a misplay from him to try and do that there.
Oh, Turbo with another initiative there, but that was a very difficult shot to take. Props to him for going for it, though. You do miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and here comes Patchy driving against Remco. Gets blown up immediately by Greasy Meister before he becomes too dangerous, though. So Widom girls are no strangers to this playstyle, either to the bumping, to the demolishing.
Yeah, right now I'm seeing Weedham girls, that they are behind. It's not an issue, they were behind last game. But Mocket love getting ahead because it does mean their defense can prevail. And they try their absolute best to keep it there. And 2 minutes 40 to go. That's more than enough time to start scoring back. They did it in 1 minute last time. So should be all right for Weedham girls at this stage.
Siki can't quite put it on target there. Maestro blocked it before he had a chance to finish. We are past halftime now. This is the roundabout time where William girls stepped up last game and started building up those goals, getting the equalizer, or building up towards the equalizer. Maestro can get past Pashinani with a long clear, but Greasy Maestro already in position to prevent that ball from getting into any crazy shenanigans. Bouncing off the ceiling But no favorable pinch coming in from Weedham Girls, so Market EU back in ball control, and Pashy loses control, can't get that second bump after the ceiling bounce. Trying to make something happen here. They are not happy with just sitting back and defending. They are also going for offensive plays, but apart from those 2 goals, since then they haven't found much success.
Yeah, and the reason why they haven't found much success is due to how they're playing. They're playing so passively right now, Mocket. And it's meaning they're not letting much crazy opportunities from a distance go in. Turbo just about managing to save that one. They are sitting back really deep. One player pretty much always in the box when the opposition has control. One player kind of sitting midfield in a good predicting position. And it just means nothing gets too far past them. And right now, what Weedham Girls have to do is they have to kind of do those midfield crossbow passes. And that's going to do it. It's Greasy gets a shot from the side there.
Just about to say, such stellar defensive work from Rocket. It was still stellar defensive work from Rocket, but when you are getting peppered with shot after shot after shot after shot, eventually your wall, no matter how strong it may be, is going to crack. And that was just a magnificent shot from Greasy Meister. Such an incredible angle. Very, very difficult to save, especially after you have already saved like
Pashy.
5 or so balls, but Pashy taking a little bit too much time there.
He was just mind gaming so much. The last one where he just left it, he got Meister out of the situation, but there was the last player coming in. I think he got 3 outplays there during his dribble. So much so it was slow enough so that
Turbo!
Can come back and rotate, but Turbo gets a shot.
Crazy, crazy stuff here. Another goal onto Mocket, and that was just the miss from Greedy Meister. Maestro misjudging the shot. I probably didn't expect that Greedy Meister would miss that clear, which meant that Turbo Pulsar had a clear shot. Caught Maestro off guard there on the defense. 40 seconds still remaining here for Weedham Girls to make their move.
Yeah, like I was mentioning earlier on, they need to start passing sideways in the midfield to try and bring players out, change the angles of their cars, because if the opposition are pointing where they think the ball's going, it gives them that step ahead, whereas if you start changing those angles that they're not expecting, then it gets them out of position. And right now they're just trying to go route 1 down the middle, round the corners, which is very obvious for their opposition at this stage.
Greasy with a shot attempt. Turbo Pulsar cuts off Remkov's path towards the ball, gets blown up by Greasy Meister in retaliation. Time is running out here, and this is going to be the victory for Mocket EU in game number 2. This time, no overtime. But it was still pretty close. There were a lot of close calls here for Weedham Girls. Ultimately, though, the defense from Mocket is just absolutely stellar. Just look at the amount of saves they have.
Yeah, there is 8 saves on their side. They only made 5 shots, but I mean, 3 of the goals went to Turbo, where only he made 2 shots, but they weren't trying for crazy offense. They were just waiting for the misplay from their opposition, then moving up, where you just see so many shots on Weedham Girls' side. They are trying to force goals when they're not there, and it's allowing Mocket to be good on the defensive side of things. And that is something that always happens to Mocket. They beat weaker teams because weaker teams don't have the creativity to get it around them. I didn't see the backboard used enough there by Weedham Girls. I didn't see the sideways passes used enough by them. And it just allowed Mocket to be comfortable sitting in their goal, blocking it, and clearing it nice and long.
1-1 after 2 games. Still, can't say that is entirely unexpected when 2 teams of caliber like this clash in the grand finals of a tournament. Rocket Royale, grand final, game number 3 out of potentially 7, and right off the bat, Weedham Girls putting on the pressure here, looking to pressurize Mocket very early on to not lose out on the lead early again, which puts them on the forced initiative the rest of the game.
Yeah, and the kind of initiative. Oh, good save, just diving backwards, rotating his car so that he could flip towards the ball. Very good mechanics by Remco. But there's very few team players coming in from Weedham Girls. It needs to be about them as a unit, not them as individuals. They are all very good as individuals, but Mocket are individually stronger when it comes to defending, as they can pretty much defend any kind of, I don't know how to describe it, unorganized play, I guess, is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, they are no strangers to organized play themselves, so lots of experience reading out those plays, reading out those movements, which certainly helps. In the defense, they are one of the most... They are probably the strongest defensive team in Rocket League right now. Greasy Meister with a shot on target, but Pashy proves our point by saving it. Even though Widom girls, especially Remco, we've seen it earlier in their match against Mocket, where Remco just had this crazy series of save after save after save. It's just 6 mechanically godlike players on the field right now, and it's impossible to call.
Yeah, what makes Widom girls normally the next level is the backboard. They love that guy. Look, you see there, using that backboard straight away, it makes it hard for Pashy to do the save, but he does manage to get it. So you've still got to keep amazing chances coming in, almost there, Pashy. But those backboard hits won't work every time, but if you keep doing them enough, one of them will eventually drop down for a shot opportunity.
Remco with a pass over to this side where Greasy Meister are already waiting, bounced it against the wall. Meister tries to carry it on through, wins out against the defense. Meister, will he be able to set up a good goal here? No, he will not. Turbopulsa intervenes and foils that plan. And so we are at halftime right now, and no score yet, no chances yet either, apart from that one shot earlier from Greasy Meister that was nicely saved by Pashy. Time is running out here, and the pace is definitely slowed down from games number 1 and 2.
Yeah, that is
one of those
exactly
teams to increase it again, just like this. The save, though, from Pashy off to the corner.
Well played by Mocket to cover the angles there. There was a slight little gap in the bottom left that they could have shot it into, but it was quite a tough, quick reaction situation. Off that post, it's quite hard to read the angle. It does fall in Widom Girls' favour, but they're going to have to do another shot now. Maestro gets over that ball so quickly, guides it down towards the net. Such a good shot. Greasy coming in from the corner, uses the edge of that corner. You see there, Turbo waiting in the net. He's pointing in the direction as if it's going to come round. But because of the fact it lofts over the top of him with a pass, he has to rearrange his car and he can't make the save. That's what passing does, is it pulls players into unusual angles which they have to readjust themselves to.
Widom Girls take the lead after 3 minutes of intense play. Edging out here against Mocket EU, and now Mocket EU are finding themselves in the position of having to catch up. They were in the lead for pretty much most of this series, with Widom Girls only towards the end starting to catch up, and now they're starting to build up their lead.
See that ball popping out off the roof. Both Turbo and Pashy are landing, and therefore Siki thinks he can't possibly go for this because, well, if he goes for it, everyone's out of the net. But in the end, he does. I think he got bumped out of the net there by, was it Greasy? One of the players came through, bumped the goalie, which is very important at this stage. If your opposition are very good at defense, get rid of them. Bump them. They don't need to exist anymore.
What a play. Pulsa over the wall behind the defense to Pashy.
Turbo just hitting that hard onto that back wall. I think Remco was predicting it coming around the corner, so he didn't quite have the speed to race out from his box towards where the ball was. And Pashy found the angle underneath him there. Very well played by them to make it 2-1. It's not over yet. Mocket have a sniff at a potential leveler here.
They do. They have a bit of time for it as well. 1:05 is not too long, but they don't even need that. Pashy sneaks one behind everyone.
Yeah, after that challenge, it stays upfield and then is there for the redirect. And poor Greasy has no way to cover that. Perhaps he should have sat in the goal a little bit further, but you do not expect an opposition player to be up that far. And that was just a good situational awareness by Pashy. So good.
So we're back to even with just about 1 minute left to play. This seems very, very familiar somehow. Demolition as Greasy Meister takes down Turbo Pulsa. Maestro tries to block Siki. Siki wins out. Is he going to get the angle shot? Yes, he is. He takes the lead for his team.
In less than 30 seconds, we have seen the scoreline completely switched. It was 2-0 Widom Girls. Now it's 3-2 to Mocket. Siki getting a breakaway opportunity there. And these were the fine margins we were speaking about earlier on. Widom Girls, they don't like to sit in net. They like to rotate back into it and make the saves as they return. Whereas when they're up against teams like Mocket, who are just waiting for those opportunities to arise, they will sneak it in earlier than you can imagine. And Remco just missing that.
Can't get the shot quite right. Hits the crossbar there so close. almost would have seen the immediate equalizer. Turbo with a good save here. Remco going for the shot once more. Can't quite get it. Greasy Meister puts it back onto target, but that's the clear from Turbo Pulsa. 30 seconds still remaining. This one's on trajectory for the goal, but Meister will have the rotation to save it. Not that one, though, as Siki nails it and probably shuts the game close.
Yeah, I don't know why Maestro tipped that so far out. His teammate Greasy was in his corner. The corner is a safe place to put it when you're when you're being countered upon. Instead, he puts it right onto the danger zone, allowing Pashi to get another goal. And I think that's going to secure them this victory. Is 4-2 with 18 seconds left. Unlikely to get the comeback, but Greasy is trying his absolute best right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. But with 10 seconds left and still 2 goals to score, and Mocket playing a very, very slow game now. Yeah, Weedham Girls have given up. They aren't even contending anymore. This is going to be the win for Mocketeer, taking the series to 1-2. It's still a best of 7, though, so it's not quite a match ball yet. Still, Mocket are going to feel very happy about themselves.
Yes, such a good performance from them. They were defensive the whole game. They waited for the opportunities, and Weedham Girls, 2-0 up, need to do better than that. They cannot let such easy situations in. I say easy, compared to your average player, it is not easy. It is only at the top level that you can start seeing opponents take those opportunities and score them pretty much every time. And that was the case there. I just can't believe how easy they let it slip. You need to do better than that.
Absolutely. They came very, very close to equalizing towards the end of the game there, but then Mocket just increased the lead even more, and that was about it for this game here. Started off very differently. It's kind of a mirror to how the first match went, where Mocket went into the lead, and then Weedham Girls came back with 3 goals in a row. This time, Weedham Girls took the lead early, and then Mocket swung the scoreline into their favor over the course of 30 seconds, scoring 3 in a row. It is such an exciting match. It is nothing less than what I've expected. And it is game number 4 between those two teams. Who will win this one?
Yes. I reckon Greasy wasn't playing his absolute best in that last one, and he tends to be the kind of player who bounces back very viciously after he's had a weaker game. And I won't be surprised if he comes in and does some miracle plays. Super aggressive stuff will be what they need to take on Mocket here. So I think Weedham Girls will take this one.
Let's see if they can. If they can take the series back to even, or if Mocket will have the opportunity to match ball next game. 20 seconds in, and they're already on the offense. Maestro bumping Pashi out of the way, and Greasy Meister leaves the net open, but they quickly bump Siki out of the way straight into the path of the ball, though. Unintentionally launches a shot onto target that gets quickly dealt with, though, by Weedham Girls' defense. So sticky situation largely defused. Another wide shot straight towards the backboard behind the blue goal. Mocket playing this very, very aggressively in the early stages.
It's great to see that, and it's good to see Weedham Girls defending very well. They're getting strong hits out, and they're sending them where their opposition can't necessarily score straight away. Eventually, it'll get down into the opposition half. That should be a goal by Greasy, just getting it high, getting underneath it too much. He needs to kind of drill them down nice and low. There was no one on the goal line. All it took was speed there and a little bit of direction, and he just went
they have to watch out
too
here.
high.
Greasy Meister puts against the backboard / crossbar, something in between that. As Weedham Girls are finding themselves in the offense right now, but that gets quickly cleared away by Mocket. We're not intent on letting Weedham Girls get anywhere.
Yeah,
Maestro, though. Oh, boy. How'd that happen?
At this point, I feel like they've switched roles. Mocket are trying to be super aggressive, and then Weedham Girls are waiting for the opportunities to score. And right there, Maestro finds the biggest gap in the Mocket defense, an open half almost, just to drive the ball into it. And good patience by Weedham Girls. They defended very well, and we're just choosing the right times to go up and score, or try and score. And there's another one. Maestro seeing Turbo in the corner collecting boost, and then he shoots it on the net super fast from the wall there.
Crazy. Straight off the kickoff. Turbo Pulsa does not have enough time to come back from getting his boost. Man, oh man. 2 goals in the course of 10 seconds for Weedham Girls after a hotly contested early game. That's how quickly things can happen in Rocket League.
Exactly, and 2 goals is not enough, as we've seen in a lot of these games. Comebacks have occurred on both occasions. 2-0 has happened. So that demo, very important, but it's not going to be enough as the team were not able to react to it. I'm just so impressed right now with Weedham Girls' rotation. It's so quick, and they're all stepping up their game. The shooting is still not up to the par that it usually is for these guys, but they are positioning and defending very much like they normally do now.
Easy. Gonna take his time and going for this. Ballseeker, the only one behind. Played that quite well defensively. We're nearing halftime right now. But Mockett struggling to break through the immense Widom Girl offense right now. As I say that, they do miss flip coming in from Maestro, but Remco defuses the situation. And has more than enough time to go for a clear here. Mockett not really going for shots they should definitely go for. You can't say they aren't playing it aggressively enough, because that's definitely not the case, but occasionally they leave a bit too much time for Widom Girls to find their bearings.
Yeah, there's passing and there's definitely good passing. They are doing the right things, looking to find each other, but due to their aggression, it's a little bit too fast for them, and sometimes they're hitting it out of each other's range. So they're doing the right things. Just needs to be a little bit more controlled. The hits need to be a little bit weaker, and they'll find each other a lot better. Good
save from Turbo Pulsa. Knocks the ball straight back over onto the blue side of the field, where Siki tries to play it on through to the corner, but gets blocked. Turbo Pulsa nicely picking up on that. And carried on through, but Remco is snatched it away from him. 1 minute and 30 seconds still remaining. Mockett hasn't really had any chances in the past few minutes. It's been all the Widom Girls as far as ball control and pacing of the game goes. This might be what they were looking for. Remco not enough boost to follow the ball.
An incredible clear here from Siki off that back wall. They've done that a few times today. Getting those power hits off the walls are very useful. Remco just trying to get underneath that one and double jump up into it to pop it high, but didn't quite find the angle. You saw there was a slight ghost hit, so he was close to it, just not enough to get it up and away. But those power shots off the wall are so effective, and people are used to doing them on the ground, where they wait for that bounce and then hit it. But on the back wall, you can often send it all the way into your opposition's half and potentially into the goal, as we just saw.
Minute mark. Mockett, 1 minute they have left to try and equalize here. And 1 goal in 1 minute is definitely doable, especially once they have found the leverage that they need over Widom Girls. They have found some momentum off of this goal and are up on the blue side right now looking for the offense. Bad touch coming in, but no danger, as Mockett had already retreated, expecting the counterattack coming in from Widom Girls. Not sure if that is the wisest move right now, though, because they really need every bit of attacking power they can get, every bit of attacking opportunity they can get, because time is slowly running out. Pashi trying to outplay the defense there. Siki coming in from the side, trying to bump someone out of the way. Can't quite make it happen, though. 15 seconds still remaining, and Widom Girls are back in ball control. Remco doing his utmost to keep the ball up in the air, waste as much time as possible with a pass over to Turbo Pulsa. Mockett's last attack has begun. Both Pashi and Siki diving straight past the ball. Pashi trying to keep it up in the air. Maestro going to try to dribble another goal in, and he does, and that pretty impressively seals the deal.
Yeah, as soon as that pass went up in the air and both of them flew for it, it was pretty much game, because if either of them had touched it, they would have found out Turbo, but I'm pretty sure Widom Girls were wise to it, and it did end with a goal there for Maestro, where he just carried it towards the net. Very well played by him. But at this stage, Widom Girls aren't necessarily performing in their usual play style. It was very passive, wait for those opportunities to counter and take them. And Mockett were doing well to be aggressive, but we need to see a little bit more of those creative, exceptional plays from Widom Girls. And Shogun, could you ready up, please? Thank you.
Yeah, don't break the momentum. I want to see this thing go on and on and on and on and never end. It will end at some point, but I really wish it didn't.
7 games, there's potentially 7 games, so there's going to be a lot of Rocket League left. We're about halfway through now, just over, as it's 2-2 now in the series. Both teams have proven their worth in different ways. Each game has been slightly different. Right now, I want to see Mockett use their defense much more effectively. They let in some easy goals in that last one, and I do want to see Widom Girls with those creative goals that we're so used to seeing.
Game 5, 2-2 is the score. One of these teams will gain the opportunity to match ball. Game number 6. Which of them is it gonna be? Will it be Widom Girls, who have managed to come back from huge deficits, who have managed to keep Mocket from coming back? Or will it be Mocket EU, whose defense has been absolutely stellar this entire game and whose counter plays have been on point? We see Patchy trying to cut off Remco with huge success, actually, as Siki gains control of the ball. That was a very, very narrow save there. So close.
So well played by Greasy, just off the sidewall there, but that's not good enough there. He's just letting that ball drop for a turbo pulsar shot. You can just see Greasy left on his own. Those backwall hits are hard to defend in the best of times. When you're on your own, you know you have to go visit them at the earliest moment possible. And he just went a bit too far in front of it, therefore tipping it back down towards his own goal. So 1-0 in the first minute. Widom Girls not necessarily done anything too fancy, neither of Mocket. It's just those fine margins in one clear opportunity.
So Mocket draw first blood. Maestro putting that ball a bit too far forward for himself. So loses control to Mocket, who immediately start another attack. Greasy Meister has to cross that ball across the field. And Turbo is going to go for this shot. Gets intercepted by Remco. It's not going to happen. Here comes a shot by Remco. Hits the inside of the goalpost. Not going to go in. It's going to roll up the corner here. Patchy trying to flip into it, but Maestro will take control of the ball. No, he will not, as Turbo Pulsar comes in and snatches it away, pushing the ball forward. Mocket continuing their aggressive defensive play style, which they do match together somehow. Oh, what a save from Siki!
So good. Oh, and Turbo coming out from inside the goal manages to make the save. He did so well to dissolve Siki's incredible save and then to recover so quickly and read that shot. Admittedly, the shot could have been a little bit closer, but he was trying to beat someone in the air. That is so good by Mocket. They just never look like they're going to miss those saves. They're just so good.
2 huge opportunities to save for Widom Girls, but Mocket's defense just far too strong. I cannot believe the form they are on tonight. Nearing halftime, it's still a 1-goal lead here for Mocket, which is basically not a lot, but the more time they can stall away, the more important it is going to be to have that lead. However tiny it may be. Patchy with another attempt, gets blocked dead in his tracks. Won't even have the ball leave his underside. Meanwhile, Greasy Meister does get blown up, is back in the game now, and tries to start an offense here. Maestro and Greasy Meister both up in the same corner. 4 people now bunching up on the same ball. Very, very chaotic. Patchy does get the ball passed towards him. But loses immediately to Remco, who takes his time. Widom Girls trying to play this pretty tactically.
They're just trying to find the right slots to pass it into. But Mocket are doing an incredible job of marking those passes. They're sort of waiting to intercept them and coming in at those last moments, which draws those players out who were expecting to receive the pass. But this is an opportunity as Greasy pumps that off the back wall. Those shots need to go in. That's Widom Girls' savior. They normally find those backboards and find the shots so well and make them impossible to save, but they're just missing them a little bit wide, a little bit too high today, and it's working against them as it's taking their prime goal-scoring system out of their game.
Minute and 15 still left. Look at Widom Girls all up Mocket's faces. Really trying to score here. But so far, every single attempt has been foiled. Another one coming in from Greasy. Remco in a good position to follow up. Can't quite get the angle. And Siki is standing still once more. Please don't do that to us, Siki. Oh, the own goal. Is his ping bad? His ping. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Siki's ping has shot up. No way. That is not what you want to see at this stage. And Maestro finds it off of Turbo, managing to sneak that one in. They were looking dominant this game with a 1-0 lead. They were just going to defend it out for the rest of it. And suddenly the internet goes for Siki. Hopefully it was a short little burst as he seems to be back now. But that is not what you want to see. A goal scored while one of your teammates is having internet issues.
I really hope that is the most of it, that Siki internet will stay stable from now on. because I cannot overstate how much of a shame it would be if this series
Turbo!
was tainted. And Turbo with another amazing save, a bicycle save. 30 seconds from close. Mocket have lost their lead to internet issues. Can they build another one in the remaining time that they have? Siki seems to be alright. He is participating in the game. He is moving around alright. 15 seconds until either overtime or until one of those teams scores a buzzer-beater goal. Siki with the opportunity. Is he going to be the one to score? No, he is not. Remco saves it. Here comes the counterattack from Weedham Girls. Gets carried all the way up front. Turbopulsa blocks it. It's going to touch the ground in the center of the field. And here we are in overtime.
We are in overtime, and I've seen things, comments about sportsmanship and how Siki was disconnected at the time. I personally think at that time Turbo should have made the save, as he should have made the shot there, because he was the one who went for the ball and he was the one who scored the own goal. Siki had very little to do with it. He was out the way in their own goal.
Oh,
But
Turbo!
right now, trying to redeem himself and score in this last few moments of overtime.
Pashy going to try to outplay Remco here. Doesn't get the angle, though. Ball a little bit too fast to really do anything with it. 30 seconds into this overtime, and Maestro gets a shot off onto target. Not enough speed behind it. Patchy with a pass over to Turbo Pulsa, puts the ball straight back onto the center of the field. From Maestro, waiting on the wall to get a bounce back up front. Started an offense for Weedham Girls, but Turbo Pulsa nicely outplaying 2. Won't get past Remco, though, and he is number 3. Nearing the 1 minute mark now. Pashy carrying it all the way through. Can't dribble it past Drazy. Loses ball control halfway through the field. Turbo Pulsa with another pass over to him. It seems to be the pivotal player right now. All the passes are focused on him, and he has been trying to get the dribble plays going.
Oh, just a pass there, not quite being down in front of the goal enough to tempt one of the Mocket players to come in. It did have a brief moment in the top left corner where it crossed over in front of the net, but it needs to be a little bit more decisive for the player going in. They do not want to overcommit at this stage. We're a minute and a half into overtime. Everything has to be an 100% play, because as soon as you go all or nothing, it gives away the potential for a loss.
Minute and 30 now into this overtime. Good deflection coming in from Turbo Pulsar. Prevents Greasy Meister from going for the shot. Siki's going to get a clear here. Tries to pass it over to Pashy. Look at Remco. And Pashy clashing for the ball here. Greasy Meister coming in from behind and getting the push up forward, where Siki's already waiting in the corner. Nearing the 2 minute mark now. Siki carrying the ball on his face. Tries to outplay Greasy. Loses ball control in the most pivotal moment of that play, though. Maestro reversing into the ball just to keep control. Greasy Meister coming in from behind. Every single mistake could decide the game at this point. Remco with another push-up forward. Right next to target. Doesn't quite hit the net. Pashy outplays one. Can't outplay Greasy Meister, though. Puts a shot onto target. Turbo Pulsa saves it. Such important there. Oh, and what a demo from Siki. Takes down Greasy Meister, who's in a prime position to go for the shot.
Of all the times you could get demoed, when you're mid-air trying to redirect it in towards potentially a goal or potentially a pass back down, Siki comes flying in and crunches him while he's in the air. That's incredible. Pashy there with the mind games. The issue with his mind games is against a team like Weedham Girls, they tend to force all or nothing. They'll have someone covering and someone behind, and Remco using that backboard so good right now. The intensity from both teams is impeccable.
Certainly is. We're now 3 minute overtime. Oh, they can't save that. Once more, it is a 3 minute overtime. And once more, Weedham Girls are victorious at the end of it.
That's so good by Remco to jump in front of Siki as he's trying to clear it. Siki not looking very comfortable there. He's only going to be able to just about flick that away. And in those situations, all it takes is someone to be in the way of it to redirect it back down towards the net. So Remco jumps off of the backboard to get in front. Let's not take away from the fact his positioning there is he went for boost, had the awareness to turn around at that boost and be waiting for the pass. So good by Remco. Greasy finding him out. And look at the shot difference there. 2 shots from Mocket against the 11 from Weedham Girls. That is unbelievable difference there.
It certainly is. Wow. 11 shots to 2. That's got to be one of the most, the craziest differences I have seen. But this leaves Weedham Girls slightly in the lead here. 3-2. This is a match ball game for them. Mocket have to win this in order to stay in the game, in order to still have a chance at that prize money. Here we go. game number 6 of potentially 7. Such an important one as well. Meister immediately almost scoring. Greasy Meister shooting another one. Greasy Meister can score here, though. Siki does get the save. Plays into the center of the field where Turbo Pulsar is already waiting. Launches one onto target. Quick shots coming out in succession from both teams here. We're looking to score early, get the advantage on their side as early as they possibly can to force the other team to react.
Right now, Weedham girls are going to have to step up the intensity again, because every time they've got a win, their opposition have tried to take it back, but that shot from Maestro was so fast. He came flying in from the midfield and pummeled it down towards the middle of the goal because he saw there was no one there, so he knew there were players diving in from the sides, and he threaded the needle between the two of them, neither of them able to get behind that ball, and that takes them to 1-0 up. At this stage, Weedham girls have got 1 game to win, 2 to play with, but obviously they really want to take it now as they have really upped the intensity. And that just showed in the last game with the shot differential. And they keep that up this game. There's no doubt they'll be able to beat their opposition here as they're trying to force it in again.
Yep, trying to force it in the end. Siki does win out control of the ball. Yeah, carries it all the way through the other side. Pesci clashing with Remco up in the air. Can't quite win control of the ball, though. Pesci not in a good rotation to be able to get that ball. Maestro balancing it on his nose there, carrying it on through to the corner. Can't really do anything with it there, though, so it immediately gets cleared back onto the other side. This is such high tension between those two teams right now. And aggression as well. Everyone's going for every single ball that they can get. There are risks taken left and right. There are clashes happening all over the field. This is definitely the most tense game so far, and it really shows that Market may just be 1 game from losing the grand final.
Exactly. Right now, Mocket are thinking, what can they do to get past Weedham girls? They've got bumps in their arsenal. They love to go for demos and bump plays, but it's so hard to demo a team where they're all moving at supersonic speed, because you have to chase them and find the point where you'll intercept them. You can't just catch up with them because they're so fast moving around the pitch. So that is what I think will be the difference now. If they can get a bump or a demo at some point, then they might find a gap in this incredible Weedham girls lineup when they're playing at the best.
2 minutes now played. Pesci with a shot on target. Just slightly off target, though. At least it was an attempted shot on target. Greasy Meister with a pass forward. Gets snatched away by Siki. Turbo Pulsar now in ball control. Tries to get it past Maestro, but won't be able to get past that defensive wall that Weedham girls have built for themselves. It is noticeable how Weedham girls have started to play it a bit more defensively. Like, of course, whenever the ball does get up front, they will send someone after it. They will play it aggressively. But whenever Market has their hands on the ball, they've stopped really contesting unless Market is there in their own half of the field. They aren't really pushing. They aren't really playing a pressing tactic anymore.
As soon as they get aggressive, they lose their defensive formation. They like to keep it. They like to know that they're not going to be letting a goal in too easily. But there we go. Greasy finding a gap after Turbo's misplay of a touch here. Tries pushing it around the corner and following it up, but it just hits that slight upper curvature of the wall and bounces it straight to the middle, where Greasy finds a great shot into the far side, out of Turbo's reach, out of the goal line defense reach. He was moving up thinking his teammate had a good play. And that is giving away a goal too late right now. 2 minutes left, 2-0 is the score. This is Weedham girls' prime position. They can keep putting pressure on, maybe sneak 1 or 2 more in and secure this win and the final of this tournament.
Not a lot of time left for Market to do what they have to do. Maestro with a wonderful backflip save there, preventing Turbo from going for that shot. And they're going to get another one. 3-0 here. Remco cross map.
Another goal was destined to happen. As you know, Mocket are going to push a little bit harder and faster with only 2 minutes in their mind. And that is a nice long shot from Remco. Sends it with the most efficiency he can towards the net, and there's no one rotating back at that time. And that is only extending that lead into an unreachable distance for Mocket right now. They've got to pull out the game of their life right here, and that will certainly help as Siki sends that into the net off the wall.
Off the wall indeed, off of the kickoff. Turbo Pulsar playing that exactly towards the wall. Of course, there's always a bit of luck involved with these kickoff goals, but Market will take everything they can get at this point. 2 more goals to catch up on and there is definitely not a lot of time to do it. They've managed to do it before. Hell, they've only took 30 seconds to swing the score to their favor in game number 3. But when the pressure is on them, and when every single little step counts, can they show up?
Well, 1 minute, 10 seconds will decide that fact. And Mocket right now have either got to consider playing their usual play style and waiting for the gap to rise. I don't think Weedham Girls will give them a sniff if they try that, or they're just going to have to put everything in. And this could be it. Siki sends that long, not at the angle he had hoped for. But if we see another goal go in, oh well, you've tried your absolute best. Sneaker, last few goals. So it's all or nothing right now for Mocket.
43 seconds, and Widom Girls are in ball possession. Going to have to stop this attack from Maestro. He manages to outwit Turbo. Not so much Patchy, though. Greasy with a wonderful pass over to Remco, and this seals the deal for Widom Girls.
You just see here Greasy missing that, actually drew two players out. Siki and Bashi both chasing towards that ball. Turbo not retreating in time, and Remco catches that in the air nice and fast, sends it towards the empty net at the time. So that's going to seal the deal, as you said. Widom Girls will be taking the final unless 30 seconds. It's definitely doable, but not when a team like Widom Girls are being super careful. They're just going to try and keep the pressure on the ball, make sure there is no breakaway opportunities.
20 seconds now remaining, and Mocket, they just don't have any energy left in them. They're trying to make some push forward here. Siki puts the ball right onto Apache's nose, hoping they would bounce off into the net. But to finish this game, it won't be enough. 4-1 is going to be the score. Ladies and gentlemen, this week's Rocket Royale champions, Widom Girls.
Widom Girls, following my prediction, I said 4-2 Widom Girls, and that is exactly what happened. I feel privileged to have guessed that, but I feel more privileged to have watched that incredible final. Both teams doing so well. But I would like to bring attention to the fact Mocket recently have played against Widom Girls twice in a final. So today and in Gfinity on Friday. And both times Mocket had to knock out Flipside. And on the Gfinity time, they had to knock out the Flying Dutchman. They have always had tough routes to the finals. And it seems like they just don't have that edge over Widom Girls yet. But the more and more they play, the more and more they work at it, the better chances they have of doing it. Because right there, they were so close. At moments, they showed like that they were better than their opposition. But it was just eventually too much. Widom Girls flicked the switch, put the final blow in, and took the finals. So well played.
It was definitely such a close call. An amazing final to watch. Shogun, you watched it with us.
Yes,
what are your
I
thoughts
watched
on this
it.
blockbuster?
Well, it got that's the type of game I really love happening around here because I just got to sit back. I went to the Twitch chat and I just enjoyed it as a fan. So honestly, that was really good fun to watch. It just seems like Widom Girls has Mocket's number. The way that they play, it forces Mocket to panic quite a bit because Widom Girls are so good at the pace changing that Mocket are so good at. We've seen it that whenever Widom Girls get the lead, Maestro can just go up the field, and he's just happy just to sit there with the ball and just say, "All right, come to me. Come to me. I know you're going to jump anyway, so you haven't even got the ball. So you next come to me." It works out so well for Widom Girls, and it just seems like they have Mocket's number. Mocket, it's so hard for them to get that first goal around here. I was enjoying one thing in the chat, though, where we just started counting Maestro's shots without a goal. I think he got to like 14 shots, no goals.
Oh, wow.
It's pretty fun. Yeah. So, implying that I would score a goal within any amount of shots against Mocket.
It's so hard. I mean, the shot differential is something to bring up every single game pretty much, except for the few which we saw Mocket really up the pressure. It was always a huge difference, and Widom Girls always took the edge on shots by a reasonable margin. And it's because of the fact Mocket opt to be defensive. They trust their defense, and eventually it will work in their favor. But when you're against teams like Widom Girls, who are incredibly tough to defend against, more structured, faster, incredibly talented, eventually one of them will go in. But Mocket played so well today, and to come second to Widom Girls is not something to worry about. To beat Flipside, to get to this stage, they are very, very well positioned.
Now, viewers, don't tune out yet. Do not tune out yet, because we are not done. we still have the NA semi-finals and finals to go through.
Exactly.
So do not go anywhere. We still got that to go to. We are just sorting something out on the admin side. And that's going to be great fun to go through just as well. I'm looking forward to that.
It's going to be amazing. I haven't seen much of NA on Rocket League Central for a while, since Rocket Royale hasn't happened for about a month or so. But we've been watching it closely on the RLCS, and it has really excited me to see what they can do. They do some very creative things. Tends to be a little bit more interesting when they're playing at their best than Europe. But in general, they let a lot of goals in for free. So we should get some high-scoring games.
I certainly hope we do. You've heard it, folks. Rocket Royale not over yet. We've only got our EU champions, Weedham Girls, but NA has been playing as well while everything has been going on. So more Rocket League will be following and be broadcast right into your bedrooms or wherever you're watching in just a few more moments while we get the games set up. In the meanwhile, do not hesitate to tweet at us using the hashtag Rocket Royale. We will read your tweets. We are keeping an eye on that hashtag all day long. We have got a new tweet coming in here from Mo-Fessional, actually. And he says, Pikachu, best player EU, hashtag Rocket Royale. So.
Is that my Pikachu?
I assume so, yes.
I mean, he has dabbled a bit with the Rocket League on my streams, but I don't think he's quite at the level of the players we just saw. I'm sure he's very privileged to have been given that status.
Yeah, best player EU, definitely. Should probably release a montage at some point. I'm pretty sure that people would love watching that.
Pika plays.
We also got one by Morbo Alst, doing the laundry while watching hashtag Rocket Royale. Multitasking, it makes it more bearable too. Cheers, guys. What, doing the laundry makes Rocket Royale more bearable?
Wow.
That's just mean.
I mean, you know, folding occasionally brings your eyes away from the despicable plays that you have to look at when watching the stream. I'm thinking it might be the other way around. Rocket Royale's making the laundry a bit more bearable.
Yeah, that would make more sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah. English language, eh?
Yeah. Please no judge. My language is German. English is only my second language.
I love how you toned down your accent there. You're like, right, I'm going to get rid of the Americanization I've done on it and turn it more German and become more stereotypical. But yes, that is something to bring up. I know people probably don't even realise, but you are speaking your second language to entertain everyone here today, which is very impressive.
Still speaks it better than either of us, Gregan. That's the worst part.
I think the way you said
true.
either there really
either.
Yeah, either.
Definitely. We got a last tweet from you guys out there as well. Chris Curry
Be glad I
at
haven't got the
Twinkle
Norfolk
Biscuit.
accent.
Great to see. Hashtag Rocket Royale back. All my favourite casters are here too. And remember, Pokemon Go, watch Rocket Royale.
This is the last time I picked you up. Ever, Pash.
I am sorry for this.
Aye, Governor.
Aye, Governor.
Well, there we
Cheers,
go.
love. Cavalry is here.
Thanks for the tweet, Twinkle Biscuit.
Absolutely.
Great. That's a great name, Twinkle Biscuit. That's the kind of one where you've nailed it first time and you've kept it forever because it's just such a thought-provoking name. Think of a biscuit twinkling.
Ah, so great.
Don't need to. The picture gives it to you. You can see it in the tweet.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It's more of a sparkle though.
Yeah. Sparkle Biscuit. There you go.
Sparkle Biscuit. That
Next
name's still
account.
free. Go catch it while it is. All right, folks. I think we have had about enough tweets for now. Do not stop tweeting. We'll read more later. In the meanwhile, we will set up our NA games, and as soon as that is set up, we will come back right towards you with more Rocket Royale, semi-final, and grand final for North American Rocket League still coming up. So do not go anywhere, because this stream is not over yet. And here we are for the first NA semi-final. Shogun and Gregan, take it away. iBuyPower Cosmic versus Retrospect.
Yeah, we're going to get thrown into this a little bit because I couldn't quite get in contact with some of these players to tell them to stand by, but not an overall huge issue because we get Rocket League. I don't know about you, Gregan, but I like Rocket League, and I like these teams. Certainly some cool dynamics coming into this one. Zero we don't really get to see too much of, so it's going to be quite interesting to see how he fits into this. Oh, this is just the British.
Okay, so we've got IVP, who consists of a very strong lineup today.
I want Pash. Don't get him. Gregan, you say.
Kronovi, Luchino, and Overzero are incredibly strong players, and together could be one of the best teams in the world. But when you go up against a team like Retrospect, who are very strong themselves, it is very tough to show that off, with Classics making an incredible goal here.
Yeah, every single player on the Retrospect side are definitely cemented as being solid, and honestly, with IBP with their sub in Gambit out, they got a good shot at this, actually, as long as they can pull off a very strong performance. They just need to make sure that they try and play it smart. Matt there, hold on to that ball for a very long time, so I'm not entirely sure what the plan was, but he gets away with it. Ball played up high. Kronovi will be first one to that, but Classics gets the second touch. Legina's going to try and get rid of that one. Matt gets the one over to the middle, but it's too far away from Darkfire. Darkfire had a heck of an RLCS split. Just ridiculous goal-scoring machine. I'm really looking forward to see if he can try and get the same sort of results this time round.
Yeah, it can be interesting when you mix up teams a little bit, and that is what Retrospect's doing here today, where Cosmic have got a little bit of history together as a three. Obviously, Overzero is normally a substitute for them, but he is still a very strong player himself. So I think the key difference between these two teams today is whether they can work together as a team, a make-up team and a team that tends to be known for not playing as a unit so much, more as individual talents.
If Overzero, though, if he can come in and fix that rotation for his team, that might offer his team a little bit more structure. As we see, Zero actually comes in for that. Kronovi tried to get the block onto the clearance, but the ball now on top of Darkfire. Darkfire passes over to Classics, but doesn't quite get it up onto target, so Kronovi's going to try and play that one down to the other end of the field, but didn't have the boost to try and get anything done for it. The Classics gets the clearance away, but it's only over to the side because he has to try and go up yet again to try and clear one away. Darkfire comes in. It's not an overly convincing first touch, but he's got enough boost for a second one. As it keeps it with Retrospect, still that 1-0 lead. Doesn't look like IBP are panicking just yet. This ball played high up into the air. Kronovi gets that shot onto target, but once again it's pretty weak. And Classics is trying to get clearance, and he has done so. Him and Darkfire once again linking up, ball up quite high. Him and Darkfire are finding each other really well, but here comes Matt. Doesn't get it onto target, and the rotation for his team was slightly dented, but it looks like it's been fixed. And IBP, they certainly look like a team on reaction right now compared to Retrospects, who seem to be making these plays.
Yeah, at the moment, I'm seeing a lot of aerial plays. Both teams opting to play it very high, where Europe, which we were just watching, is very much more grounded. And it's taking a lot of boost out of the players. It's meaning the shots have to be point perfect, because when you're in the air, it's a lot easier for a defender to wait and see what happens. So things like that Darkfire attempt at net, which was just wide.
What are you off to?
To be honest, I wasn't expecting that to ever turn into a goal, because Matt should have been there, but he just went straight for the post, and I don't know what he was doing.
Was there a lag spot? That's all I can really think of to explain that. That was unnatural. That really was. Huge mistake. I'm going to class it as a mistake because I don't have any proof to say it was a lag. But yeah, IVP are back into this game off possibly the weakest goal they could have got.
Exactly, and right now we got to see that made up by Retrospect. They need to find new directions against this Cosmic team, because that first goal they got, I think, was just due to a little bit of lacks of intensity at the start.
Certainly could have been. So now 1-1. First game here in the best of 5 series between Retrospect and IBP Cosmic. Ball now played over to the middle. Zero, great shot from him. Finds the corner, but no pressure on him whatsoever after the missed clear.
Yeah, Luchino hitting it across into that corner. Matt trying to reach it on the wall, not quite able to get there in time. And that leaves Classics in a horrible position for that point-blank shot from Overzero, who finds the bottom right corner very well, making it near impossible for Classics to save. So at this stage, Cosmic have gained the lead after that early release of dominance. So now they're going to have to show how they can keep scoring goals, because that is how they're going to win this, is scoring lots and lots to try and put their opposition out of the game, because I feel like any team could make a mistake that gives away an easy goal.
Well, now played over the side. Chinio is trying to get the pass in. Doesn't quite manage it, so Classic's going to take that ball over into the corner. Kronovi the block, but he's got 2v1 here. Not much he can do, but he's allowed the Chinio and Zero to come back into the defense. Zero with the long clearance, try to look for Kronovi, but not enough power onto it. As Matt comes up second best to Zero. Ball now played over into the corner. Clearance from Darkfire. Going to go over to Classics. Classics long shot. Kronovi plays it once again over to the corner. Very slow pace game so far. As the ball is over to Kronovi. Kronovi, actually, if he managed to get that one past, there was no one in goal to stop his shot. The Shinio is going to leave it. In fact, no, he didn't. But the ball still manages to find its way over to Kronovi. It was certainly one of the more unorthodox passes between two players going for the same ball, but it does work.
You can just see Matt a little bit indecisive there, pushing up onto the front post far too eagerly when that ball wasn't going to be coming in fast at that near side. He should have been sitting a little bit further back in the net and potentially been able to cut off an angle there. But those kind of passes that close to the net are so dangerous, because Kronovi had a very open left side of the net to shoot at.
Yeah, it certainly seems like Matt hasn't had his greatest game this game, been involved in a lot of the defensive mishaps that have cost Retrospect these goals, but it's a 5-game series for a reason, and everyone can have an off game. So the ball play over the side. This is going to spell the end of game 1, and a victory goes to IBP Cosmic.
Exactly. Right now, they've done very well. Oh, that in-sync
I'm
celebration. Oh, that's incredible. We haven't seen a celebration yet today from EU. If there's any debate from people whether NA or EU is better, we can safely say that celebration-wise, NA trump them every single time, because that was amazing.
That was incredible. That honestly looked like it had some serious thought put into it.
Yeah, that was so good. But one thing that's interesting to note is the card choices are very different amongst these players to what we saw in EU. The European players were tending to go for Octane due to the control and the grounded control you can do with it and the precision you tend to get with the shots. Where in the air, you get a lot more control and precision with the flatter cars like the Dominus and the Breakout. So that instantly shows you the style of play that America are going to tend to go for. They tend to try and go for the higher ball situation. See there, Kronovi instantly flicking it high, the Dominus being so good in the air, and it almost worked out for them.
Yeah, that was a great 1-2 play between him and Zero. As the ball gets played over to Zero, Zero striking. Have to bring some sort of attention to this right now, because every single time I've seen him have a straight shot to go for, he does not make any mistakes. He always puts it away from the defender.
And powerfully as well. That's 110 kilometers. The last one was 118. From that kind of distance, if you find a gap either side, hit it hard enough, it will beat their reaction speed. So good by over Zero. He's proving why he is in the team.
Yep, Zero not looking out of place at all so far this game. Has slightly higher ping. As the ball played off the backboard. Now shot comes in. Great save from Darkfire. Kronovi gets it one over into the side. As Matt now going to take a shot, but not enough power onto it. The Chinio is going to power that one away over into the corner. As Classics goes for the demo. Someone's been watching some Mocket as Kronovi gets the save. Mocket, you better not be introducing a new era of play into this. In fact, you better. I want the demolishing era.
I mean, that was such a good decision to go for the demo, because it opened up the goal, but it just wasn't quick enough by Retrospect to go in and take that shot. When you do get those demos, you have 3 seconds, and you'll obviously have your opposition's other 2 players retreating back as soon as possible. And just there, they gave too much time for Kronovi to get back and make the save. But it was good initiative to take the demo play.
Play off the backboard, but that's going to be an easy clear over to Lichinio, only over to Zero, who has actually managed to control it. Even the ball was basically just smashed towards him. Now over into the corner. Lichinio actually blocked by Classics. Ball's going to be loose for the time being, but Zero's going to take control. Going to get chased down, though, by Darkfire. He's going to try and set up his teammate. Actually goes for net. Bit of an odd choice there, as I don't think he was ever going to be able to get it in from that angle, especially with a defender left in the goal. It's IBP trying to just force in a second goal. 3 minutes still left in this match. Zero plays off the backboard looking for Kronovi. Kronovi tried to go for a ridiculous angle on that one. Doesn't quite get it. No real surprises on that one. I think it would be more surprises if he did actually get a hold of it. Zero plays that one off the backboard. Is the Chinio going to be there for the shot? No, he's going to choose to defend and take the ball afterwards. We can see him over there. But Darkfire beats 2 players for that, so that leaves Zero by himself. But Zero's got plenty of time to play over the ball. And honestly, It just whilst these teams have been even, Cosmic have made the better of their offense, and the ball plays for the backboard. I stand corrected. It goes off the backboard. Classics waits, and makes use of it.
Darkfire getting up above Lachinio very well there, and looking like he's going to get the shot. Hits the perfect point on that top corner that baits the goalie out enough that they are not in the way for the follow-up. And it hits enough of the sidewall that it bounces out perfectly for his teammate, making an easy enough shot. That is a classic system. Aim the side of the goal, bounce into the middle, draw the goalie out.
So 1-1 now as we've reached the halfway point in this game. IBP still one game up, ball played over to the side. The ball is now launched away. Cosmic going to keep putting these weak shots in. Just trying to see if any sort of defensive gap will open up. Now trying to go for a passing play. It's actually working out much better. The backflip from Darkfire, but Classics is going to have time to get rid of that one. Zero was too busy looking at the boost rather than the ball. As Lachinio is going to come in. Good shot from him. Found the corner. Great placement on that shot. And whilst it's been a much slower game, these shots that we're seeing coming in are so well placed.
That's such an unfortunate situation. There's Classics jumping off the wall trying to do the tough hit. Even if he did hit it, it was just giving back possession. There wasn't much reason for it, which faked out his teammate Darkfire, who was waiting under the ball and wasn't able to read the upwards aerial. And that just left Matt in a horrible ghosting position in net for that close range shot by Lachinio. But they instantly get the returning goal.
Yeah, the way they Cosmic played it off the backboard when the kickoff came in from Kronovi was just very weird. Crow came out to the ball, then decided he didn't want the ball, and by then the ball was already in front of his net.
Exactly. And at this point, 2-2 is a good score to be sitting on because they are up against Cosmic, who have proven to this point that they are dominating. Everything seems to be going in their favor. They've had a lot more possession, a lot more control over where the ball is going, but just choosing those right moments to attack by retrospect has allowed them to get those 2 goals at this stage.
Oh, they're making great use of that backboard now. Darkfire with the pass, and Classics wasn't quite able to get a touch in. Nice little pinch. It's going to end up flying towards the side, and Kronovi coming out of nowhere, looking for the negative angle shot. That would have been really impressive if he was able to get a hold of that. Kronovi plays the ball over to middle. Zero also trying to hit it with the back of his card to try and power it over into the retrospect side. Doesn't quite get anything for it, though. As Lachinio choosing to chase that one down. In fact, it's going to be Zero onto that one, but he gets nothing for it. Classics still over there, and we've now seen every player starting to dive over into that corner, just leaving Kronovi versus Darkfire and Classics. All 3 players up for that one, and it's not all that impressive of a shot. So Zero, yes, it was a decent save, but he had time to work on it. Matt gets that one over into the middle after the attempted clearance from Kronovi. No one going to be on this one for quite a while. Still 2-2 heading into the final minute of this match. Lachinio going to leave that one for the time being. So Matt looking for the setup. Doesn't get contact onto the ball. So Kronovi's going to try and play this one away. Gets that one over one, but the ball played over into the corner. Zero now going to try and do what Kronovi couldn't. Ball put up high. Kronovi was looking once again for the negative angle. He's managed to readjust himself and get a touch onto that one. But yeah, 40 seconds left, and it just seems to be like these teams are trying to play it from their end to the other end. Almost go coast to coast, but what is this defense? Darkfire with the save. I'm not entirely sure if that was necessary at all. I don't know if IBP were going to save that. That could be argued.
Yeah, it's a good decision by him to try and readjust it for a teammate. No one was there waiting. They were all a little bit out of the play, which did give the time for Cosmic to readjust and clear it away eventually. But what I'm seeing at the moment is everyone's trying to go for 2 fancier hits. They need to just get a good rotation, wait for the opportunities to get those shots. It doesn't matter if your opposition do get a touch. If you do a fancy touch which gives it away and lets someone else take it, that's not an issue. You then react based off of that. And right now, this 0-second opportunity is going to dissolve straight away. But a close game.
Retrospect did commit a lot to that last play, though. That went wrong. That was going to go horribly wrong. Zero long clearance from him. In fact, that might go coast to coast. Doesn't quite do it as Matt comes in. Lachinio is going to keep that pressure on, though. Bounces off the backboard. Darkfire with the clearance. But it's only going to go over to his teammate. Ball played over into the middle. Kronovi snuffs that one out. And he's going to get a little bit of a nudge from Lachinio, just saying, play the ball. Go on, go. Classics keeps the pressure on. Lachinio going to go up the walls. He's going to get pressured from Darkfire. Matt is going to be the only defender here, and he's getting pressured from Kronovi. Kronovi plays off the backboard, but Matt gets an extra touch onto that one, so it's going to really muck around with Lachinio's attempt at his shot. 2 players from IBP go for that ball, so that's going to ruin that offensive opportunity for them. Classics gets it off the wall. Darkfire now with the bump onto Zero. Unfortunately, Lachinio was just behind Zero. Takes that ball away. Now ball bounce off the backboard. Miss comes in from Darkfire, but Matt now has a hold of the ball. Over into the middle. Clearance comes in. And after a couple of opportunities, the IBP still unable to find their way through.
Yeah, at this stage, you've got an opposition who aren't doing anything too fancy on defense. They're just rotating back, protecting the net. You need to start trying to bring the defenders out by making good passing plays. We've seen most of the goals during these series so far have been through using that backboard and the sidewall. Why not do it again now? They seem to be trying to force it through on their own, which is too easy to defend at this stage.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of players just pick it up in defense and try and go 1v3 against the entire opposing team. That just will not work. Zero is going to leave it for the time being, wait for Darkfire to play the ball, and unable to do anything after that. Kronovi is going to wait for the time being. In fact, he's going to give it over to Lichinio. Wait, what is going on here? Someone's got to go towards the net, boys. It looks like they figured it out, but Classics gets it off the wall. Save comes in from Kronovi, but Darkfire refuses to let the pressure go. Classics gets it over into the corner. Should be a clearance for Zero, as he's possibly looking for the pass. No, nothing there, ready and waiting for him. Kronovi misses that one. Lichinio with the clearance. Very slow-paced game coming in so far, especially in this overtime. And it's kind of weird to see. Neither of these two teams have really got the pressure going. Yeah, but the ball bounces off the backboard. Kronovi has to get rid of that one.
Wow, this is so passive. There's no real crazy offensive opportunity. You see their Classics opting to just clear it long. Both of his teammates are miles away. That demo is a very good idea, though. But it's just instantly giving possession away for the sake of territory, which at this stage, they want to try and keep hold of that ball.
More bumps are coming in. Darkfire's in the background there.
Good idea to go for those bumps, but you need possession, not necessarily territory at this time.
Oh, backboard used once again, but that third player choosing defense over offense doesn't want to make the mistake, and it certainly seems to be the way that this game is going to end right now. I don't see an outplay happening with these two teams playing the way they are. It looks more like someone's going to make a catastrophic mistake. Kronovi, though, wants to be the big play. Doesn't get a hold of it, though. Didn't quite have enough boost to try and pinch it against the floor to try and finish that one off. Lichinio clears that away. We're coming up to 3 minutes now of overtime. Next goal will win this one. IBP currently 1 game up in this best of 5. All played long. Kronovi is just going to pass that one back over to Lichinio, who gets that one off the wall. Stopped by Darkfire, though, so it's going to force Kronovi to attempt the clearance. Matt still keeping it in the middle. We're still waiting for that mistake to happen. Zero gets that one off the backboard, but an easy clearance away from Classics.
3 minutes 20 into this game. No one's really looked like scoring. This could be it. Kronovi trying to push that into the middle. But the ball is never in one of those dangerous spots where a forced, crazy save is occurring. All the saves have been pretty standard up to this point. And I think that is what they need to do. Either demo that goalie if you're giving them easy saves so that they can't do it at all. Or come up with something a bit more creative with the passing play, off the back wall, through the middle, whatever it is. It's just got to outsmart the opposition.
Well, we've now reached almost 4 minutes. We're going to almost have an entire game of overtime. Zero gets that one over into the middle, but that's going to be 2 players going up there, so leaving a very little defense. But Darkfire went up, and now Classics goes up 3 times now. Volleyball mode coming out from Retrospect. Sonics, please give us that soon. Lichinio goes for that one up high. Ball's going to bounce towards the middle in a dangerous situation, but Retrospect unable to turn that one in. Here comes the long shot. Kronovi is going to win that one. Tries to play it off the backboard. Hasn't got the angle on it. Zero is going to go towards the ball, try and play it off the backboard, trying to set up one of his teammates. And the long clearance comes out. We're almost there, Greg, and we almost had a third match in this, but we didn't schedule, but we got it anyway.
Well, considering this is a best of 5, if Cosmic do win it, they go 2-0 up. They don't get 2 games for this. Unfortunately, the time committed right here is just for 1 game, but they just need to find a way to outplay their opposition. I can't say it enough times. They're just so passive at the stage. 1 person goes for it, 2 people defend. It needs to be a 2 or 3 man offense, or at least a 2.5 offense where the 3rd man can come in if needed. So hopefully they get that in their arsenal before we reach a 3rd game in this particular one here.
I believe that the longest overtime I've ever casted was 7 minutes and 18 seconds, and that was between Cosmic and the Crown and Jewels side that went on to win the Pro League. That was pretty much game 6. That lasted a long time, but we're slowly starting to reach towards those sort of numbers. Zero gets that one off the back wall. And we see here, Cosmic, just with 2 players back, not wanting to make that mistake. Lichinio plays it off the back wall. He's going to try and go for yet another shot. Almost managed to do so. Almost some individual brilliance from him. Zero keeps that pressure on. Darkfire with the long clearance. Kronovi's going to take his time, ready and waiting to play it. As we start to reach closer and closer towards 6 minutes. Kronovi with the block onto that one. He's the only player down there right now, but 2 players committed towards that one. Lichinio wants to try and punish that mistake. Ball up high. Are we going to finally see the end of this game? No, we're not, but Kronovi's going to keep that pressure on. as IBP don't come out better in that challenge. So Lucinio with the long clearance, and honestly, like, if you lose this game, how do you go into game 3?
You just need to play a little bit more efficiently, because right now they're doing a lot of crazy aerials, which uses up a lot of boost and forces teams to become super passive, as they need to cover net whilst their teammate does it. If they look to instead just go to push it up, push it towards each other, perhaps pass it low and get a nicely timed power shot off the ground, that doesn't use much boost. It keeps you in the game still. You don't have to recover too much, and it means you can keep a lot more pressure on, because right now it's going from half to half over and over again. And like aerials like that, it's all well and good, but you're never going to threaten a team because there's too much boost used up and the third player can't get involved.
Yeah, there was potential for a shot there, but no real power onto it. Zero plays it off the backboard. Could have possibly taken a shot. Here comes the shot. It was game over. 6 minutes and 53 seconds. Kronovi gets the winner.
There, over Zero, very wise of him to push it off that back wall fast so that it came out further for Kronovi. And you see their low shots work because it means you have a lot more control. He aimed for that far side where there was no one defending. Very well played by Over Zero and Kronovi there. Fairly low risk and fairly well managed. So well done to iBuy Power Cosmic for winning an 11-minute 53 game. Quite an exceptional time there.
Certainly was. And just to say how long that game went, Mucker Esports NA are now into the finals with a 3-0 victory over Lucky Bounce.
So we've had a whole series happen before we finished the second game in this one, just because of that overtime being so extraordinarily long. I used an extraordinarily long word to describe. Did you like that one?
I liked it. That is a very useful word that we have in our language.
It is, yes.
It's incredible that we even know what it is. Yeah, that is the end of game 2. Let's go into game 3 and hope for a little bit more here.
Hope is what we need right now. We want to see next level Rocket League for NA, because that certainly was very... I don't want to say...
game.
It was a repetitive game. It wasn't low standard. It was just too passive. Like, they were still doing mechanical things that were good, but when the opposition is passive, aerial dribbles and crazy touches don't work. That only works when a team is being too aggressive and committing to balls they cannot reach.
Yeah, but we got to see a lot of individual plays throughout that last game. Unfortunately, very few team plays. But here we go, a new game. And we've certainly seen some games that shoot up from being 1-goal affairs to being 8 or 9-goal affairs. Don't know what's going to be happening in this one. Kronovi tries to get the clearance. Classics blocks that one, though, but Lucinio is going to see that one away. As Kronovi's still trying to just attack that one. I think he's actually got a touch onto that. Shot comes in. Great block from Darkfire, but he can't get a second one. Left in defense, and because that block that he had wasn't able to clear it at all, wasn't able to get it to the side, which is not exactly too surprising considering the situation he was in. Shot comes in for Pro.
Why he sent that back, Matt, there. I think he just went up to aerial it and got a bit too far in front, which tipped it into a very dangerous position. Darkfire not able to outplay all three of Cosmic there. So they did well to counter on that opportunity, that mistake by Matt, and make themselves a goal.
Shot comes in from Classics, but Zero's play that one to the side. Zero has not looked at a place in this team at all so far. Hasn't done anything special, but at the same time, he hasn't really made any glaring mistakes. Apart from that one. Caster's Curse coming in there. As Lucinio, the last defender, gets beat by Matt. Matt making his stamp in this match, especially in retrospect, really need him, because if they lose this match, they are out.
It's a great pass by Classics just to send it in fast after Lucinio and Kronovi bumped in the net. They would obviously be recovering, and then Matt finds a great angle there, getting up and doinking it in just below the crossbar. So this is 1-1 after a minute. I don't want them to be too close to each other. I don't want them to be too close to each other because we might get another 10-minute overtime.
Well, there's number 3. Classics takes the shot, no one in goal, as it looked like Kronovi and Zero were very close to each other. I don't quite understand what Zero's positioning is there at all. Just shadowing Kronovi for whatever reason. Really should have gone back to the net.
And the touch from Kronovi used his wheels, which was very weak, didn't get very far. Those kind of touches need to be going towards a teammate, because otherwise they just stay in your half and allow for opposition to come in and create opportunities. So we see easy giveaway goals, and that shouldn't be happening in the semi-finals of Rocket Royale. These guys need to step up their play, especially seen as when they come across Europe in land, they're going to get something to answer for.
Ball played over into the side. IVP now chasing goals. As they are currently behind. Kronovi tried to get a block onto that one, but the immediate challenge. Plays that one all the way down to the other end of the field. Matt actually doesn't touch that one. Classics tried to get the save, but you cannot be allowing Kronovi shots off the backboards.
A really good touch by Luchino, just redirecting that one from his own half, deflecting it off, and it hit that backboard nastily. Matt tries to go up and predict it, but in the end is just floating in no man's land, which leaves Classics on the goal line for that shotgun range from Kronovi. It hits it straight at Classics. There's so much net to aim at, but because it was so close and so fast, it took a deflection off Classics into the net. So many giveaway possessions at points. Those clears should not be turning into goal-scoring opportunities. You should be able to meet them before they get too dangerous.
Looks like Darkfire currently got the ball, plays it off the backboards. 2-2 currently now, heading into the final 3 minutes of this match. Classics tries to take that one away from Zero as the ball comes in. Darkfire now going to get himself up into the air. Miss from Zero means that Chinio has to try and play this one away, and he has managed to do so. Shot comes in from Classics, trying to get it off the backboard. But no dice so far. Max trying to keep the pressure on, and Classics has got open net to aim at. 3-2. Retrospect still holding on to this match.
Such a good pass from Matt off the corner, right into the middle there, and Classics is waiting, almost gifted to him as there's no one around. All he's got to do is put it towards the net, and he will not miss those. Very well played by Classics, and the pass was great as well by Matt.
Saw a bit of an iffy kickoff come in there, but Retrospect still 3-2 up now. Need to get 3 wins on the trot, but before they do that, they have to keep a hold of this lead. Luchino gets that one up high, looking for Kronovi. No way. Okay, no way. Luchino going to try and keep the pressure on for that one. Darkfire gets that one up into the air. Going to try and link up with Classics yet again. He's got that one over to Mill. There's Classics! The two-man duo come in yet again, and it looks like Classics and Darkfire just so good when they work together.
Darkfire there, tipping that one up, rotating his car 90 degrees so he lands on the wall, maintaining his momentum, jumps off again before the defender can come up and intercept it, and pops it down to Classics. So all he has to do is change the angle of it slightly and take that goal line defense out of the game. So what a play from those guys there. Darkfire making Classics an opportunity of a lifetime there. So well played.
Yeah, IVP are just being dismantled right now in this game, and Retrospect needs to start building up some momentum, and certainly taking this game by a couple of goals rather than just one will help them out with that coming into the next couple of games. Darkfire up into the air, doesn't get a touch onto that one, so the long clearance comes in. Matt, we see him so often in defense. Don't quite know why that is, but it seems like he is the primary defender here, and we're looking for Classics and Darkfire usually to link up towards the front. Darkfire actually gets a small touch into that one, so ruins the plans of Kronovi. So the long clearance comes in. Zero now at the back, trying to get some sort of play going. They can do it finishing off right now. Classics with another shot. Gets it for free after Zero. Didn't really know what he was doing. Matt with a setup towards Classics. Classics, that is unbelievable. Using the back of his car to just drill that one into the net.
Matt tipping that one forward so well. He just turns upside down into that ball, and it makes it hard to read as a defender because you don't know which direction it's going to be going in, but turns the flat side of his car, the top of it, and guides it below the crossbar. So that's going to put them 5-2 now. Retrospect have stepped up their performance now. They're finding the net and finding it with a lot of speed and through a few passes beforehand, which makes it even harder to defend.
So Classics, 4 goals so far in this game, has just been playing out of his mind. As we see all 3 members of Retrospect in goal, none of them make a save. 3 defenders, 1 goal. That math just doesn't add up in my head.
You can see no one pushing out towards it. I think it was Classics and Darkfire were rubbing up against each other, which meant they couldn't pull away quickly enough to cut down that angle. And it meant all 3 just in front of the goal line, and a powerful shot just below the crossbar made a goal, because you cannot jump up fast enough to save from that kind of distance.
Oh, what a save from Kronovi. The ball was basically powered into him. As the final 50 seconds come into this, IBP are still in a position to try and steal this one away. The shot from Kronovi doesn't land as he whiffs the ball. Now it's over into the corner. Final 40 seconds. This is exactly what I was saying after what was pretty much a very, I always want to say, tedious game 2 to go through. We've had 8 goals in this match. Certainly brings up the energy just a little bit. Classics. Ball played over to the side as he goes for the long shot. Darkfire looking to try and put one into the net. Classics has had a 1,000-point game. Remember, in private matches, your score gets cut in half. Classics has got 505 points. He has had a ridiculous 5 minutes of gameplay.
It's all about those shots. If you can shoot it on net with power and direction, you can accumulate up goals so quickly, and that's what makes top teams that much better, is accuracy. And I'm surprised we haven't seen Darkfire coming out with more of those, because he was known for that in the RLCS with one of the highest shot-to-goal percentages in Rocket League at that time. So he needs to step up his game and join Classics as well, and that will help them to come back here, because they are now 2-1 down in this best of 5. They need to win another 2 games, so they need to pull their A game for another 10 minutes, or maybe even more if we get an overtime.
Yeah, well, it is currently 2-1, best of 5 here, so IBP still just need one more win, and they will take themselves through to the finals, where Mucket NA are waiting for them, and they've suddenly had to wait for quite a while, considering how long that Game 2 was. But 2-1 now, as Retrospect just looked so good that game. Classics. I will not ever understate how good he was there, but Matt also comes in 3 assists and 3 saves for Darkfire. Just great team play overall. Retrospect finally showing up.
Definitely. And I think it was just the mechanical ability of the players all stepped up that game. They were hitting the ball well, and they were flying up to the ball and hitting it with decisive direction. Beforehand, they were trying to go up for these fancy little tips where they get under the ball and just guide it in a direction, which is not going to beat a top player. They are watching you. They're not going to fly up with no expectations. They expect you to make those touches, and so they wait and clear them away eventually. So hopefully they make that improved this game.
Well, I don't think this match in particular is going to be played. So we are going to get ourselves out. Yeah, this is definitely a dead one. So let's get ourselves out of here and reset up the lobby. I need them to leave first. I don't trust them.
Mm-hmm. Everyone seems to think we look the same.
Do we?
Apparently so.
I don't know how to feel about that.
I'll
take it. You know what? Gregan is a handsome man. I will take that.
If I worked on the headset...
Has Pash got control of everything? Let's get us on screen.
Oh, we already are. Don't worry. They're already making the comments.
Good. We are the same. Look at us.
I have a little bit...
You're over there.
No.
Over there.
You're... Maybe. I don't know. Your hair is different.
There you
to
are.
mine.
I am that guy.
You need a different hairstyle, and then we might look the same.
I just got it cut yesterday.
That's the problem. Mine's not cut.
Well, how about you get your... So you getting yours cut is not going to take as long as me growing mine out.
True. That is very true. Well, we're getting back into the game as soon as possible. And while we do that, we are waiting. You get to see our twin-like faces, apparently.
I still need... oh, wait, we finally got the player out, so we can get ourselves going once again. So 2-1 still. Retrospect trying to get themselves back into this match. And let's hope Matt has got his controller sorted.
I think it's because we're both kind of... I want to say larger chaps. We're not fat, but we're just kind of wide people.
I am 93 kilograms now.
Oh, not quite my 96, is it?
You're 96?
Yeah,
You do not look 96.
Yeah, it's all about that leg weight, isn't it?
I feel like I could drop kick you, though.
I mean, you probably could, because
I feel like I could.
You are an ex-professional kickboxer, right?
Shh. No one needs to know about that.
Oh.
Pretty sure you both...
We're waiting on the teams to join in. I think we've got...
I think we got everyone.
I think we've got everyone now. We shall go onto the line. And I hope our terrible banter didn't put you off from watching Rocket League.
Well, we got to get something going in between these games, and I will not apologize for being the great man that I am. Chinio gets that one up high, going to play it off the backboard. In fact, uncontested for a long time. Chinio had a free shot at that one. Shouldn't have been allowed it. Zero's going to keep that pressure on. Here comes Kronovi. Actually, very well played from him. Played off the back of his car, but doesn't get any shot from it. Number 2 on here. Retrospect need to get the win. As Classics trying to look for his offense partner. Darkfire doesn't quite do it, though, as Kronovi gets that over the top of Matt. 1-0. Is it quite? No, baby, no!
Oh, no way!
It is not. It was left on that line for so long. As Kronovi took it over the top of Matt, but still no end goal for it. Classics get that one off the backboard, and Matt comes in with a shot. Doesn't quite get a hold of it, but the ball going to be played in once again. Zero with the save this time.
That was an intense save on the goal line. These guys are trying their absolute best to hold out their opposition because right now, Retrospect are driving on a thin ice lake. They will fall. If one game is taken away from them, they will fall and be out of this tournament. So right now, Cosmic have just got to put everything into the next 4 minutes, and they are through.
So ball over into the side for the time being, but Matt refuses to let go of that pressure. Still up there. Matt going to see what he can do offensively. Hasn't really spent much time in the IBP final third as Darkfire and Classics now over into the corner. Darkfire's got a free shot at this after a huge mistake in the defense of IBP Cosmic.
You just see two of them right by that ball. Darkfire then beats them there. Lachinio is the last man back, and he opts to go off the wall to try and clear that. If he was just grounded, stayed in the net, he would have been able to get that. He is a fairly fidgety player. He likes to move around the pitch far too much. And in that situation, I think his movement sent him on a detour up the wall, which was a bad decision, as it made it a hell of a lot tougher for him.
Well, don't ever call me one to jump to conclusions, but 1-0, 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Yeah, Game 5's definitely happening, especially when it's actually 2-0, because Classics gets the ball pounded towards him by a Matt, and a great redirection of the ball.
Well played by Classics. We said earlier on that shots on target in dangerous places get goals because they're so hard to defend against. And Classics, these last two games, has really stepped up his accuracy and power, making it tough for Cosmic to defend.
Oh, Game 5 is coming more and more. Oh, what a shot from Classics. And Darkfire comes in 3 goals for this team. Darkfire with his second goal of the game, not letting IBP even have a slight chance to rest right now, constantly putting in shots, and not only that, getting goals for it.
Classic shot there where he just sent it wide was a prime example of how he's making it tough for the defense. That was so close to going in, it then drifted off into the space for Darkfire to take the shot. It wasn't an easy angle for him. He managed to spot out an Incredibles.
That's cool.
Wow, Matt, just out of nowhere. I didn't see him at all. He managed to find an ultimate angle there, got around the ball and just scooped it over the net, or over the goalie, I believe, who was sitting in the net. And Lachinio just couldn't save that.
Yep, that was... I mean, the amount of time he had just to take that shot was impressive in itself. Matt gets himself onto the scoreboard. 4 goals already with 3 minutes left in this match. Kronovi's going to try and play that one over to the side. Someone really needs to come out in IBP here. They don't want to see Game 5. They don't want that pressure to be on them. The shot comes in. Matt looks to go for the negative angle shot. Doesn't quite get it, but Classics still has an opportunity to put some pressure on. 5 goals would be an absolutely huge statement, and that's what you're going to see from Retrospect here. They will not give up on more goals. They want to make a statement and get as much momentum as possible going into that final game.
I think right now Cosmic are being psychologically beaten by that 1 game away win. They have not been playing the same as they were in the first 2 because I feel like they're just sitting too comfortably. They're like, we only need to win 1 of 3, which a 33% win rate is not hard. But when you're up against a team like this, who are trying their absolute best, you have to start scoring goals like this, where you just force it in through a few challenges.
Yeah, Darkfire gets beat in that by Zero. And not only that, but Zero was placed perfectly to put it into the net. He's going to go into the rest of this match 4-1 now. Zero stepping up to give his team a goal, and with 2 minutes left, 3 goals is certainly not impossible. 1 goal, 2 goals was not going to be impossible either, but good save coming in. Unfortunately, they haven't got rid of the ball entirely. IBP seem to have just woken up now. As Matt tries to clear that one away. Kronovi going to play that one off the side of the wall. As Zero keeps that pressure on, but Classics beats him towards it. Kronovi going to keep that pressure going. I doubt he's got much boost though, so he's going to need to rotate Lachinio in. Lachinio now just seems stuck, doesn't quite know where the defensive pass is going to go to, and a great block from Classics. Matt is not going to be there on time, but Kronovi has to hold the ball. No, he doesn't. Jumped a little bit too late on that one, and Matt is going to go in for his second goal. Just completely broke down. It didn't look like IBP really had any sort of synchronization between the 3 players.
Yeah, Zero was following Lachinio, and then when Lachinio lost out on that, the ball popped over him, allowing Matt to get a free goal. Their positioning, they don't seem to want to hold good positions. They want to sit in the side of the goal to block it. They seem to just want to constantly move. And if that's towards the ball, then they will all be moving towards it. And it leaves them stuck in the corner like that.
So 5-1, that 4-goal gap has once again opened up. Retrospect looking for that 5th game where they can hopefully go on to take on Mocket NA in the finals. As the bump comes in from the Chinio, he's now going to try and put that ball into the net, but doesn't have the second part of that plan worked out. Zero keeps that pressure going. 4 goals still needed for IVP Cosmic. Need the first one of that very soon because it's already a ridiculous task to be asked of them. And every single second that goes by makes it even more difficult for them.
It does, and there's 1 minute left. They're not going to be getting 4 goals in that 1 minute. Right now, all Retrospect are trying to do is stall out time. They force aerials like that from Kronovi. That's 10 seconds he's wasting. So it's pretty much won at this stage. And there is going to be a final game in this best of 5 to decide which of these teams will go on to face Mockit NA, who swept out Lucky Bounce on the other side with a 3-0 victory. But Kronovi...
Oh, what a save from Classics. He's not going to do anything about this second one, though. We saw the player coming in, but Zero is going to give himself his second goal of the game. So a decent shooting record for him in this match as he just comes in, takes up the ball from the clearance. And yep, 2-5, but at least they're going to have an opportunity to build some momentum heading into this final match.
Yeah, so we are looking to see whether Cosmic can step up their gameplay again, because they've been fairly unnoticeable in this one. It's all been the Retrospect show. They've scored all the goals, and now they're just keeping possession of the ball. Normally, when a team is dominating, they have consistent touches between each other where one passes to the other, and they keep that possession.
Yep, so last couple of seconds in this match, Darkfire's going to try and get back and try and prevent any more goals going in for Cosmic, and he has managed to do so. Ball is going to drop. Oh no, Chinio wants one more in this, but Classic says, no, I really don't want any more here. Like, I can't make this any more obvious for you.
Yeah, unfortunately not a good celebration from Retrospect.
They've been a bit lackluster on this front. I mean, Cosmic did kind of completely... The standard was set very high.
It certainly was, but they've now got a clean sheet again. It's going to be 0-0 in the last game. They are not readying up. Perhaps this is a moment to breathe and just say, look, we need to just come in with a bit more intensity, because right now they're looking a little bit slow compared to their opposition, where Classics, Darkfire and Matt are just stepping up their performance to try and pressure their opposition, take away any opportunities they have to redirect it into the middle, create opportunities themselves, and that is why they are winning at the moment, and they've got the momentum going into this final game.
Yeah, they certainly do. Game 5 coming up now, when, 20 seconds at most. Cosmic just taking a bit of time to breathe, and really that's a smart idea here. They were pretty much blown out of the water, 5-2. I mean, for the most part, they managed to keep the shots somewhat even, but on the other hand, this was all Retrospect throughout the entirety of this game.
It was, and it came from great shots, great passes. You see that each player taking at least one in every category. They're assisting, scoring, saving. All of them were doing their bit for the team. And that is how these best teams win, is they all have to step up. There can't be any weights going into a final game like this.
So, the final match. 2-2 now, as we go into what will be the decider. Winner goes on to play Mockit NA in the finals. Best of 7 that one will be, but it's the final one here. Darkfire gets that one over into the corner, trying to set up. I can only assume it will be Classics that he's trying to set up. Yeah, and it was. Matt is going to be the final one in defense, as Darkfire keeps that pressure going. Matt is going to be there just in case there was any mistake, but Kronovi does not flail, as the Chinio is going to take a hold of this one, but he's immediately taken past from Classics. Kronovi plays it quite late. Classics going to steal some boosts just for the time being. As the demo goes on in the background, I'm not entirely sure what that was about, but a bump comes in as well. Darkfire looking to try and go for the setup. Matt also went forward, and if Matt stayed back just a little bit, he would have had the first goal of this game. 45 seconds in, Retrospect looking very good so far, but haven't managed to turn anything from it. Ball played off that backboard, over into the side.
A little bit of ball chasing from both teams. As you said, Matt, if he'd held his position, would have been able to get it. And that can be the difference. Holding a strong location where a teammate can pass to you, or you can go in and demo like that. I mean, demos are very important at this stage, as it ruins the rotation of the opposition and creates gaps that weren't previously there.
Certainly can do. Ball now up into the air. Kronovi comes out of that challenge very well, so Matt has to try and clear that one away. Unfortunately, that ball's still going to be loose, so the shot comes in from the Chinio, but it's not that impressive. Darkfire got it up onto the wall. We're going to try and look for a play. And it's got it over to Classics once again. We're seeing once again these two just trying to join up together And when they do manage to do so, they can be absolutely devastating. Darkfire looks to try and get an extra shot in, but Zero with the block. And the Chinio is going to take a hold of the ball. Darkfire actually gets a bit of a nibble away onto Zero, so Zero doesn't get the shot that he originally wanted. I think he wanted to catch it as it all came down. The Chinio gets it off the backboard. Nothing after that. There was Matt clears that one away. And Kronovi also misses the ball, so Classic's going to be the first one to this one. Long shot from him. Lachinio had to get the save. If he allowed that one to bounce off the backboard, Retrospect would have been able to get a hold of the shot. 3 minutes still remaining in this match. Both these teams still not able to find any sort of way through, but IBP still with only one shot.
Only.
There's still no one left. I was surprised there. I saw the original shot come in, and I was like, okay, now we're going to see someone from Retrospect come back to get the save. But Lachinio misses, and they still can get it.
Such a misplay on Retrospect side there. They should be getting back and rotating.
That's why.
But you just can't expect a team to play when they're only 2v3. Poor Matt dying in the middle of that. It can throw you off. If you don't know a teammate leaves, you can often accidentally keep going. What's going on here? They're leaving it.
Right, it looks like the team players have pretty much decided on this one. They're going to try and get this one sorted out for the time being, but Retrospect are going to try and find a sub, and it looks like IBP are happy to do a restart. So for all of the complaints that we got earlier about a lack of team respect, there's a lot of it here. A lot of teamwork, a lot of team play, and a lot of sportsmanship going on just here.
Yeah, I mean, it was 0-0 at the time of the goal, and then, or at the time of the disconnect, and then the goal was scored based off of a player leaving. So I think they accepted that it was completely even at the time, and they will just completely remake it from 0-0, because these guys, they're all friends. They don't want to take a win from a disconnect. So amazing stuff from Cosmic there to leave that match and say, let's redo it and do it properly.
All right, well, I'm going to get the lobby up once again. And yeah, as you said, great sportsmanship coming in. It's time for chat to start saying that they want to come into this match, because I'm absolutely certain Retrospect will be choosing from that. That's where I usually choose my teammates. Which is the reason why I lose a lot.
Yeah, I don't think there's that's going to be the plan here. They have got to find a player who hasn't competed on any other team in the tournament up to this point. And this is going to throw them off completely. So where Cosmic came into that one a little bit more intense and they look stronger, this is going to throw the momentum of Retrospect completely off. I don't know whether they can get Matt back in. Apparently his laptop died. So it's not going to be easy for them to just say, okay, fix it quickly and I'll be back in. So they're going to have to find a sub, I believe, in which case they're going to be a completely different lineup.
Yep, so it'll be interesting to see who they can come in with here. As Mocket NA, I hope that they're playing some ranked matches in the background, because they have been waiting a while at this point.
They were finished before the second game of this series was even finished. So the fact we've had two since then, and a reset, and now a third, is going to be a while for them. But I'm sure they're pretty comfortable right now, thinking we swept our semi-final 3-0, while on the other side, these two teams are struggling their way to try and beat their opposition. They're probably feeling quite smug about themselves that they've got to the final so easily.
Yep. So we've got IBP in here just for the time being. We are still waiting on the reveal of who Retrospect's new third will be. Matt is out for the time being after his laptop died. So I'm curious at this point. I feel like this is quite exciting now. I'm curious as to who they can get. It would be an anticlimax, whoever it is, but I want to see what they can find.
Yeah, so 16 teams competed today in Rocket Royale on the NA side. So you're taking out a huge of the top level player base in America. Perhaps there was someone who wasn't available today and has suddenly become available because it's towards the end of the tournament and they weren't available at the beginning. Perhaps that's the case. I mean, Gambit didn't play. He could.
That's a wee bit cheeky there, Gregan. Okay, that was not an anticlimax. Classics, Darkfire, and Jacob.
Jacob is in. We've got the Cobb in the house. He's going to be playing with Darkfire and Classics. Now, I genuinely feel like that's a good switch.
There's no way putting Jacob in your team is ever a bad switch.
Exactly, and I don't want to take anything away from Matt. He certainly wasn't the top player in the team at the time. He started stepping up a lot more, but for a lot of that game, there were mistakes that were down to him. But then team synergy is such a big part of whether you can win.
Yep, so let's exactly see what Jacob can bring into this match. As this is still Game 5, that does not change. But Darkfire and Classics, a team that we've seen mostly plays a duo up in offense. They're going to have to try and incorporate Jacob because I don't think Jacob's going to go majority defense. Pass comes in, Darkfire doesn't get the touch onto it. But this turns out to be a very good sub. Classics gets a hold of the pass from Jacob.
He's just put so much pressure on up to this point. He's been doing aerials to his teammates. That's the big difference in the way he plays. He's a very much a aerial passing player. He'll go up, redirect it in places the defense aren't expecting, where a teammate is already waiting and able to shoot.
So right now, IBP Cosmic, 1 goal down. They need to try and find themselves a way back into this. Kronovi gets that one over to side. Going to keep the pressure on. They're stealing the boost away from Jacob. And the Chinio trying to set up. Kronovi just running interference right now, but no Zero to put that ball into the net. So Jacob and Darkfire are going to be the players to try and run this one down. Mostly Darkfire, though. Zero gets that one. A pass over to Kronovi. Quite a very strong pass over to Kronovi. So there was certainly margin for error there. Shot comes in from Darkfire. He's going to go down there yet again. So Classics doesn't get the shot onto target. Zero going to take his time, get it onto the top of his car as the Chinio gets it over to the side. Ball played up high. The Chinio comes out second to that one as Jacob wins that one pretty convincingly, keeping the pressure on. 1-0. IBP, they haven't even had a shot off this game. They need to find a way through.
They do need to find some kind of gap, which is going to be tough because Classics and Darkfire are very fast players. They move around the pitch incredibly well. And adding Jacob into the mix, he's going to create new locations for the ball to reach with his aerial ability. So there is quite a strong lineup of 3 players who are all going to put a lot of pressure on Cosmic. And they will need to find passes that can outplay their opposition.
Yeah, they need to find something right now. Only 1 goal, though. So plenty easy to get back into. Zero has been pretty much unheard of right now. Only 5 points to his name so far. As the shot comes in from the Chinio, played off the backboard. No one there to contest it. Kronovi comes in. And that was pretty much as basic as it gets when it comes to wall plays.
Now, Lachinio reaching that aerial very well, guiding it to the back wall, which meant Darkfire was left on the ground. Kronovi always going to beat him there because he's got the momentum going forward. He's the one who's able to read it a lot better. So a great setup from Lachinio, popping underneath that so well.
Darkfire going to keep that pressure going, looking to go and try and get a second touch, but he got his car stuck onto the wall. Ball now played. Great pass there. Unbelievable link-up play between Jacob and Classics. The pass came right out, left the defender completely helpless.
And Kronovi just touching that away too easily to Jacob, getting possession back. And he found Classics so well. All Classic had to do is turn into that ball and guide it towards the net in a smallest of... It wasn't that small, but there was a tiny little gap above the goalie that was unsavable, and he found it with that bounce shot.
Are now only 2 minutes and 40 seconds away from going to the finals. They got to keep this going, though. Jacob with the miss. Long clearance comes through. Jacob's going to go up to try and put that one into an offensive place. That is a fantastic touch. That's an even better save from the Chinio. Realized the danger and reacted so quickly to try and get rid of it, but Darkfire refuses to go away, refuses to stop being a complete pest as the shot comes in from Jacob. Jacob, we thought he was going to be... Well, we were wondering what the synergy was going to be like between him and the rest of his team. Turns out it works out pretty well. Zero tried to get the shot in. Darkfire with the clearance. But yeah, Jacob, he looks completely at home here.
I think he was so keen to play. Unfortunately, he couldn't play today with Kings of Urban. As far as I'm aware, they weren't competing in the tournament. So any opportunity to get on the field and make goal-scoring opportunities, he would be more than happy to get involved. And he certainly has shown that. He's done some great passes, which have not been seen too much in this series up to now. The teams have not looked to assist each other as much. There's been more solo plays, so Jacob in the mix, very good addition.
Ball played off the backboard, but the Chinio beats Darkfire to the ball. Now Kronovi going to look for the wall air dribble, gets the pass. Zero's going to go up for it.
Oh!
Doesn't quite get anything for that, though. The Chinio gets blocked, and Jacob with the coast-to-coast block shot. There are a lot of things involved in that, but at the end of the day, no defense for IBP equals goal for Retrospect.
At the stage where you're the last man back, you should not get greedy and try and hit it towards the net. It's always protected. That line is always covered. Look to stall out a bit of time, send it up the corner, and try and follow it up, because there's no one back to protect you if it goes wrong, and that is why Lachinio just got dunked on, which turned into a goal for Jacob.
Yeah, and I can understand why the Shinio wanted to go up. They are running out of time. They needed to get a hold of that goal, but that was the absolute worst way that could have gone for him. Now ball played off the backboard. One more goal will completely seal this up. 2 goals is already a nice, comfortable position to be in. Jacob gets that ball up high. Here comes Darkfire, gets it off the backboard. We'll see Classics coming in soon. No, we won't actually. He chose to wait for the time being. In fact, he was all the way back in defense. Darkfire now, the last player in defense, goes towards his own area and gets the block over to the side. So good positioning from him. 50 seconds remaining. Jacob gets that one up high. Darkfire is going to head himself up, uncontested. It wasn't overly convincing, but Classics gets that one over to the side. And IBP, they are running out of time here. Zero doesn't get the touch onto that, so Kronovi's got to try and get the sub for the Chinio. He's done really well. The Chinio plays off the backboard. Zero's going to try and keep that one under pressure. Kronovi doesn't quite slot it in. And that is going to allow the attempted clearance, but Zero's got to keep that pressure up. Doesn't get a good first contact onto the ball, and Jacob clears that away. 20 seconds remaining, and IBP might have just had their final throw of the dice. They need to get one right now.
Everything they did there was looking so likely to be a goal, but they just couldn't sneak it past the defense. They have got to be on point when there's 30 seconds left, but it looks like this game is going to go away from them as there's 2 goals to score. That might help Jacob, though, making the save, and that is an incredible performance from the newly formed Retrospect lineup. They did so well in offense early on, and then to hold it out at the end there was incredible.
Yep, Jacob comes in and he has won the game for his team, MVP in a game where you were brought in as a substitute. That is how impressive the Cobb is as a player. Great way of ending this. A very contested series. Wow, words are hard at 12 a.m. You know, just unbelievable series, and Mockit NA awaits.
A reverse sweep from Retrospect. They had Cosmic against them, coming in fast where they got 2-game lead, and then to win those last 3 games was so good. Unfortunate to see Cosmic get knocked out after such incredible sportsmanship, to let their team reform, get a new player in, and possibly get one of the best NA players in the world on their line. It's that whole, you can have a substitute, but as long as he's not the best in the world, then it's fine. Okay, we'll bring Jacob in. That's kind of close. And then that means that they get beaten. I do believe Jacob made a big difference there, but they played so well. Classics and Darkfire, and also Matt before he got the disconnect. They did so well to get that reverse sweep.
Yeah, but I really feel like the main thing that needs to be brought attention to here, yes, Retrospect take the win. Huge shout-outs, though, to IBP for not only allowing the game to be restarted, but allowing the other team to go and get a sub as well. They don't have to. You know, in the rules, it does not say that they have to. That was entirely down to them. You know, that's impressive to me.
Yeah, very impressive. And they won't be making the finals today. It will be Retrospect versus Mockit NA.
Pass around? Do we have
I am, yes. I am.
Oh, yay! We are.
I am still here, yes, indeed. Yeah, interesting game, certainly. Such slow pace, though. After that grand final in the EU, it seemed even slower in comparison to that. But then again, anything would seem slow in comparison to that grand final. So, yeah, good game from all players involved. Well done, absolutely. Was nice to watch. It was very, very interesting to see Retrospect kind of swing around and take that reverse sweep after, in the first 2 games, Cosmic seemed so dominant. But in the end, they were kind of too set on one playstyle. They didn't really move away from that flashy, aerial-focused playstyle, and Retrospect just prevented them from pulling that off effectively as the series went on. And as soon as Jacob came in, it was basically over for them.
Really well. Jacob looked so good in that final game. Usually, we see the substitutes come in and they'll take a very defensive role. And I thought that might just work out considering Matt was playing very defensively. Now, Jacob was like, guys, I'm here. I am the man now. Y'all play around me, okay? Not me playing around you.
And they did that very well. Look, he can go away from that and say, comes in as super sub, takes the team to the final. I don't know whether he'll continue to be on the team for the final, whether Matt has got the fix. To be honest, at this stage, I would stick with Jacob after that performance because he's looking very strong, as always. So he will be there. Mockit NA, though, we will be interesting to see how they're playing. We obviously haven't seen them up to this stage. We only joined the NA side from the semi-finals. but they 3-0'd Lucky Bounce on the other side, which is a good win for them, very good win. And they will be going on to face Retrospect in a clash of best of 7 to win the prize pool that is now split because we don't have international finals now for Rocket Royale. It is NA and EU, and this is down to the players' feedback. They said they didn't want the international finals anymore because it was such a hectic system with the servers and everything like that. So we are now seeing the final to win either $225 or $75 of the $300 prize pool dedicated to that side. And it's not all about the money today. It's about the scrims. These guys are playing each other at the highest level. And ironically, the only player who will be in this final, who will be going to RLCS LAN, is going to be the sub of Jacob. So very interesting to see.
It is interesting to see, but it is also showing how much NA has improved over the last year. 6 months ago, a lot of people would say that there was absolutely no depth to NA. You could tell who the top teams were. You didn't really need to argue about it. We look at it now. There's a lot of top teams up there. Lucky Bounce took their group for RLCS. They didn't end up going on to win the playoffs, but that just proves what has happened in NA has been so good. The competition has got better and better. It is no longer Cosmic versus Kings.
Mm-hmm. And we are seeing, as we said, Retrospect versus Mocket NA. So an interesting final to be coming ahead. Are the teams joining? Do we know if the teams are joining up for this? Because hopefully we can get into this as soon as possible. Perhaps Mocket gone off for a little break because they have been waiting for a long time.
I wouldn't be all that surprised by that, but we'll try and get that sorted as quickly as possible, as we are just sorting stuff out on our end. But we have got the lobby up, so all we will be waiting for is players to come in, and we will get into this best of 7 finals, Mocket NA versus Retrospect, and it'll be interesting to see if Retrospect are going to come in with Jacob or Matt.
Yeah, hopefully they can have Matt can have his issues sorted out. Although, I mean, in the end, even if Matt has his issues sorted out, as a team, you probably want Jacob on your side, regardless of whether your normal player can actually play or not. So, who knows? Maybe they'll go for Jacob. Maybe they'll actually go for their usual roster.
Time will only tell. As it
Absolutely.
certainly seems to be the way here. Mocket NA obviously went through looking very convincing with that 3-0 over Lucky Bounce, the aforementioned team that won the group stage of their second RLCS season. So, certainly not the hardest team. Well, certainly one of the harder teams to go on to try and beat, and they have managed to do so, not only that 3-0, so somewhat convincingly.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly happened. I think we're going to hop into a quick break while we get the players sorted out and into the lobby, hopefully. And when we're back, it's going to be the NA Finals. Don't go anywhere. We probably won't even have time to put a timer up. We just want to get this sorted out without having to focus on stalling for time on stream. So stick with us, folks. We'll be right back.
game time. I'm on one, like it's Kelly and I'm Bay bound. Treat the greatest competition like the playground. Freestyling J spin and make them say wow. Then I beat the brakes off until I'm stay down. Became a king from a common man, and I turned my worst critics to my staunchest fans and worked at it until the world was believing. They gave them no choice but to see it. They say the greats always aim high and still stay grounded at the same time. And so they see a sky native with a hang time. That's why ain't no one can see us when it's game time. Let's go. They say the greats always aim high and still stay grounded at the same time. And so they see a sky native with a hang time. That's why ain't no one can see us when it's game time.
And welcome back. It is July 17th, or if you're in Europe, July 18th, 2016, and we are about to embark upon the final match of the day, the North American Rocket Royale Grand Final. As before, my name's The Patch. I'm still being joined here by Gregan and Shogun. Are you guys ready to finish this thing off?
Yes! is the shortest way I can possibly give that to you. Yeah, we have certainly had this going for a while now. This is now the NA side and their finals. And the answer to the question, would Jacob continue? No. Matt is back, and hopefully his computer is fixed.
All right, then.
It's a laptop, actually, so that's even worse.
I think so, yeah. I think its battery died or something along those lines happened. But yeah, it's great to have
playing it on a laptop.
full...
My computer barely plays this game.
There are gaming laptops. I mean, they're probably not as good as desktop computers, but my friend has one. It's actually quite decent. You can play like Battlefield 4 and stuff, but
I can play Minesweeper.
Oh damn! What kind of hardware you got in that thing?
Oh, you don't know. You know, got to get all of my top grade custom built PC knowledge in there.
Well, if you can play Minesweeper, and it's probably a monster. I don't even know how much of that sets you back. But
More than you think and less than you hoped.
I'm Power Cosmic. versus Mocket NA versus Retrospect. We just finished watching that one. This is the one that we are going to show you now. Mocket NA versus Retrospect. Before we start, I think all the players are in here right now. Just one quick thing. Gregan, what's your prediction? You're muted.
You don't get to leave yet.
You're
Get
muted.
back in here and give us a prediction.
4-3 to Mocket NA.
4-3. All right. Well, that means we're going to go way later than 2 a.m. or 1 a.m. Shogun, what do you
Fine.
think?
Sleeping isn't needed anymore.
No, not at all. Rocket League is the
Don't worry,
the only
don't have
sleep
to
you
be
need.
up at 6 a.m. It's all good.
Prediction.
So, what do you think, Shogun?
I'm going to give it a 4-1 to Mocket NA. I just... As good as the teamwork has been so far between Darkfire and Classics, I can see the defense just crumbling over a well-coordinated three-man offense.
All right. Well, 4-1 Shogun things, 4-3 Gregan things. I should probably take the middle ground there and say 4-2, but I'm going to say 4-0 for Mocket NA. Retrospect has been good, but especially in the early games against Cosmic, they got pretty shut out, and in the end, only were able to take them down because Cosmic were pretty stubborn about their way that they played and didn't really adapt. So it was quite easy to play around their play, so to say. So
It
yeah,
was a little bit disjointed at times, but we are just going to get these teams to know exactly, what side they're going to be playing on, and then we can get into this match.
absolutely.
Which
I
I
think
think we
everyone
all-
is in. Somebody just needs to give them a go sign.
Yep.
I can't help
got
but
to go
feel.
for
Admins.
I can't help but feel that 4-0 prediction. Pash is more hopeful than
It was a 4-2 that I think Cash went for.
he went 4-0 in the
Oh,
end.
did he?
I
Oh.
did. I said I should go 4-2 because Gregan's going 4-3 and you're going 4-1.
I got you now.
But yeah, here we go. This is it, the final match of the day. Rocket Royale NA, brought to you by me and the one and only Callum the Shogun.
Thank God there's only one of me.
All right, here we go. The game is on. It's another best of 7 on the blue side. Retrospect, Classics Darkfire, and Matt is back. And on the orange side, Zane Jackie, Rizzo, and Insolence is playing for Mocket. And let's see if we can get the first attack underway here. Darkfire immediately launching one onto target, gets widely blocked by Insolences. Matt's going to bounce this one against the backboard. Classics carrying it on through into the corner. Zane Jackie immediately trying to dive in there, but dives past the ball, is out of the play for now. But his teammates do get enough time for him to get back in position and gain control back over this ball. Back and forth right now early on, both teams lounging for ball control, neither of them really winning it out just yet, but that might just change with one very good shot as Insolence is doing his best to assure that none of his opponents will get their hands on that ball.
Yeah, we saw this earlier when we watched the Mocket EU versus Flipside games, where it was just a slow build-up. This is the other way that these first games can sometimes go. Just constant long shots, don't want to make the mistakes, and honestly, if you can get a decent long shot off, you're not really putting yourself into a
what a
bad
save.
situation, but great shot there from Zane Jackie. Even better save from Classics. Yeah, this is the way this sort of stuff usually goes. Long shots come in, they don't really put the player that has gone for the long shot out of position too much, and it just forces the other team to not make any mistakes. And, we see this quite commonly in first games.
Quite vertical game once more. Everyone's going up for their aerials,
one
and
save in that
Insolence
one.
bounces the ball off the defense of the 1-0.
Yeah, Rizzo, lovely long shot from him, gets off the backboard. Classics went onto the wall, but realized he couldn't do anything about it, and by then, Insolence's first player to the ball, puts it into the net. We've seen it numerous times, and the reason why we see it numerous times is because it works so well.
Darkfire going straight for the kickoff goal here. Rizzo had enough time to come back from the corner where he just got his boost. He passed it over to Zane Jackie, who was going to try to put it in place for him, but it was in the midst of a very contortionist act there in the air and didn't quite get the touch that he was looking for. And there's the angle that Insolence just didn't quite get. Rizzo gets shoved away from the ball with the ball by Classics, as Retrospect really looking very, very desperately to close that gap as soon as they possibly can before it gets even larger. Looking for some offense now. Matt carrying the ball across the entire wall. Darkfire bouncing it against the backboard. Rizzo carries it away from him, just past him, and now here comes the counterattack from Mocket. Can't put it in a good position for any follow-ups, though. Classics will try to stop Zanejack and getting his hands on it, but there's the immediate counter coming in from retrospect. Can they make something out of this? Insolence is making his way towards the ball, or at least towards between the goal and the ball to stop any kind of shots going in. But at halftime, been a rather tame game with Mocket getting the early lead.
Yeah, Mocket have been completely defensively sound so far. They haven't really had any sort of pressure put onto them. Just every single bit of offense looks very tame. That one, however, had a bit of a bite to it. But yeah, one thing I'm really scared of right now for retrospect is 2 times now that ball has bounced off the backboard and they have looked completely lost. If Mocket start to latch onto that fact and play it off the backboard even more, I really can see them just starting to leak goals.
Yeah, we definitely have to keep an eye on Classics, though. We just saw him get a shot off. It took a while in his series against Cosmic as well for Classics to really come out huge. But eventually, oh boy, did he come out huge. Scoring, I think, was 5 goals in that one game where they basically smashed Cosmic off the face of the field. So, Classics, kind of a sleeper agent.
Classics, when he gets going, he can really get going. Like you said, a huge amount of goals in that match. I think it's really going to depend on how much can him and Darkfire just link up throughout this. Matt, as we saw earlier, is very much a defensive player on here. Yes, he can get himself forward, but it seems like he prefers to be the player that just makes sure that no mistakes happen. As Zanejack puts the ball up, it's a good clearance away. But yeah, that's actually much better from them. Finally getting the ball off the backboard and looking comfortable, and then this time they haven't looked comfortable at all.
Well, Classic's doing his best to keep the ball from bouncing off the backboard, to intervene as early as possible. So Mocket can't do their usual backboard stick, and here he comes! Classic scores!
Yeah, tick for tack. Just coming in here. Darkfire comes in, gets the ball off the back. Zanejack tried to clear that one away, and Classics comes in well placed from him. He was already going to get challenged, but the challenger was so far below him that all Classics really had to do was get the shot onto target. And as you said a second ago, I mean, this is the first for Classics. Can the machine start whirring away and get him some more?
Well, we'll certainly see about that. Mocket, in the meanwhile, will take their goal lead back.
And that is how you respond to conceding. Rizzo beats Darkfire, realizes that he doesn't have to put that one to net, just has to beat the man, puts the ball back into an offensive situation, and because the final defender was running back towards the goal, that gave Instances a huge advantage on the contest.
So 2-1 here. 55 seconds still left to play. Rizzo with a push-up forward. Zanejack going to follow it up off the wall. Can't quite get the connection, though. Just drives past it. And Classics with the wide clear. 45 seconds still remaining, and we can see all of retrospect moving up forward to try and force an overtime or maybe even a win if they can pull it off twice. But here comes Rizzo with a good opportunity. Was aligned wrongly, though. So all he could do was play that ball in the corner where Darkfire was already waiting. Matt racing his way towards the ball. Insolences was waiting for that, though, and passed the ball over to Zanejack. He was taking his sweet time, and that is something that Mocket can definitely do, take their sweet time. Rizzo with an attempt on target. It's saved by Matt, though, and time slowly running out here for retrospect to try and make any more moves. Darkfire with the potentially last chance of the game gets foiled here by Zanejack. He does get the center ball. Matt using the corner to get some bounce going, but Rizzo catches the ball mid-air, bounces it off, and this is likely going to be a game here as Mocket takes game 1.
Yeah, very well-structured game there from Mocket. They didn't overdo anything. They just took the advantages that they could get when they got it. The goal that they had scored on them, they definitely misplayed the defense. There's no argument about that. But at the same time, the rest of the game, they look cool, calm, and collected. And look at the difference in shots there. They had control of this match. They just didn't get the goals to reflect that.
Yeah, 8 shots as compared to 3. Bunch more saves on the side of retrospect, but overall, Mocket being completely perfect with their defense and not so much retrospect. I mean, even if they did let 3 goals in, or I think it was 2. I already forgot about that. But even then, a bunch of the shots not accounted for, so the shot accuracy from Mocket was not perfect. But then again, it doesn't have to be if the shots that do count land.
Yeah, I think the middle ground here is going to be the main point of goals going in. Matt, that was definitely a weird kickoff, and he almost gets punished for it. But if Mocket can get these long shots to go in and put them into difficult positions and force this Retrospect side to react, I can see that being a huge issue for Retrospect moving forward. They need to try and control the pace in the middle ground and not allow Mocket to try and fling the ball over.
Yep, definitely have to avoid that. The ball is played up into the air. Classics with an attempt on goal or a pass over to Darkfire. Didn't really work either way. Insolence with a pop up into the air, and Rizzo plays it towards the center where Matt is already waiting. That ball's in no man's land. Classics wins out the 50-50. Doesn't even let it come to a 50-50. Just snatches the ball away and plays it straight into the goal.
Yeah, Matt came at that one really well, and we can see Insolence as he commits to trying to win the ball. Comes out second best by a long distance in Classics. Gets himself the goal. 1-0 now. So Retrospect only 40 seconds into this match, but this is going to be key already. They cannot afford to go 2-0 down so early.
Nope, definitely not. A lot of momentum is that going to bring to Retrospect, and that's definitely something you want to avoid in the finals. So we see a push forward coming in from Mock Classics, kind of whiffing that shot there, allowing Zane Jackie some space to try and play something out, but his teammates were already in the back waiting for a counterplay coming in from Retrospect, so nothing's going to come from that offensive movement there. Instances with another backboard hit. You've mentioned it, those backboard hits, very, very important, but not if nobody's there to pick up on them. Zane Jackie and Rizzo once more retreated into their own half and aren't able to really pick up on that.
So she's just going to come in. Oh, wow. Rizzo's being a huge nuisance there, just bullying Matt. But doesn't quite get the goal to show off to what he was doing. And that's pretty weird defense there. 2 players going for that one and a backflip from Rizzo. Honestly, we haven't seen it much from Mocket. I was complaining about this when it came to Retrospect, but Mocket don't look comfortable with that backboard either.
No, they don't. They look, at least they look more comfortable in game 1, but in game 2...
Yeah, they're not letting it happen as much as Retrospect is the main thing.
Yeah. They've had some solid chances involving the backboard in their offense, but weren't really able to make anything out of them because apparently they're too afraid of conceding even more. Because whenever someone sets up something up in front, the other two are just sitting in back and anticipating a counter from Retrospect. That doesn't have to happen if you have someone where it counts to launch a score on shot on goal.
Certainly could be so, but yeah, this is going to be very curious as to how these teams adapt throughout this series. I'll tell you what, that is ridiculous.
As Zane Jackie with another chance gets intercepted here by Darkfire. Another one towards the goal, but Classics with the final clear as we are nearing halftime here. Huge chance for Mocket not capitalized on.
Yeah, Mocket, they had their opportunity to get themselves back into this match. They didn't take it, but they've still got time to go. And for the most part, it looks like the momentum is starting to shift onto their side, and they know exactly right now. It looks like they're trying to pinpoint these passes.
Oh, certainly going to have to start landing those passes, start having someone in position to pick up on those passes. Or the best passes won't really help, and that is exactly what I was talking about. Rizzo in a perfect position here, but he just completely messes up the shot. Up into the air instead of straight on forward. That was an empty net. That was a huge opportunity once more for Maka to score. Instance is going to try to dribble on through. Misses the finish, though. And opts instead to pass it over to Rizzo. Tries to pass it into the center, but Darkfire already waiting there at that ball. Probably didn't hit its mark either. Not sure if that was the position he wanted to pass it to. But Mocket just not really getting those passes. That's just a bump.
Oh, wait, no, it's Zane Jackie. Zane Jackie was in the background there, hitting Matt once again. Matt is getting no breaks in this game.
Well, yeah, but even the best bump won't really do you anything if you don't set something up to follow it.
Now just keep hitting Matt. That's how I win all my games. I just find Matt in the game.
Well, they seem to... Have you coached these people? Or
No
have
one
they
let
just
me
watched the
coach
stream
them.
a lot?
You know better than that. No one would let me coach them. Have you tried hitting the ball hard today? No? Well, that's what you're doing wrong then, really?
Yeah, hit it harder. If you think you're hitting it hard, you're not hitting it hard enough. Either way.
So far, a very defensively impressive game from Retrospect. They're holding on to this 1-goal lead. We usually say that 1 goal is not enough to win you a game. 40 seconds left. That changes entirely. That 1 goal is worth so much now.
Well, in game 3, as slow pace as this one goal can make the difference. And it has been a pretty slow-paced game, continuing what we saw from the previous series. And Maka just keeps getting these opportunities. They've had lots of chances to score, but none of them really capitalized on. None of them really used. So they could have taken this at least to overtime by this point. but they didn't. Now they have only 10 seconds to try and make it happen. Rizzo doesn't get that hit. And we saw Darkfire drive straight inside the net. This is a very important demo there. Classic's the only one there, and nobody is going to be able to get to that ball. This is defense by aggression, or defense by homicide.
Just demolish absolutely everything you can find. The rare 1-0 victory. That is ridiculous. Only 2 shots came out from Retrospect. Only 4 shots coming out from Mucket, actually, but they had the better opportunities. Mucket will feel like that was their game to win, but they didn't at the end of the day, and it's really their own fault. They should have been finishing off those opportunities that they had.
Yeah, they definitely should. Again, in a game that is as slow as those 2 games were so far, you have to make every chance that you get count, because you don't know if you're going to get another one. With both teams being so defensively focused. So whenever you do get an opportunity, and I am very sorry about this, I'm not quite sure what end seems. Yeah. Not sure what's happening here. This is not network lag. This is like actually what I'm seeing on my screen right now.
I almost made this entire way through without any technical issues. Why did you ruin it?
What the heck is happening here?
Right, I've done my job.
Okay, Matt scored. That's good. I think this may be a graphics driver issue.
It has been going for a while. I wouldn't be surprised if heating it. Worse. Your computer is dying for the cause right now, Pash.
Okay, this is very weird. Not
Like,
Let's try.
catch on fire.
Reagan, sub in.
okay.
First
Just
time
setting
you've
it
ever
up.
been asked to sub for any whatever.
Oh, jeez.
In.
That's atrocious, that.
Good. It was a good shot. Unlike what you've provided.
I can't. What's the scene?
Rocket.
Okay,
Oh,
we're
there it
still
is.
live here. Sure, we're not live. So if you're seeing this is exactly what I'm seeing on my screen. This is not network lag or anything. I think.
So, I think. Okay, let's start.
Got this guy.
I think I could not access because you're already in.
Do it again.
Bad. Okay, wait. I'll try to shut down Raw. Hopefully, join back in. Maybe that'll do something if I actually if I stop.
Spin the fan manually.
Spin it. Rock.
Got this.
You're able to stop the stream so I can start.
I'm not sure actually. Things are still at this.
Off your PC.